The theory we are considering, the theory of tactics and strategies, is not limited to games, to warfare or to business relations. It is applicable to all temporal consecutions of discrete, units, sequences of regulated gestures, of words and utterances, of images, of symbols, dialogues with questions and answers, etc. As soon as a dialogue ceases to use the conversational register and rises above triviality, it has started to employ a tactic and a strategy. The same is true for regulated exchanges, be they nothing more than words or gifts exchanged between groups. Be they extreme cases or mixed situations, with their context, love or intimacy, rivalry or alliance, the transparency or opaqueness of the distance in between, the agon and the alia appear in whatever becomes formalized or ritualized, or whatever unfolds in a distinct and successive manner, including liturgy, ceremonies, stage acting, and the set phrases of poetry or love. During these processes, affective, subjective, and spontaneous, content does not disappear, it survives in continuousness. However, it is the discontinuous which governs the form, or rather the formalization which operates in the situation in vivo, in the relation between the protagonists, approach, challenge, meeting, confrontation. Thus, in response to the concrete demand of a given situation, social modalities of repetition appear. These cannot be reduced to mere repetition of simple mechanical gestures, pure stereotypes, but rather are the repetition of the process and its development both subjectively and objectively. Analysis projects these periodicities like a spectrum, immediately distinguishing between them or between their formants as they rise above triviality like the tides or waves of the sea. To establish or re-establish the rights of the continuous as against those of the discontinuous, and vice versa, would be to agree that one had a privilege over the other. It is certain that 19th century thought, inspired as it was by evolutionism and the philosophy of history, privileged continuity, although this statement is not valid for Marx and Marxism. Next, the category of discontinuity was brought to the fore. This period produced a number of useful discoveries. Language is constructed with differences, incompatibilities, disjunctions, and exclusions, short-term or long-term, on both the phonemic and the morphemic level. Structuralism takes these observations on, but develops them to a disproportionate degree. Here, as before, we accept the concept of structure, but in a limited way. What we are seeking is to follow the movement between continuity and discontinuity in depth, taking all the interactions and all the conflicts into consideration. Seen from this angle, we can say that there are processes of becoming and development which are relatively continuous. We will need to highlight one particularly important type of process, the cumulative process. We will also show how processes, and especially cumulative processes, fall prey to discontinuities, obstacles, bottlenecks, halts, breaks, gaps and imbalances. However, a process per se never brings about decisions or events. Decisions belong to forces, for example, social forces, which come into being by means of a process, or as it is sometimes put, on its base, for example, on the base of the economic process, but which cannot be reduced to that process. As regards events, it is men who produce them, men who formulate the tactics and strategies of social forces, or in the case of inter-individual relations, of psychological forces, and put them into action. We can discern three levels of analysis and reality: processes, forces and events. By passing from one to the other we will attain a greater complexity, more freedom, more randomness. This is all to repeat propositions we have already presented, but more clearly and more intensely. All social groups from the micro to the macro scale have a conscious or unconscious, latent or formulated, openly demonstrated, tactic and strategy. So have individuals, in their unmediated or mediating relations. Why? Because, be we individuals or groups, we all have a relatively uncertain future which we must face up to, and for which we prepare in a relatively lucid way. We all have our problems, in which our existence is more or less completely involved. Complete societies and partial groupings interconnect, maintain each other, disappear or collapse. Lucidly or not, they know this. There has never been a human substantiality, be it of a sociological, psychic, psychosociological, ideological, economic, or political nature. The ontological category of substance is disappearing from our horizon. The secrets of groups, their opacities, and their ambiguities, which are what give the illusion of substance, are made up of anxieties or audacity with regard to what is possible, of entrenchments and offensives, of retreats and advances in relation to other groups, of courage or of weakness of will in response to problems. Human groupings see, or choose not to see, the results of conditions. The spontaneity and vitality of these groups are reflected in representations, symbols, norms, models, images, etc., or are formulated by means of ideological representations. However, it is individuals who reflect, who formulate opinions, and who define attitudes and crystallize patterns of behavior. Individuals show the group to which they belong images of what is possible and what is impossible. They calculate and compute, they are spokesmen, deputies, elected representatives, family heads, trades union leaders, rural dignitaries, city administrators, party leaders, statesmen. There is no substance here, only men, actions, relations and, individual and collective, consciousnesses. In the beginning was action, in the end action is recognized, although the classic concept of act, action, or experience does not exhaust the idea of praxis. Every human life is a progress or a process towards a possibility, the opening up or closing down of what is possible, a calculation and an option based upon random events and the intervention of other people. Beneath their ambiguities, critical study of everyday life will reveal the tactics and strategies of partial groups, such as women, young people, intellectuals, etc., in society as a whole. Whether these tactics and strategies are manifest or concealed, it will be capable of detecting them and the ways they express themselves. The study of the everyday will grasp the relations between groupings which make their contacts opaque, or which make them mutually accessible, in spite of misunderstandings, tactical maneuvers, disguises, strategic openings and adventures. When groups become isolated, they degenerate, they cease to exist through action. Continued existence in itself implies action and struggle, and therefore relations. The agon only disappears when groups and individuals go into decline. When they degenerate, groups break up into scattered elements, many groups and individuals. The everyday lapses into triviality. As for the moments where strategy predominates, these are the great historical moments of revolutionary turmoil. Strategy gives a sense to groups and to their lives. Sense, direction, orientation, expression, goal, is not some comfortable, speculative entity for a specialist, such as the philosopher, to elucidate philosophically. Sense is drama. It is constituted by strategy, the strategy of the group. The strategy of the group creates it. Therefore the level of the everyday as a reality would be the level of tactics, lying between the level where there are no more actions, where reality is stagnating and coagulating, and where triviality dominates, and the level of decision, drama, history, strategy, and upheaval. Once again we are repeating statements we made earlier, but from a different perspective. However, these statements must not be taken literally. Insofar as the everyday is a reality which must be metamorphosed, challenged, and made challengeable by critique, it can be observed on the level of tactics, of forces and their relations, and of stratagems and suspicions. Its transformation takes place on the level of events, strategies, and historical moments. Therefore we will not allocate a statistical level to everyday life and our study of it. This would draw us down into triviality, or up towards factuality, in the stipulated sense. Therefore we will try to discover how each group we examine responds to stimuli, such as challenges, propositions and provocations, threats, claims and offensives, from some other group, and how it resolves tactical problems. Passing over to the level of strategy, we will try to see how groups tend to minimize the chances of maximal gain for their partners or adversaries, or conversely how they maximize their own minimal gain. 8 In a random series of an unlimited number of questions, with yes or no answers, and so of the kind which could figure in everyday conversation, it is the second of these strategies which produces the largest number of correct answers. On the other hand, the minimal strategy would determine a tactic of dissimulation, retreat, denial, and misunderstanding, which would become apparent as such in the everyday. Knowledge per se has its tactic: to know, to make known, to make the everyday known as an object of knowledge. It has its strategy: to bring about the dissolution of the everyday and to reduce it indefinitely, to provoke its metamorphosis by inferring the maximum number of options in this sense, by demonstrating the possibility of narrowing the gap between the everyday real and what is possible, by investing in what is, relatively, superior and by elevating what is, relatively, inferior. This strategy involves the use of philosophy while at the same time pushing it from its pedestal and realizing it as a vision of transparency in everyday human relations. This self-same strategy involves the struggle for the rights of science to be one of the elements of an overall, political, strategy. We must distinguish between the theory of the wager, of Pascalian origin, and the theory of strategies. The individual can gamble and lay wagers. A group is never aware that it is gambling on its future, or that it is placing bets and running risks. It is to the distanced observer on the outside that the activity of a group can appear like a wager. A group will only enter upon an action for gain, and with the certainty of winning. We call this certainty confidence. It is the opposite of mistrust and of the attitude of challenge towards other groups. Only leaders can be aware of risks, i.e., the chances of failure and success, and usually they are careful to keep these to themselves. The confidence groups have in their goals is also confidence in their leaders, something which the leaders themselves take every care not to jeopardize. Here ideology plays an ambiguous role: it fosters ambiguity. Both an illusion and a stimulant, ideology creates representations which belittle the other and over-exalt the self. Collective units gamble, but do not know they are gambling. A troop of soldiers which can see clearly that defeat is on the cards, i.e., that it is involved in a gamble, is already demoralized and half on the way to defeat. Only the chief receives exact information and transforms it into orders. He alone assesses the chances. He alone knows that he is gambling and that his wager is serious and at the heart of the drama. This is one of the most scabrous aspects of leadership and of ideology. Raising morale by concealing the possibilities of failure effectively increases the chances of success. The chief assumes all responsibilities, for misinterpretations, misunderstandings, even for ideological lies and for the elimination of overperceptive individuals. In everyday life as well as at moments of crisis, the way men behave is frequently Machiavellian. What is more, the pursuit of any good and the fulfillment of any desire, no matter how incomplete, always incurs risks and dangers. Could bets and wagers be the prerogative of a few individuals who alone are capable of bearing the situation when they come face to face with randomness? This would hardly be encouraging for democracy, but, as Marx and Lenin have told us, democracy contradicts itself, it thrives on contradiction, and this self-destruction only comes to an end with politics, that supremely serious gamble, drama of dramas, destiny of destinies. Critique derives not from theory, but from praxis. If we emphasize the tactics and strategies of groups, this is not to fetishize them. Only if we formalize them will they tend to become fetishes, since formalization would transform them into the objects of a higher science. The traditional idea of destiny as elaborated by traditional, classic, culture contains and mixes together several contradictory elements which games and strategy theory helps to clarify somewhat. The idea of destiny, i.e., the tragic, contains the idea of the inevitable failure of every intention and every project. It contains the representation of a game which is weighted against the hero, who, inevitably, makes mistakes which lead to his downfall, while his opponent, God, determinism, mechanism, necessarily plays well. Finally, there is the idea of an act which concludes in a way other than that which the participants expected and wished for. The tragic is nothing other than gambling, in all its breadth and seriousness. In this sense, the everyday is both the residual deposit and the product of the tragic and of destiny. It is the tragic which has been smothered, undetected and unrecognized. It is destiny awaiting its hour and which the people it concerns await without knowing it, or more exactly without recognizing it. It is tactics and strategies which go their own way, without us knowing it, since we are caught up within it between the object and the subject, in an ambiguity which is never completely resolved. We are the object of the action and at the same time we are its subject. Therefore the everyday is also the non-tragic, the source of the tragic and its naked remains, and the empty place of destiny, filled with an amorphous mixture of necessity, chance, freedom, dangers, assurances, risks and securities. 9. Seen in this light, the everyday is on the one hand an empirical modality for the organization of human life, and on the other a mass of representations which disguise this organization, its contingency, and its risks. Hence the impression given by everyday life as reality, inconsistency and solidity, fragility and cohesion, seriousness and futility, profound drama and the void behind an actor's empty mask. Has not every distinct, individual and group, human unit been led or conducted to somewhere it did not want to go, and dragged to somewhere other than it wished? The experience of history and historicity weigh down on the present in a confused manner. Every human unit has a memory and a fund of information, good or bad, which are mixed together in the everyday. It cannot see everything and it cannot know everything, but it knows and sees something. If it cannot know its destiny as such, and the main protagonists are themselves ignorant of it because of all that is unforeseeable in the outcome of conflicts between strategies, every entity senses something which shows through or is revealed, or both at once, in the symbols, the sayings and proverbs, the images and the myths it uses. As well as concern for the future, as well as anxieties, symbols and memories, there is work, the pressing concerns of the moment, goods and satisfactions, ordinary pleasures, ordinary pastimes, the present moment or the actual, to avoid using the suspect word reality with all its burden of fetishism. Present moments do not coincide exactly with the conditions or the results of data, and even less with possibilities. They are part of them, they are more than them, they are less than them. Theory has revealed the importance and the penetration of play in everyday life and in social practice in general. Several distinct levels and dimensions of play are apparent. There are games of a spontaneous character, games with rules and games with tactics. Strategy can be a serious game although it may not be perceived as such. And there are others, such as games which are blindly unaware or ignorant of themselves, an extreme example, alienation through destiny and the tragic, objective games, which accept risk, an extreme example, adventures outside of an everyday context, and subjective games, with formal rules, an extreme example, frivolousness. These are various distinct and yet inseparable ways and stages of taking randomness into account, and to limit and control its freedom. Thus play would be a, frequently disguised and misunderstood, dimension of everyday life and of praxis. It contains within itself several degrees or levels, several dimensions, according to how it relates directly and consciously to randomness per se. Could play be the starting point from which we could envisage the metamorphosis of the everyday? 6. Micro and macro. The distinction between the micro and the macro appears in most of the sciences, at the same time as the idea of level. It originated in mathematics, when Riemann conceived of large spaces with properties different from those of small-scale spaces. Subsequently physicists adopted it, i.e., the distinction between microphenomena and the macroscopic scale, followed next by sociologists, geographers, and economists, etc. In every field, and most especially in our area of research, the micro and the macro appear to be mutually irreducible. We say this warily, because it implies serious consequences, after having rejected Aristotelian epistemology, which changes the act, here, the act of the social group, into substance. We have rejected Cartesian epistemology, which uses the simple to construct the complex and deems that an exhaustive analysis leading to total synthesis is possible, on condition that the process is logically ordered. In the everyday, on the microsociological level, unmediated relations are carried on between one person and another, via blood ties or neighborhood and socially contingent relations, which are complicated by ties of direct dependency and rivalry, i.e., husband/wife, father/children, employers/servants, and accompanied by rebellions which are just as direct. On the macrosociological level, these unmediated ties and subordinations are survivals which prolong archaic relations, of consanguinity and territoriality, or feudal relations, of subordination and vassalage. On this macro level, such relations are mediated, they pass via the thing, reified and refeeing, alienating and alienated, commodities, money, language. As a result, the micro level is ambiguous and the macro level is abstract, and yet no sooner have we formulated the statement than we need to turn it on its head. If it is ambiguous, the micro level is also the level where the question of authenticity has a meaning. The unmediated can become authentic, either in spontaneity or in truth, at least this is what we suppose and what we demand of it. If it is abstract, the macro level is also heavily present. We need to emphasize this paradox. Because it is ambiguous, the micro can be accused of being false. And yet only the micro can become authentic, in other words transparent, through the mutual recognition of relations. The macro which seems, and indeed is, so real is also the realm of falsities and fetishes. And yet, if we are to validate and authenticate the micro, we must first transform the macro. Therefore there is a distance and a gap between the two levels. Any attempt to miniaturize social science by using the study of limited groups would soon come up against this obstacle. It is a barrier to analytic reason, which reduces the complex to the elementary and the compound to the simple. The micro level is just as complex as the macro level, but in a different way. As regards the reverse procedure, which would attempt to grasp the micro via the macro, this leads to a sort of untenable and dangerous sociology which would define the everyday absolutely by the whole. Gaps and differences between levels do not authorize us to dichotomize any one of them, and even less to scotomize it. Point 10. Irreducibility is not the equivalent of separation. There is a multiplicity of relations, correspondences, and homologies between the macro level and the micro level. Both levels reflect the society which encompasses them and which they constitute. Thus, the correspondences between family, private, life and society as a whole are almost self-evident. Society as a whole acts, becomes apparent and intervenes through the ambiguity of direct ties which are simultaneously biological and social, or, perhaps we should say, because of that ambiguity. The contradictions and conflicts within families represent or reflect those of society as a whole, be it feudal, capitalist or socialist, and those of the classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. What is more, in a sense, the unmediated character of direct relations is nothing but a mirage. These direct relations are also mediated, by language and by money, etc. On the level of these relations, the unmediated is as much of a reconstruction as it is a constituent. Perception of others also implies a network of mediations which determine it and limit it. The macro level appears to be the level where the micro is integrated within the whole, a process which leaves little room within its empty spaces for marginal, abnormal, or deviant elements. The macro does not determine the micro. It encompasses it, it controls it, it penetrates it and imposes regulations upon it, which are themselves at differing levels of depth and effectiveness, norms of conduct and behavior patterns, models and roles, etc. Using and abusing the limits of the micro, the macro brings all its weight to bear upon it. Are these relations dialectical, in other words conflictive, polyvalent, mobile and multiformal? Doubtless they are. On one hand, the macro makes every effort to contain, to absorb, and reabsorb the micro, but by means of the actions of privileged individuals, its leaders. It succeeds, but never totally. In spite of its ambiguities, or maybe because of them, the micro puts up a resistance. The social and the cultural never reabsorb the biophysiological, the unmediated, or the natural. The sector which is rationally controlled by praxis never eliminates the uncontrolled sector, the sector of spontaneity and passion. Once separated off, the macro atrophies, mediations no longer have anything to mediate, and the means of communication no longer have anything to communicate. Isolated in turn, the micro lapses into irrationality and meaninglessness. When they are not governed by laws, spontaneity and immediacy lose direction. Conversely, without spontaneity, laws and norms resemble death. It is on the level of the micro that life has rights, and spontaneity feeds into practice and culture. It is the living root of the social. However, it is on the level of the macro that the decisions which eradicate ambiguities are taken, that the division of social labor is organized, and that norms and images are developed. The existence of the micro level implies and supposes neighborhood, or contingent, relations in a social space. Distinct, but not separated, the sides and facets of microelements come into contact with each other. The fact that they are mutually distinctive should not disguise the homologies, correspondences, and analogies. Families, villages, towns, and businesses live side by side in social space, and their internalities interconnect. Considered from the point of view of the continuous, these relations in social space give rise to representations and mathematical formalizations, such as topologies, transformations, and groups. From the point of view of the discontinuous, they also give rise to representations and formalizations, such as networks and graphs. The tree offers a good representation of relations of neighborhood and proximity within a larger unit. Small branches spring from larger ones, which in turn spring from the trunk. They grow in forks which produce distances but not separations. The leaves grow side by side at the end of the branches and only communicate via the branches and the trunk, i.e., via the tree as a whole. Thus the interaction of distinct and inseparable units can be represented in images and forms which lend themselves to rigorous formalizations. This is a mode of thinking and investigation which makes use on the one hand of images and the imagination, and on the other of mathematical research. Point 11 Thus the tree is more than a physical reality transposed onto society, it is more than a symbol and something other than a symbol. It is a formal instrument with an original relation to the concrete. Is it a form or a structure? Let us leave that question to one side for the moment. The tree stretches out without losing its cohesion. As it grows it retains a particular and characteristic form. It presents a number of remarkable points, ramifications, bifurcations, disjunctions, which are also fragile points, points of fracture, changes of direction. It illustrates a dynamic and relative stability, a growth which is coherent, but always under threat. Would it resolve the problems of continuity/discontinuity and the elementary/the total, in material nature and in society? In a sense, and up to a certain point, it doubtless would. In any event, it offers an illustration of social space and social time, and of relations of proximity and distance. Point 12 However, there are certain characteristics of society as a whole, such as alienation through money and commodities, which it does not represent. Nor does it demonstrate that, provisional, balances and self-regulations in social consciousness and society, and within determined social frameworks, are brought about not by mechanisms, but precisely by the intermediary of representations. 7 Indexes, criteria, variables. In these methodological considerations, we never separate the abstract from the concrete, or form from content. On the contrary, we use every occasion we can to demonstrate how the abstract already contains aspects of the concrete and how form is already an aspect of the real. However, if we do not separate them, this does not mean that we should conflate them, and to avoid this we will start from the most formal and the most abstract and progress towards the most concrete. We must now point out the indexes, criteria, and variables in this progression. A social fact designating more and something other than itself, such could be the definition of an index. It has a meaning which is a content, it reveals, it indicates. Often, at first sight, an index is non-signifying, and therein lies one of the traps in the idea of signification. An index refers to something hidden, or conversely, to something so obvious that the observer is unable to see it within the mass of evidence before him. Therefore the index is a sign, but is not intended as such, and consequently it is not arbitrary. It is part of the phenomena it reveals, it is linked to them as they are linked to one another, one expression among many others. It is as close to the symptom as it is to the sign. A symptom can be considerably far removed from the actual location of an illness or its causes, and yet the connection exists. Therefore the index is only of use as a part, aspect, or element of the phenomenon being considered. Its relation to this phenomenon is not generally clear, or easy to establish. Some indexes are deceptive or disappointing. When an observer or experimenter first makes contact with a social group, he begins by looking for certifiable indexes. At this level, only rational instinct is brought into play, the scientific culture which is sometimes called intuition. A social group presents a sort of face, an open or concealed presence, where indexes can be copious or scanty. Using indexes which are frequently secretive, the scientist makes things up, he uses his imagination. As Picasso is quoted as saying, "First of all I find something, then I start to search for it." This remark reinforces an old paradox, it brings to the fore certain characteristics of the dialectical movement of thought. An excessive concern for rigor and logical coherence makes thought inflexible, valid in itself. This concern already presupposes the object without knowing it, it constrains thought to invest the object with the characteristics of formal rigor, which it assumes to be purely objective. This is to disregard the subjective aspect of formal rigor. It formalizes, it quantifies, or again, whenever it approaches a concrete object it grinds to a halt, unable to reach it. Occasionally an index will reveal something other than was expected. Occasionally it resembles a clinical symptom. It indicates a crisis, tension, or vitality, a failure or a decline. Sometimes what is most internal comes to the surface and reveals itself in what is most external, namely the index. What is most profound shows through in what is most superficial and fleeting. Conversely, research will sometimes show an index to be invalid. The need to scrutinize the index in depth means it must be measured against criteria, some of which are general and formal, others specific. A good index shows itself to be relatively constant, within the limits of the observations or experiments being undertaken. It permits us to grasp a certain number of facts and to group them, by classification. No longer a mere appearance, it reveals the hidden reality, it translates it or it traduces it. In this way it supersedes itself to become a criterion. In fact, the criterion is not external to the index becomes a criterion when it becomes precise and heightened. At that stage the attentive observer or experimenter will distinguish it and separate it from its initial context, to apply it to other phenomena or other groups. The index becomes an analytic implement for penetrating and classifying. The indexical criterion changes into an objective criterion, which in turn joins forces with a set of criteria which are always specific. As for general criteria, they stipulate the use of specific indexes and criteria, they regulate the successive procedures and levels of this process, discovery and invention, the transfer from the fleeting index to the indexical criterion, the constitution of a coherent set of criteria characterizing a phenomenon. An excellent illustration of these procedures would be the criteria of underdevelopment to be found in Lenin's The Development of Capitalism in Russia, and in his subsequent writings. Let us consider the criteria of underdevelopment as Lenin has already defined them. The splintering of economic units. Virtually autonomous local markets which are poorly integrated in a national market linked to the world market. Low concentration both in industry and in agriculture. Weak contradiction between the collective character of production and the individual, private, character of appropriation. Forms of personal dependence in social relations. Economically backward forms of productive relations with the predominance of agriculture and the slowing down of transfers of population. Poor needs of association and archaic forms of association. Weaknesses of the large groups, classes, occupying different situations in production. Weakness of class antagonisms. Traditional forms of moral life and social life, etc. More recent authors have added further criteria to these economic and political ones: demographic, high birth and death rates; technological, poor per capita use of energy; cultural, high percentage of illiteracy; sociological, limited mobility, rigid structures along with poor overall integration, etc. 13. These new criteria modify and complete the set established by Lenin, which was limited to the economic aspects of the question, but they do not invalidate it. The general criterion of economic development and the criterion of social and political progress is the reduction and disappearance of one or several specific indexical criteria of underdevelopment. This set of criteria sheds a remarkable light on everyday life in a poorly developed society, i.e., a society which must be transformed by guided, planned, economic growth. Each criterion is like a spotlight, pinpointing a specific trait. In accordance with our program, we will now complete the above list by adding the criteria of the underdevelopment of everyday life in the developed countries. The backwardness of services essential to everyday life compared with production in general, production of the means of production or production of privately produced goods. 14. The manipulation of the consumer and of his needs by advertising and propaganda. The backwardness of techniques applicable to everyday life compared with production techniques, military techniques, and techniques for the exploitation of space. The splintering of local and territorial units, such as families, neighborhoods, and towns, etc., and excessively powerful means of integration. An inextricable mixture of archaic forms of moral and social life and modern forms of communication and information. The backwardness of town planning as the form and context of everyday life compared with needs and technical possibilities, and compared with the social life in towns in the past. Forms of personal dependence, consumer/producer, private/public, citizen/state, woman/man, etc. A slowing down of possibilities. A reduction of possibilities involving spatial movements, so-called social mobility, tourism, and travel. A relative erosion of certain sectors, such as cooking, housing, and leisure, etc., in various countries. A fragmentation of technology and an incoherence of the world of objects and goods in the everyday. Illiteracy and cultural backwardness in terms of the art of living and lifestyle, love and eroticism, sex and family planning. The abstract and mechanical character of the idea of happiness, reduced to the idea of comfort. This list of indexical and specific criteria is not intended to be restrictive. We would be happy to make the disappearance of one of these indexes a general criterion of progress, and the elimination of them all as a criterion of revolution. As far as variables are concerned, at this stage we will merely point out the difference between the idea of strategic variables and the concept as it is usually understood. We would define the variable generally as an aspect or constituent element of a complex phenomenon, which possesses a relative independence, allowing it to vary separately, and by means of that variance to modify an overall phenomenon which is governed by a limited, i.e., countable, number of other parameters. The index should enable us to grasp a variable in its relative independence. The use of criteria should enable us to verify variables and their connections within a set which constitutes the phenomenon as a whole. Here the role of the index is analytic, and the role of the criterion is synthetic. This classic idea supposes the existence of a continuum determined by parameters, thus possessing a certain number of dimensions. However, the strategic variable introduces discontinuity. It focuses on the future. It points to inevitable options, with all the long-term negative and positive consequences and risks choice implies. Of necessity there are several strategic variables, all mutually incompatible, and if they were not, there would be no options, no clear-cut decisions spelling out what is possible, committing the future and unfolding in a prep-launch sequence, no tactic and no strategy. If they fail to determine their position in a specific conjuncture of their strategic variables, businesses, local groups, and political parties will be unable to grasp what and where they are. Analysis of these strategic variables is interesting in two respects, theoretical and practical. What it uncovers will help us to get to know and to understand the problems facing the groupings and units, and consequently the changes in the offing. It will also allow us to act upon them, by modifying their strategic variables, options, and shifts in direction. Thus, by distinguishing between structural and conjunctural variables more precisely than before, we are introducing discontinuity. As it happens, this distinction is already known and accepted, but in a way which is frequently rather vague. In principle, structural variables affect the most stable part of the phenomenon under consideration, its center, or essence, its regulated nucleus, i.e., the part governed by laws encompassing in a general way the processes of internal balance and self-regulation, and thus of stabilization and structurization. Conversely, conjunctural variables are a matter of links and relations, accidents, and interactions. In short, they are to do with the consequences of the process of becoming, and with the context beyond the whole phenomenon we are considering. By breaking structures up, by destructuring them, these consequences may modify the phenomenon, they may even change it completely. These conjunctural variables are sometimes subordinated, sometimes dominant and decisive. In the first case, the unit under scrutiny will be maintained and consolidated, in the second, its unity will be broken up and it will lose its wholeness as an entity or nucleus. We will return to the relation between conjuncture and structure later. For the time being, let us observe that we envisage a dialectical movement between the two terms, a conflict during which one controls the other or is controlled by it. The conjunctural is more than a mere sequence of events and contingencies, it is the pressure of the process of becoming on structures and their necessary inclusion in strategies. In a word, it is history, it is relative stability, the relatively defined, the briefly fixed, the diachronic, thus it is whatever the process of becoming will form, and then destroy. From this angle we have established that one characteristic of the everyday is the fact that its strategic variables are misconstrued, disguised, and latent, so to speak. 8 dimensions. The concept of dimension comes from mathematics. Social scientists use it widely and somewhat arbitrarily. Sometimes they use it to formulate generalities, the human dimension or dimensions, the historical or the sociological dimension, etc., and sometimes to calculate and list all the dimensions of the phenomenon, its variables, they are researching. In mathematics, the term has a precise meaning. A space has 1, 2, 3, 4 dimensions, or, when it satisfies certain well-determined conditions, an infinite number of dimensions. Dimension is defined very rigorously. Moreover, the mathematician knows that he can conceive of, but not formulate, a space with more than 3 dimensions, even though in science fiction 4-dimensional space-time passes from the conceptual into the imaginary. The correspondence of mathematical calculations with physical reality poses a certain number of problems, many of which have not yet been resolved, far from it. Point 15. On the pretext of rejecting or limiting formalism, should we forbid the social scientist to take a distinct human unit and attribute degrees of freedom to it, or to include some specific human event in a set of probabilities which have been calculated from hypotheses determining the field of possibilities and fixing the distribution of probabilities with X number of dimensions across the set as a whole? On the contrary. Nevertheless, the social scientist must realize that these considerations remain within the formal domain and are a window onto the reality under scrutiny, rather than a means of exhausting it. The question of dimensions has been obscured by the veil of obfuscation which has shrouded and distorted dialectical thought. Never before has so much been said about dialectic, and never before has it been so little understood. Before, thought was often spontaneously dialectical, and thus it was working in the dark. The passage from analytic understanding to dialectical reason was effected without any considered awareness, and yet there was more dialectical movement in thinking and in the way concepts were used 16 than there is today, when dialectic is the fashion among philosophers and elsewhere, above all elsewhere. There appears to be a misunderstanding underlying this obfuscation, and it is important to clear it up. Dialectic and dialogue have points in common. Now dialogue, like dialectic, is in fashion, and with good reason. Who does not engage in dialogue, or does not try to? Who does not talk about dialogue? Who does not try to communicate what they think, to enter into communication? Without developing the idea any further here, we would make the observation that this emphasis on dialogue comes with a profound doubt about its possibility, its means and mediations, and these include language and reason active within logos, are brought into question and their limits are revealed. Is not language as opaque as it is transparent? Is it not a place of misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and misrepresentations? Could not perfect and perfectly coherent discourse, total discourse, the discourse of the philosopher as it is traditionally perceived, be a meta-language? Are there not several levels of communication and realization, with language being just one of these levels of experience, which is not self-sufficient and does not suffice in order to communicate, and even less in order to realize what has been said, and what has not been said, in praxis? In our view, the privilege accorded to language in contemporary thought, and also in art, is the equivalent of a fetishism. Language is something other than a means of communication, something more and something less. The word is not a being. Taken as a simple means or considered as an absolute, language manifests itself as alienating and alienated, privileged, hypostasized, with or without communication and meaning, it changes into a thing. It reifies and becomes reified. This fetishism disguises real human relations, first that of communications, and second that of the realizing in everyday life, and in the lived, of what is said and what is meant. Supposedly, dialogue unfolds between two subjects, any other terms are means and mediations without a specific reality. These two subjects are thought to determine each other grammatically and structurally, I and you, we and you. Quite simply, this model forgets that there are never only two teams, two subjects, involved. The third, the other, is always present. Why speak, why employ forms of communication and language in the act of utterance, if it is not to rid ourselves of an uneasiness, i.e., of hidden or recognized intentions, challenges and suspicions, so that the act of comprehending emerges from an incomprehension, which in fact is never completely eradicated. Living dialogue illuminates a misunderstanding, without which there would be nothing to say in any case, and which provides the matter the subjects work on in a dialogue situation. This matter is both the material which is being expressed, hidden emotions, poorly revealed opinions, symbols, and the material means of expressing them, the way words are used, intentions, intellectual operators, visible procedures, manifest patterns of behavior. This misunderstanding renders dialogue essential and yet difficult, possible but frequently doomed to failure. Where do its hidden roots lie? First, in language, in the words used and in the way they are used, in the symbols used and the intentions behind their use. And also in the systems of reference, which generally remain unclear. And also, and above all, in the other, the spectator, real or fictitious, the listener, present or virtual. Between you and me, between we and you, there is already another, he and they, she and they and one. Some people call this other society, or the moral dimension or values. Believers call it God or the devil, and psychoanalysts call it the Father. It is close in language and distant in systems, frameworks, regulatory behavior patterns, and again, in the formal rules governing opposition and confrontation, the rules of tactics and strategies. As for philosophers, they have some very beautiful names for this: included, excluded third party, transcendence, mind, thought, being, totality. All of these are correct. There can be no dialogue without a third party, there can be no relation between two without the other. But they are also all incorrect, none of the names is adequate. Once it is restricted to two voices, a dialogue ceases, words are lacking, there is no common meeting ground. All that remain are cries and silence, cries which may express solitude and silence which may express a profound understanding, or its opposite. Into the two terms, with the second, I introduce the third party. It is part of the presence, it takes part. Even in the most delicate conversation between lovers, it is already there, the call of fear or of desire, fear of society, for its approval and consent, fear or hope, of having a child, waiting for destiny, for passion. As for the monologue of challenge, adventure, or desire, it is already a dialogue with a real or fictitious partner, and also a dialogue between the agon and the alia, which introduces death as a third term. The third term is always that which is possible, and it is this possibility that creates the common measure between the two terms or distinct subjects in the real, the actual, what is present, presence, that both enables and compromises their mutual understanding by simultaneously creating misunderstanding and the possibility of eventual agreement. How could there be art, poetry, and theater if dialogues in everyday life were limited to two voices? If this were the case, the words of two lovers, two allies, or two rivals, two friends or two enemies talking to each other on the stage in front of the third party, us, the public, would scream of mendacity. If this were the case and if pure dialogue had any sense, them and us would take place in one world, and I and you in another, there would be neither society nor language, communication would not be a form of social practice. Or else communication would be a form without content, with nothing to say, without the barrier of opaqueness to overcome, without any misunderstanding to clarify. Or else communication would constitute its own content, speaking for speaking's sake, reflecting its own verbal reflection. The other and the third party are inherent in dialogue, they determine it and limit it. Forever invoked and forever discarded, evocative and evoked, the third party never completely enters into the actuality of the interview, in the presence and the present. It never exhausts itself. In itself, the third party is infinitely complex. It is infinite analysis, a hypothetical idea which must be handled with care, we should add. The characteristics of the third party are becoming more apparent, it is more, or it is less, more or less important, imminent, oppressive. Sometimes models dominate, sometimes symbols, sometimes one particular image or representation, and now and again something more obscure. This imminence weighs down on the dialogue, directing it and regulating it. It is stronger than the minds which are exchanging words, i.e., it is something more than words alone, something more than being. The other always spills over from the act, i.e., from the reality of the dialogue. The lover, the poet, the actor, they all exhaust themselves in their effort to exhaust the possibilities of dialogue. They would like the act and the words, the real and the language they are using, to coincide, as if by magic they would like to make logos effective and to tear it from its limits to make it coincide with life, but here too they are still acting, they resort to overdramatic gestures. If they were to achieve their aim, they would kill off their source of life, expressivity. All would be silence. Through an initial and predictable misunderstanding, dialectic presents itself as dialogue, with two terms, two dimensions. Thus analytic understanding reduces dialectical movement to an opposition. In Hegel, however, whenever there are two terms or two voices, the master and the slave, for example, their conflict always contains a third term, born within and from that conflict, an active supersession, consciousness itself. The reduction of the dialectical relation to two dimensions is accompanied by a confusion between dialectical thought and logical thought, which has its own methods: disjunction, dichotomy, distinctions between genus and species, etc. This confusion has sterilized dialectical thought, which has become unable to grasp movements concretely. On the other hand, it has been very fruitful for logical thought, which has superseded Aristotelianism and has created a multiplicity of operational techniques in which binary, two-term, oppositions and relations, including complementarity, interaction, reciprocity, etc., play a major role. To eliminate this confusion, we will use the idea of level. We need to distinguish three levels: formal logic and pure formalization, including axiomatization; two-dimensional dialectical logic, including the operational techniques of complementarity, polarization, reciprocity, and interaction; and three-dimensional dialectical movements. Analytical and logical thought may attack these movements in a variety of ways in order to reduce them to silence, but it never succeeds in exhausting them. When we examine the breadth and depth of praxis by operating a vertical section, which cuts through and reveals the strata superimposed by time, the diachronic, and a horizontal section, which cuts through and reveals the actual, the synchronic, the structured, it will only afford us knowledge if we relate it to a third term, a process. Only a movement like this, a growth or a development for example, can make such operational procedures permissible, given the dangers of randomness and the damage that such sections can do. Only the third term can give meaning to analytical techniques which reduce destiny to two dimensions or a single one. We can now sum up the question of dimensions. A. Dimension 1. This is the dimension of analytic understanding and formal logic. Analytic abstraction only comprises one aspect, one element, one variable. When applied to an object, formal logic leads to unilaterality. In what purports to be an in-depth exploration of the selected aspect, the tendency is almost always to privilege it, and to transform it into a mechanically dominant factor or an ontological essence. It is thus the favorite dimension of dogmatism. Dogmatism sets up home there; it reduces everything, the totality, to a single dimension, to unilaterality, where supposed clarity is in fact a mutilation. However, analysis of any comprehensive multidimensional phenomenon must break it up into formants. This operation is essential. We are duty-bound to make discrete studies of social time, social space, ecology, demography, norms, models, regulatory behavior patterns, everyday life, etc. Nevertheless, certain methodological principles are imperative: to fight against unilaterality, to restore analysis in its entirety, to make distinctions without separating but also without muddling. Not to think that everything is in everything, and not to think that everything is external to everything. Not to overemphasize difference, and not to overemphasize unity, to handle analysis prudently and synthesis with suspicion. B. Dimension 2. Above all else, this is the dimension of dialectical logic, the realm of disjunctions, mutual exclusions, dichotomies, i.e., those operational techniques which enable us to define and to grasp polarized relations, reciprocities, and interactions. In our opinion, the study of relative stabilities, structures, and relative constants should give priority to these two-term relations. Point 17. They allow us to grasp and to define relative and momentary balances and provisional self-regulations. They also explain why scientific knowledge makes use of binary arithmetic, matrices, and double-entry tables, grids, alternating, opening and closing, techniques, questions with yes or no answers, etc. This area is not purely formal; more exactly, the formal is also part of the real, up to a certain point. Dichotomies and oppositions on an abstract plane correspond to practical operations, bifurcations, shifts of direction, alternations, the presence or absence of a thing defined as a thing, as a stability. More broadly, there is a logic of action, of will, i.e., decision logic. There are options and choices. Either this or that. As we know, language alone requires me to pronounce one phoneme as opposed to another, thus excluding the other by enunciating a different one in its place. To be effective, we must make clear distinctions between possibilities and between relations, but this does not mean that there will not be waiting periods during which situations change and mature, or delays and temporizations, impatience, attempts at compromise, conciliation, synthesis, etc. Decision logic has been developed by operational research and by games theory. Information theory has explained an aspect of social practice in communications which is formal, and at the same time real. At this level, a discontinuous aspect of praxis becomes evident, which comprises calculations concerning discrete units, qualitative mathematics, and the concomitant operational techniques. This discontinuous aspect can be enumerated, and thus it can be exhausted. Every reality which is considered to be made up of a determinable number of discrete units can be exhausted in a finite number of questions with yes or no answers, and consequently in a finite number of signs or of words. See Dimension 3. Tridimensionality is the level of dialectical movements, or more exactly the level where reality itself is grasped. Time and time again we have determined tridimensionalities in the knowledge of human reality: need, work, pleasure, do, say, live, the controlled sector, the uncontrolled sector, the mixed sector, etc., and we will have cause to do so again. Nevertheless, it would be incorrect to state that with tridimensionality knowledge fully grasps the continuous, the concrete or the dialectical movement per se. Such a statement would fetishize tridimensionality and would be metaphysical or theological. What is more, the distinction between dimensions already implies analysis. Tridimensionality encompasses a formal framework, the three dimensions of space, the three dimensions of time, before, during, after, the three pronominal groups in the grammatical expression of social relations, I and you, we and you, they and them. This formal framework remains relatively constant and structural at the heart of a seemingly infinite mobility. Human reality makes itself known tridimensionally. In the philosophical tradition, triplicity appears from the very start: body, soul, mind, sensibility, understanding, will, etc. These classic triplicities reverberate in every domain: feeling, perception, conceptualization, color, intensity, saturation of perceptions of light, pitch, volume, timbre, rhythm, melody, harmony, etc. In fact, action also has three dimensions. A decision cuts, it sections, it reduces a complex situation involving the past, which is irreversible and irremediable, but which has allowed for the gaining of a capability or an empowerment, with all its possibilities and impossibilities, to two dimensions, to the choice between two possibilities. The conflict between the controlled sector and the uncontrolled sector is constantly resolved by the acquisition of new knowledge and new empowerments, which moreover are always limited. Grasped tridimensionally, thus by means of a certain form, dialectical movement extends beyond analysis, it cannot be calculated. It even eludes language, since the efforts made when people speak are nothing more than attempts to bridge the gap by inventing unexpected words and turns of phrase. Tridimensionality is not exhausted by finite knowledge. It forbids us to think that we can proceed only by asking questions which require yes or no answers. Sooner or later the moment comes when these questions and answers will lose all meaning, and when someone will reply, yes and no. Exhaustion is death, but before that it is defeat and failure, rupture and finiteness. In every domain, tridimensionality points to a determined movement, encompassing internal conflicts and proceeding by a succession of supersessions. D. Multidimensionality. This becomes acceptable providing we refuse to fetishize tridimensionality. In a dialectical anthropology, man would be multidimensional, and we would be happy to grant games, for example, the theoretical dignity of a dimension. Each dimension would correspond to a degree of freedom. However, if we accept this, we should be wary of substituting the constituent relations of a presence by a representation. We must not substitute the concrete space and time of praxis by a configurative space analogous to the one physicists used in their formalisms. A configurative space is nothing more than an abstract representation of three-dimensional practical space. Infinity of dimensions. Here we pose the problem of non-finite analysis. If totality or reality, including possibility, and taken on all levels, proves itself to be limitless in complexity and in depth, then surely we must imitate the mathematician and introduce an infinity of dimensions. If the real cannot be exhausted in a finite series of limited questions formulated in logical and precise terms, to which the interviewee can answer yes or no, and if in one way or another we must qualify it as being non-finite, surely we should take this into account in the representations we use. The problem goes beyond our frame of reference. There is a law which knowledge still obeys: I must stop. Sooner or later it comes to a halt before an obstacle which also acts as a support, an object. Praxis overcomes it, analysis dissolves it using other means. Knowledge and praxis perceive the non-finite as a possibility, a horizon of horizons. We must not see it as actual infinity. We must make infinity relative. 9. The idea of structure. This idea was rapidly accepted by the sciences. Now it predominates. There is a widespread representation of reality as a structure, from which it follows that science is nothing more than the knowledge of structures and the truth of these structures. Where does the idea originate? How could it have come into circulation so rapidly? Let us limit ourselves to a few initial explanations. The idea of structure comes as much from the social sciences as it does from mathematics and physics. Marx used it before Sophus-Lie, who introduced it in mathematics in the study of transformation groups, and almost at the same time as Spencer in sociology. The term started to become widespread around 1930. It corresponds with a general preoccupation among scientific thinkers, which grew in opposition to the predominant concern of the previous period. This was continuist and evolutionist. Its thought developed according to the scheme of a continuous process of becoming. It introduced the process of becoming into immobility. It studied forms and formations. The 20th century has grown increasingly preoccupied with the discontinuous. Instead of introducing the process of becoming into what is stable, the question is asked as to how stability is possible at the heart of the process of becoming. Other aspects, the structuring and structured aspects of the real, become apparent. Driving analysis farther and in a different direction than hitherto, the search for structures reaches the discrete and stable elements of realities. It is reasonable to think that these aspects, the process of becoming and stability, formation and structure, will lead to a more profoundly dialecticized knowledge, of which Marx's thought provides the model. It is equally reasonable to suppose that a certain stabilization of the world round about 1930, with capitalism holding its ground, and socialism becoming frozen in the face of this persistence, played no small part in these structural preoccupations, which facilitated and continue to facilitate certain discoveries, while preserving a certain unilaterality in comparison with a totalizing dialectical way of thinking. The idea of structure has been highly elaborated, and has had many uses, but today it is rather shop-worn, and is becoming something of a blunt instrument. It is becoming confused. It is noticeable that the word has accrued a multiplicity of meanings, and that when people use it they are never completely sure what they are talking about. Even the old and popularized distinction between form and structure has been lost sight of. In day-to-day language, a sphere and a circumference have a form, a polygon has a structure. Put more precisely, this means that there is a connection between form and continuity. Now what is continuous cannot be enumerated. On the other hand, when a totality is made up of discrete, distinct, and discontinuous units, it has a structure. The discrete units make up a countable grouping, which can be exhausted in a finite series of questions answerable by yes or by no. It is extremely curious to see analytic thought pushed to extremes of sophistication and ending up with very fine differences and extreme distinctions, yet at the same time maintaining some very serious confusions. In this light, we are already seeing form and structure in opposition to each other. Grouped under the heading reality, the confusion between form, structure, and function will soon reveal itself to be one of the weaknesses which impede knowledge of the everyday, the understanding of its problems and the imagining of its possible metamorphoses. From numerous passionate discussions, symposiums, and seminars on structure, three main conceptions emerge. A. Structure is what is intelligible, it is essence in a thing or in a set of phenomena. Sometimes this essence is represented philosophically as a sort of substance, and we have an Aristotelian epistemology. In this case it is an organic unity, as G. Granger demonstrates. Point 18. In this conception, form, function, and structure become complete equivalents, since these terms are considered as being more or less the same as the existent whole or totality. Point 19. B. Structure is a construction, with reference to an object or a set of objects. By studying them we extrapolate a system of coherent relations, together with the transformations which enable us to pass from one system to another and to grasp their relations. Thus structure is located on a certain level above phenomena, but it allows us to grasp them in so far as they have an inner coherence and present combinations of finite and defined properties, i.e., probably in so far as they answer to certain functions, for example, marriage, to perpetuate society. In this conception, structure is therefore the formal representation of a group of relations which has been constructed with a view to studying a set of phenomena and a particular problem which concerns them. There is a confusion between form and structure, but it is no longer on the level of reality, but on the level of abstraction. Structure is the model, an unconscious or superconscious representation in what exists. Point 20. C. To conclude, a final conception places structure neither on the level of a substantial reality, nor on that of a constructed abstraction. It conceives of it as an intermediary and a mediation, and also as a relative constant at the heart of the real, as an unstable balance between opposing forces. Therefore structure is not self-sufficient. There are forces which carry it and support it from beneath, so to speak, other forces, higher units, maintain and control it from above. It is a temporary balance which can only be conceived of in reference to the other levels, to the forces and contexts. Isolated and taken per se, these considerations of balance bring us back to the initial conception of structure. There are structures, and structures conceal forces which modify them in a perpetual movement, of destructuring and restructuring. Be it partial, the structure of a group, or total, of an entire society, every social structure is a precarious balance, which must be permanently re-established by ever-renewed efforts, between a multiplicity of hierarchies at the heart of a total social phenomenon with macro-sociological characteristics, of which it only represents a single sector or aspect. This balance between multiple hierarchies is strengthened and cemented by models, signs, symbols, social roles, values, and ideas, in short by the cultural works which are specific to these structures. Point 21. If we look back at Marx's thought in Capital, we will notice that he does not exclude any of these meanings and conceptions. In accordance with the program he set himself in a well-known text, the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy 22, Marx defines the production relations which make up the economic structure of society, the foundation on which a legal and political superstructure is built, and to which the forms of social consciousness correspond. Here structure is the essence of a society, capitalist society, defined and determined by certain production relations. Structure and form are not synonymous. Legally elaborated and systematized property relations form part of the superstructures which carry out certain functions in a determined society. Social consciousness adopts forms, of ideas, of ideologies, of civilization, which should be studied in terms of their formation in history. Structure forms itself in the course of a history. Knowledge of capitalist society implies knowledge of its history insofar as it is a socio-economic formation. However, to study capitalist society in actuality supposes a series of analytic operations and abstractions, which grasp elements and which penetrate inside concrete totality. Not only does Marx begin from an abstraction in relation to real economic actions, exchange value, but he also constructs an abstract capitalist society reduced to its essential forces and polarities, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Only then does he reintegrate all the aspects, all the intermediaries, all the elements he had momentarily left out of the concrete totality. Thus capital constructs a model. Structure becomes an implement of analysis and dialectical synthesis. Finally, after a long analysis, this synthesis, which Marx left incomplete, reveals the forces which undermine the society in question from within, and led it to its downfall. Both negative and positive, these forces prepare for destructuring and destruction at the very center of the structure, in its nucleus, at its heart. Structure is therefore never anything but a precarious balance between the opposing forces of momentary stability and revolution. Thus we can recognize the three concepts of structure in Marx, but they are arranged hierarchically, and the third predominates. Marxist thought distinguishes, markedly, although not very clearly, between form, structure, function, system, and totality. Point 23. All in all, is not structure the stabilizing factor, stability itself, by which a being, an individual or a set of individuals, types, species, social groups, etc., preserves itself until time bears it away? In short, is structure not its armature? Is not that the role of the skeleton, and of the shell? In our opinion, the quite excessive emphasis on this concept in present-day structuralism overlooks everything structure contains which is dead or capable of dying. Certainly, in its way, structure has life. Let us take a skeleton, for example. It is born and develops within the individual and is his inner link with his species, its history and its struggle against its environment and within its environment. And yet, although it supports life, the skeleton itself is not alive. It is fixed, it survives the individual. When we examine the skeleton we will not find the living being, all we see is the anatomy, not the physiology. To privilege the skeleton is to proceed like a paleontologist, a classifier who sees his studies as a convenient way of classification, and is more concerned with nomenclature, although this is essential, than with grasping what the human really is. It is a process in which death grasps the living. The human skeleton has a function, or several functions. For example, it facilitates the upright stance, and maintains it. It cannot achieve this without the help of the muscles or the circulatory system, etc. It is not synonymous with these functions, nor with any other determined function. The various functions, circulation, secretion, etc., act upon each other, suppose each other and superimpose upon each other. Each makes up a partial fact, the cause and effect of a certain cohesion and self-regulation within the organic totality. The totality of these functions, life, is not synonymous with any of them and cannot be defined by any of them. As it is a totality, it is multifunctional or transformational. As for the form of the human body, it is a demonstration of life itself, i.e., the entire set of functions, the totality of functions and structures. It cannot be reduced to a series of distinct and discontinuous units, like the bones of the skeleton. It is nevertheless true that the skeleton becomes formed, and that, when normal, this form demonstrates a precarious but satisfying balance between the various physiological functions, producing the normal form of the living human organism. We suspect intuitively that there are complex relations between these various terms, structure, function, form, as well as systems, totalities, coherences. We cannot separate them, but nor can we merge them, we cannot reduce them to each other, but nor can we isolate them. Could the way they interconnect be a matter for dialectical thought? What is certain is that the relation of these terms creates a problem. This problem disappears if we merge them, and even more so if we see them as being synonymous. As we shall see, this is what characterizes structuralism. Before making our definition, let us consider the following image, which follows the concept very closely. I pick up an empty seashell on the beach, I examine it, I find it beautiful, fragile, perfect in its way, and it satisfies my mind like a materialized idea. I see that it is endowed with a prodigiously delicate structure, symmetries, straight lines and curves, grooves and ridges, lobes or spirals, serrations, etc. It really is a structure where discontinuities stand out, in spite of the importance of continuous lines, notably in its symmetries and asymmetries. I admire its delicate details, in each one I discover new details and new delicacy. I am lost in admiration. I decide to describe these structures carefully and to use them to learn about the living beings these shells once contained. An excellent method, since the shell is there, in my hand, stable, solid and precise. However, am I going to forget that it is nothing more than a piece of work and a product, and the product of a relation, the relation between a living being and its environment? If I find that living being in another shell similar to the one I have picked up, I will see that it is soft, sticky and, apparently, amorphous, taken out of its shell. How different the two are. And yet it is the shellfish which has secreted the shell, it has taken on the form of the shell, it has given itself that form. The living being and the living form make up the whole, the shell and the tiny, sticky animal I have separated with my knife. This mass of cells has functions, of which secreting its shell is at least one, or several, and the shell has a function, or several. If I consider the shell in isolation, I emphasize the definite, fixed, and also mortal and dead, aspects of life. Part of the process of becoming and yet eluding it, the shell, a product or a work made by life, is not alive. Its description enables us to classify types and species, according to clear distinctions, logical ones, according to specific differences. And yet the shell is never anything other than a thing, the witness to a moment when life stopped, abandoned by death on the dead sands, exiled from the unflagging life of the sea, of the living space which goes on and on. It is perfect, it is beautiful, it illuminates life and the works of life, it illuminates beauty, but the light it sheds on the world is a cruel one. Why cannot life do without this framework which is more beautiful than life itself, and which persists after it has passed away? So is there anything mortal in perfection and beauty? With a question like this we bring dream and science, knowledge and art together in a shared borderland. But it goes too far in one direction. In its way, by privileging mobility and amorphousness, it romanticizes. Not for a single moment must we forget the extent to which the shell and the being which secreted it are different. Not for a single moment must we forget the problem which this question helps to formulate in all its forcefulness. At the heart of the universal process of becoming which creates and which destroys, which asserts and negates, how and why do we observe, relative, stabilities, defined and relatively constant contours, regularities, forms which are born and survive, which produce and which reproduce, at the heart of innumerable interactions. Among the shapes of the continuous process of becoming, the circle and the spiral, how is it that there are discontinuous structures endowed with defined properties, polygons, polyhedrons, groups, tree diagrams, networks? In the cosmic process of becoming, what is the secret of the earth, that stable sphere betrothed to death? In the history of man, what is the secret of everyday life? In the light this has shed upon our research, houses, neighborhoods, and towns themselves, in a word, morphology, resemble the image of the seashell. The economist may perceive them in a different way, and link this morphology to other concepts, that of productive force, for example. He is right from his point of view, and this point of view is something to which we can refer, in that sometimes it can be considered of paramount importance. For us, morphological description enables us to classify, it sends us off in search of those living beings, hidden, apparently, amorphous, sticky, and soft perhaps, comprising the groups which have secreted these shells, it helps us to grasp them in their everyday reality. This everyday life is hidden, when the shellfish is alive, it closes up when we touch it. Dead or dying, it yawns wide open. But let us not overwork the image. We have already partially linked everyday life to the idea of the amorphous or unformed. In a sense, it is part of the astructural, to use the expression employed by Georges Gurevich in discussions and polemics against contemporary structuralism, with the precise aim of showing the limits of the concept of structure. For Georges Gurevich, forms of sociability are astructural. Structures appear on the macro-sociological scale, but on that scale phenomena cannot be contained by structure, since they encompass non-structural elements. However, it is not sufficient for us to identify the everyday with the astructural. A more detailed analysis is required. Whatever is apparently unformed can conceal a form or be part of one. Let us look at the seashell image again. The everyday differs from what the description of its external forms, its morphology, tells us, but cannot be separated from it. It must not be confused with a pure, unconditional spontaneity, a kind of absolute effervescence or primordial vitality, which is what the term unformed conjures up. Could it be that it has no function? On the contrary, there is a multiplicity of functions which are carried out in the everyday and which play their part in defining it. If we are to get to know it, we must first distinguish between form, function, and structure, and then look for their connections. If there are spontaneous, unformed, and astructural elements in the everyday, there are also elements which are structured by determined and fragmented activities, and by functions associated with society as a whole, and finally, there are elements which are organized by apparatus existing on the macro scale in society as a whole. What is more, by using models to scrutinize what is apparently amorphous or unformed, we may discover forms or structures within them. Thus what appears most contingent and most accidental in the everyday can contain and translate, and sometimes traduce, group tactics and strategies. Analysis is never faced with an entirely irreducible residual deposit. In this sense we would accept some, but not all, of G. Granger's conclusions. In social phenomena, form and the formal intervene in the very depths of content, but without absorbing, reabsorbing, or exhausting it. They bring logic with them, oppositions, disjunctions, polarizations, via the various effects of language or decisions. Therefore there are hidden structures which formal thought can grasp by reconstructing them according to diagrams or models. Point 24. What at first sight appears unstructurable can reveal structural determinants which are of paramount importance in the concrete process of becoming, namely strategies, options, and choices. In short, the conjuncture/structure relation is profoundly dialectical. Not only does structure refer us to conjuncture, with an implied reciprocity, not only should knowledge place itself now in the perspective of structure, of relative stability, now in the perspective of conjuncture, of the process of becoming, in a sense, structure is also conjunctural, and conjuncture contains structural elements. From the point of view of structure, conjuncture is made up of luck and interactions. From the point of view of conjuncture, structure itself is nothing more than a precarious and momentary success, a win or a loss in a complex gamble. Each term can be considered alternately as necessary and as accidental, as creating a free act and as prohibiting it, as failure and as good fortune. When a structure is broken up, by destructurization, which begins deep within structure, other structural elements appear, for which we may use the following terms: strategies, options, decisions, information, etc. Thus on every level, on every rung of society, the event is not irreducible. Even a revolution, that total phenomenon and creative turmoil, is prepared, strategies take it on board, or it overturns them. There is nothing unconditional about its origins. The lived and the everyday can never be completely separated from totality. What appears to be conjunctural in the one can appear to be structural in the other, what looks like a simple event in the one looks like a strategy in the other. A notable example of this would be the confusion we have pointed out so many times between the public and the private, which caricatures their supersession in and by revolutionary praxis as predicted by Marx. This confusion has personalized and privatized power and has made private life public by reprivatizing it. On the level of society as a whole, this is a conjunctural situation which arises from the interaction of state-controlled powers with the new means modern technology has put at their disposal. On the level of the everyday, a multiplicity of events are dependent on this, as is the form they will assume. This is the way the social functions of information and communication work. The form they adopt and the social function have no relation of absolute necessity. Once more we find ourselves with the conjuncture/structure relation. We have by no means exhausted it in all the concrete situations in which it can be found. Conjuncture appears to us as a non-finite and continuous pressure on structure from the process of becoming, and as the virtual shattering of structure. Conversely, it also appears as a rigorously determined object, related to a logic, decision logic, strategy theory, or to a formal theory, information theory. Structure appears to us in turn as the solid, stable element, or as something fragile, constantly brought into question, constantly compromised, the precious and momentary result of the process of becoming and of history. It is the fulcrum of action and freedom, and thus of a disalienation, but from the moment it becomes fixed and made into a representation it becomes a force for alienation, but from that moment too, the process of becoming has already begun to dismantle it. Let us try to push the analysis of the conjuncture/structure relation a stage further by applying it to a specific case. The lived in the everyday can and should be described using language. Now language does not have the privilege of expressing the lived comprehensively. Language is a conjunctural work, the work of a society, but it is heavily structured, and is a means of action and communication. At one and the same time it is more than a simple instrument at the service of a conscious will and a conscious purpose, and less than one. For these reasons alone it would be difficult to see language as the embodiment of universal reason. It corresponds generally to a level of experience which has already been socialized and filtered, and specifically to what is lived, individually. It is not the equivalent of a reason capable of grasping everything and of saying everything on the spot, nor of a social medium by which an individual consciousness might be able to express the lived. Consequently the lived belongs to a broader living. When formulated verbally it illuminates or focuses on a zone, a level, at the heart of living. In one sense the lived is the work of an individual, the realization of a project in a living constituted by social praxis, a general work by groupings in relation to one another. The lived/living dialectical relation in which language intervenes as a mediation and a third term is partially beyond the scope of language, and thus beyond the scope of our logic and our analytic implements, which means we must make them keener. Why? Because language enters into this relation, rather than encompassing it, it is encompassed by it. Thus the lived/living relation remains unconscious, except in the case of the mediation which assumes an exaggerated realness and which, in a spontaneously produced and constantly reproduced self-delusion, appears to coincide with the relation by absorbing its terms. We do not know how we live, and yet our consciousness can only be defined as consciousness of our lives and how we live them, and of our individual actions in social praxis. The term unconscious refers no longer to a substance, but to a situation. It becomes relative and sociologized. In this sense, the unconscious is consciousness. Conveyed by means of language, or rather linked immediately to language and coinciding in fact with what is said, it remains locked within itself, even when it falls silent when threatened by the other, since it consists not only of what is said but also of what is not said. It splits into two, the lived, what is experienced, the nucleus of that experience, and the living, the context and horizon of the lived. From then on, consciousness seeks itself through the other, even though it is itself what is. This paradoxical and permanently tense situation of a reality which coincides both with itself and with its mediation and its implement, language, and yet which hounds itself remorselessly, acts as a stimulation. It must forever become conscious of living, of the other and of itself. Language must always open itself up, it must go farther and deeper in order to grasp something else, both in the luminous and somber nucleus of the lived and on the chiaroscuro horizon of living. For the speaking, self-speaking consciousness, this search for something else is the only way it can avoid succumbing to the alienation of taking what has been said as accepted, as its being, and of considering the mediation to be the reality, and language to be a defined and defining entity. The result is that what is prior to what will be said and spoken is also subsequent to what was said, or not said. What is subsequent to what has been said and what has not been said is prior to what is going to be said. The prelinguistic or unconscious level is also supralinguistic at the same time. The two levels, the infra and the supra, intersect. They are always relative one to the other, and the one defines the other, in an ever-repeated conjuncture. Possibly there is a key which will enable us to grasp this highly complex relation, the grammatical structure of our statements. Practical statements formulate the lived, and pronouns provide these statements with a structure: I, you, sing, and he, we, you, pl, and they, I and me, one and them. The elements of this group enter into various configurations and constellations which are sometimes binary and disjunctive, sometimes three-dimensional. When brought together, the terms are mutually inclusive and exclusive. In the I/you, sing, relation, the third term he is sometimes excluded or parenthesized, but is still there, and sometimes explicitly present. The same can be said of the I/we relation. We can make a list of the possible oppositions and constellations. I/you, sing, he parenthesized. I/you, sing, he included. I/us/, he or they parenthesized. I/us/, he or they included. I/you, pl, he or they. We/you, pl, he or they or them. We/you, pl, he or they. We/you, sing. We/they. One/I. We/me, etc. These constellations are finite in number. There are not even very many of them. Could they be similar to the well-known studies which determine and limit the number of situations in theatrical drama? It might be amusing to try to demonstrate this. However, the practical situations they become involved in are inexhaustibly changing, varied and mobile, and full of unexpected moments. Thus structure would be the finite, determined and logical aspect of a movement whose infinite, mobile aspect would be conjuncture. Conjuncture is expressed in a structure, and structure signifies a conjuncture. However, when the conjuncture is modified, the structure is transformed, and even shattered. Structure tends to maintain and to stabilize conjuncture. For this reason they have a dialectical relation in which neither term has an absolute preeminence, but in which a third term, the process of becoming, plays the primary role. Encounters, conflicts and possible reversals are of prime importance. The process of becoming does not burst forth from pure and unpredictable spontaneity. The form it adopts is that of the future, i.e., of projects and possibilities. Here too we can analyze conjecture. It conceals the tactics and strategies of the I's and the we's, the you's, sing, the ones and the they's. Let us note that each structural element contains all the others, potentially or in the present. In particular, the I and the me encompass we's and you's, pl, you's, sing, and them's. They cannot be isolated. They cannot be determined by themselves. Between and within I and me and the relation between them is language, society, and the world. A particular structural element can become polarized or focused, and it can pass into language. It can become a nucleus or a focal point, or else, conversely, it can grow increasingly faint, blurred and obscure. In the latter case, the region which is emphasized, polarized or focused, changes place, it shifts elsewhere. If something loses weight and emphasis, this is not to say that it has stopped existing and being active. When I emphasize my presence, my will or my thoughts by saying I, the we, the interaction between individuals, or the social group of which I am a part, along with its consciousness, its norms, and its values, or again society as a whole with its regulatory representations and patterns of behavior, becomes blurred, the social becomes unconscious, it continues to be active. In my mind I can reproduce a social representation by endowing it with the warmth of a personal presence, without me even realizing it. My decision can be founded on a norm or a value, and I can believe in all honesty that something which has come from elsewhere really is my own. In this case the we is the content and, more than that, it is the law of my consciousness and of its being, bearing in mind that we are not using these terms in any ontological, substantial, or absolute way. The we, or rather the we's, are simultaneously internal and external to I and me, they determine them, but not in a crude, external way. And it is only at the heart of we that I can be distinguished from me, to the extent that the we authorizes this split, making it possible and indeed inevitable. It only appears at certain stages of history, and in certain societies, such as ours. The distinction between I, me, and we operates in a specified us. The I takes the dominant voice, it illuminates certain fragments of the we and focuses them. The me encompasses the deep plurality of the we, or rather, of the we's. But what happens if I speak out in the name of a group, family, friends, associations, etc., or if I make an important decision justified by the norms and values of the group, and by the regulatory representations and patterns of behavior of society as a whole? In this case, I am speaking and I am deciding, and yet, I and me become blurred. Whatever I am becomes unconscious. I can even misinterpret my feelings and my interests, and disregard what is closest to my heart by failing to recognize it. The we becomes localized and focused. It becomes the center and the nucleus of consciousness. I and we do not disappear. They still figure in the constellation. They remain active. It really is me who is speaking and making decisions, but only insofar as I am part of us. The I and the me lapse into relative unconsciousness. The same thing happens when the I succeeds in placing itself in the perspective of the you during a dialogue. In this case the we links the I and the you and takes front stage, preconscious but superconscious at first, it becomes the focal point or center of conscious activity, while the I per se becomes unconscious. This dialectic of consciousness, i.e., of infraconsciousness and superconsciousness, of the passage from relative unconsciousness to relative consciousness, corresponds to dialectical moments, the lived/living, conjuncture/structure, the everyday/totality. It is clear that signs, words, I, you, he, etc., play an important role. They are relative constants, crystallizations, nucleuses both of consciousness and of communication. Do they create what they signify? Yes and no. Taken absolutely, this idea is an extrapolation. Taken relatively, however, it is true. Language is a social fact, and plays a part in all social facts. It is a part of them. It is therefore the active element of every social phenomenon. It helps to bring it into being and to fix it. Realness and possibility, the project and its realization, they all pass through language. It enables works, but does not create them historically. In societies such as ours, where the individual manages to express himself, not without difficulty, because he manages to exist, not without difficulty, individuals have created their way of expression. Once it has been constituted, it becomes active. It creates individuals. Signs per se intervene. In this way the dialectical movements we mentioned above become interwoven with an even more complex movement, expressivity/signification, which unfolds at the heart of society as a whole. Thus we are able to relativize unconsciousness, and to conceive of it socially by linking it to the idea, rather vague in itself, of the lived, i.e., in this context, the everyday. Given the importance of signs, we could connect the study of unconsciousness thus defined in the conjuncture/structure relation for the conscious beings we are, to a general semantics and a general semiology, but with the proviso that we do not assume that this way of studying language will have the privilege of delivering an essence. Using this model, we will immediately be able to discern a concrete form of alienation in the everyday. Alienation does not only come from the norms and models we ourselves determine. It does not only come from the inventive patterns of behavior and the fascinating images which distract us from ourselves. When it is born from a misunderstanding of the level on which consciousness is situated, it is the child of our own initiatives and our own actions. If I confuse I, me, and we, if I merge them, if I overlook the distance between these levels, I introduce an alienation. I thinks it is we, and even worse, them. If I forget the gap between these terms, if I leave one of them in blind necessity by opting for another, if I disregard unperceived conflicts by accepting the set as cohesive, then consciousness and unconsciousness become blurred and their roles become reversed. Misconsciousness triumphs. Now when social practice teaches us language, it also teaches us how to pass from I to we, and vice versa. It is a rather crude cultural apprenticeship, a structuring and structured verbal technique. In this context there is a risk that the terms structure and technique may lead us astray. They conjure up a sense of solidity. But in this context these techniques are random, and the social structures of consciousness which we are trying to delimit are both strangely vigorous and curiously fragile. Effectively, on the individual scale, they are founded on words. Hence the constant possibility of a misuse of words and an unawareness of what they relate to. In the preceding pages we have carefully distinguished the concepts of form, function, and structure, in order to grasp their connections more effectively. We can proceed in the same way for system and structure. The way the word system and the word structure are used is as vague as it is obscure. There is a tendency to make them synonymous, particularly when certain characteristics of structure are emphasized, such as coherence, inner logic, and the whole in which elements are distributed and maintained according to an immanent logic. The term system used to be misleadingly clear, because it was used indiscriminately to mean the real, the system of consanguinity, according to Morgan, 25 conceptual constructs, legal systems, for example, or political systems, and pure abstractions, philosophical systems. In every case, the most important characteristic is balance and inner cohesion. And we need to know where this characteristic originates, from logic, from the real, or from both. If this question remains unanswered, the concept will be equivocal. This would perhaps explain the ambiguity of the idea of structure, which is understood sometimes as a construct, a model, and at other times as given, an essence, or as a mixture of these two polarities. It would perhaps be feasible to keep the word system, in the social sciences, for structures which reproduce their own elements with periodic regularity, thus imposing cyclic form on social time. This is a form, among others, of coherence and temporality, characterized by a circular process. The elements change, but their connections do not. Let us take one interesting case, systems of agricultural cultivation. Point 26. This has been the object of some significant work, more in Italy and Germany than in France, but it has been somewhat neglected, so that similar research has subsequently been greeted with a great deal of surprise. It is obvious that since land settlement and the growth of villages, peasant groups have had to take every element into account when organizing production: soil, climate, population, labor needs and resources, and techniques for plant cultivation, etc. Of course, in archaic peasant communities, this organization was not carried out according to our own rational and operational way of thinking. The indispensable balance was achieved by empirical trial and error, in the guise of representations and symbols, according to the order attributed to the cosmos and to the human community, and under the leadership of elders, chiefs, and priests. Mistakes were very costly: famines, crises within the community. It is probable that mechanical self-regulation came too late, and that the prevention of mistakes and the prediction of errors was a matter of informed guesswork. In any event, balance was achieved in a situation of permanent change, which involved the reproduction of elements and their relations in a social practice as yet unaware of itself. The system of cultivation itself grouped a series of productive elements together in a coherent set: woodland, for gathering, breeding; wood, steppe, pasture, for livestock; arable land, for cereal production; gardens, for vegetables; orchards, for fruits, plus other less essential but in certain cases important elements; places for fishing, rivers, ponds, etc. It is clear that these parameters gave rise to defined conditions, notably by way of the techniques involved, which combined in ways which were sometimes viable, sometimes optimal, but sometimes destined to die out. The balanced distribution of the various elements establishes a system. The term becomes valid when we consider the balance and the necessary cohesion of the whole. When an agrarian system is well defined, notably by the implements and agricultural techniques it uses, it determines the landscape, and the structure of the village and its relation to the soil. It also determines a periodicity, i.e., a cyclic time scale made up of small cycles. The large cycles were biennial, triennial, quadrennial; in other words, at the end of 2, 3, or 4 years or more, the same crops reappeared on the same land. The large cycle of crop rotation was made up of smaller cycles, years, seasons, months, weeks. In a general context, the ways of adapting to a terrain were always flexible. Using wisdom and knowledge, experience and determination, human groupings have always used the land to enormous advantage, so much so that even brutal interventions by conquerors or landowners failed to shatter their representations of the cosmos and their sense of organic balance. There is nothing infallible about this wisdom; it is brought into effect to remedy mistakes which come in the wake of catastrophes, rather than as a sovereign cure for them. Therefore, given the diversity of concrete situations, the problem of classifying systems of cultivation is fairly difficult to resolve. Once again we are faced with indexes, criteria, typology, and models. In spite of their unquestionably systematic character, these systems do not coincide with other, more logical systems. For this reason agronomists and agricultural historians have suggested a great many typologies, using different indexes and criteria. Some, particularly in Germany, begin with the predominant element, woodland, pasture, plowed land, fruit or vegetable cultivation, while not overlooking the dynamic aspect the system frequently adopts, for example, itinerant cultivation or crop rotation and the burning of woodland, etc. Others take a negative criterion, the extent of uncultivated terrain or of land left fallow. They draw a distinction between relatively discontinuous cultures and relatively continuous ones. Others base their classification upon the results of techniques, thus the famous agronomist Gasparin classed systems of cultivation into physical, natural, androphysical, a stable habitat, man's active intervention in nature, but with cultivation interrupted by fallowing, and androctic, the increasing predominance of continuous cultivation and of techniques characterized above all by the contribution of independently produced fertilizers. One could even begin from a purely economic criterion, barter and the commercialization of products, from a purely technical one, the implements used, or from a purely quantitative evaluation, gross vegetable or animal product per unit of land or head of livestock. Despite the rigorous character of these systems, a methodological problem remains, namely that of type. There is also the problem of the relation between historicity and structure. Systematicity by no means eliminates the complexity of the facts. Moreover, we should note that new techniques, technical progress, do not always merely modify existing systems and structures. In many cases history proceeds by explosions, by sudden mutations which bring crises and dramas in their wake. Sometimes the leaders of a given society think they have achieved a definite equilibrium, as in the case of the average development of cereal cultivation from the 18th century up to the present day, which has been rationally managed. Sadly, modern techniques have purely and simply broken up the systems, the structures, the periodicities, and the rhythms. Under favorable conditions, technical means and the amount of land available, freedom of initiative becomes such that nothing in nature stands in the way of options, choices, and projects. Questions of profitability, yield, financial means, market, planning, tactics and strategy replace the old rhythms imposed by the relations between man and nature. In this day and age, the ancient rhythms, cycles and regularities, all our ancestral representations of the cosmos and of human actions, are falling to pieces. And yet, the old systems have not disappeared. They perpetuate themselves and carry on in a great many ways, not simply as survivals, but actively, unless one defines everything which is not the result of the latest techniques as survivals. Even in rural areas of the industrial countries, apart from regions where specialized cultivation has been developed using the most recent techniques, like the Corn Belt in the USA, we may observe many traces of ancient systems of cultivation. In so-called underdeveloped regions and countries, they are in the majority. Nor have the corresponding representations disappeared, especially not those linked to cosmic cycles and rhythms. Doubtless their persistence is connected with other human phenomena, and these need to be studied. What we have just said about agricultural systems could also be said mutatis mutandis of other systems. Relations of consanguinity have already been studied extensively, so let us leave them to one side. Instead we will look at musical systems. History reveals the existence of many musical systems, the segmentation of the sound continuum, scales, etc., all of which are coherent. This characteristic, coherence, becomes conscious and predominant in the West during a rationalization which begins with the Greeks and reaches a peak in the 18th century. The system of tonality elaborated at that time is an integral part of a remarkable rationalization taking place in all areas and all relations. It truly is a system, with an ultimate logic, namely tonal harmony, which governs the other aspects of musical creation, song, the use of instruments and voices, and the rhythms and periodicities of repetitions of sounds and their combinations. From then on the system of tonality spills over into social life. Popular songs and melodies obey the laws of tonality. Then we witness a twofold phenomenon, both sides of which are equally remarkable, the persistent echoes and revivals of archaic systems, and the shattering of all previous systems under the technical impetus of tonality. These observations suggest a hypothesis, which in fact we have already formulated using other words, and which we have retained for further use. The system of tonality contains partial systems, which sometimes manifest themselves on a dual plane, that of aesthetics and that of day-to-day life. We do not consider songs to be external to everyday life. A symphony belongs to learned art, whereas a popular song is part of the dimension of the everyday and of the social which involves play, which is a dimension we are attempting to shed light on. These systems are remarkable for their coherence, even when this is obscured by everyday trivia. It is thanks to this coherence that they are able to go on surviving for so long. Like the agricultural systems we can still observe in our own so-called underdeveloped rural areas. In practice, these systems appear as vicious circles which imprison, A supposes B, which supposes C, which supposes A. How many times in our everyday lives do we hear the remark, "It's just a vicious circle"? It is a characteristic of systems to be circular and cyclic, with periodicity and repetition. So what we are attempting is to make an inventory and account of such partial systems, agricultural systems, logic and discourse in general, and the use of language, music, painting, and especially architecture, in so far as it enters into everyday life, links of consanguinity and relations, systems of ritual, gifts, and barter, systems of signs or semiologies in manners and dress, etc. In one sense, the everyday is made up of such partial systems, juxtaposed without any rational links, and each with its own implications and consequences, temporality, rhythms, periodicity, recurrences and repetitions, specific works and symbolizations. These systems are distinct and disconnected. Some of them reproduce or prolong former dominant systems, such as agricultural systems or ceremonial systems for example. Most if not all are out of step with modern techniques, which tend not only to reject them as anachronistic, but above all to dismember them. It will be our task to describe the remaining debris, which still retains visible traces of the vigorous structures which once supported it and are still legible within it. Structuralism proceeds by privileging structure absolutely, and by absorbing within it the other terms we are considering, along with the relations they designate. Without admitting to do so, it substantifies it, presenting it as an essence and as something intelligible, thus acting as a belated marriage broker between Aristotelian ontology and a Platonism which dares not speak its name. Stability becomes both active and formal, the prototype and model for the real. In this way a certain elasticity or plasticity of structures, their inner contradictions, and the profound action of negation, i.e., of time, are marginalized. The, relatively, permanent structures which succeed after a period of time have survived the effects of time. They persist. But at the same time, how can we suppose that during this same period certain structures, such as living species, social groups, patterns of behavior and mental attitudes, have not disappeared, and perhaps in much larger numbers than the structures which have survived, either flourishing or impoverished? The negativity of time is at work. The gaps in our classifications are highly revealing, and we cannot reduce the prehistory of life and mankind to a juxtaposition of biological and social fossils, like a display case of empty shells and pieces of bone. This hypothesis is impossible to ignore, that is, unless we confuse structuralism with a theological formalism. Following this line of inquiry, we discover chance not only in the inner combinations of structural elements, but externally in the way in which the combinations relate to the environment. If a given combination is relatively successful and permanent, this is not simply the result of its essence, its stability, and its inner coherence. The secret of success is also to be found externally, in exchanges with nature, with other species and with other groups. However, sooner or later chance itself appears as necessary and determined, both in its elements and in the way they combine and succeed. The inner coherence becomes clearly apparent when the other structures have been worn out or broken up, and have disappeared. It can also happen that coherent, and therefore stable, groups remain stagnant. As Hegel might have put it, we may measure their losses by the size of their winnings. And gambling is not entirely conscious or entirely unconscious, it leaves room for intelligence and stupidity, wisdom and madness. It would be possible to use these observations to draw up a schematic for a specific historicity and a sketch for a dramatic history which would leave room for rationality, including the rationality of numbers and of gambling. If it is limited and delimited in this way, structuralism contains many truths. It has discovered a few. Moreover, we are not suggesting a conjuncturalism as an alternative doctrine to structuralism. By giving it a place and a part to play, we are not lapsing into eclecticism. What we are trying to do is to place unilateralities in a progressive dialectization of concepts. The preceding arguments confirm views we have already formulated. We accept the idea of structure, but in a limited way. What we say is, if the value of structures is exaggerated, the idea itself is compromised. In a nutshell, structuralism versus structure. Despite its efforts to the contrary, pure structuralism loses touch with historicity and with social realities in all their diversity. Its favorite areas are to be found in archaic groups and survivals. It cannot cope with processes like the historical modalities of a process of becoming which smashes through obstacles. From our way of thinking, purely structuralist method, if indeed the words have any meaning, cannot tackle the problems of the modern world. Just like empiricism, it tends to exclude dialectical thought, although it does not succeed in so doing. By exaggerating the importance of stabilities, it also tends to reject the concept of alienation, including its extreme form, reification. It reifies actions and works precisely because it does not have a precise idea of what alienation and reification are. The structuralist school ratifies certain unfortunate consequences of the extreme division of labor in social practice and in knowledge. By separating them and then identifying them, it crystallizes and congeals them. Point 27. We will continue to employ the methodological concept of the model by setting out precisely what its attributes and properties are. A. It refines certain characteristics of the concept in general, and of conceptual elaboration or conceptualization. By summing up an experimental and practical given, the classic concept turned too much towards the past, and also towards the simple. The model is a more flexible tool, capable of exploring the complex and the random. With it, thought becomes propositional in a new way, programmatic. However, if the model refines the concept, it cannot dispense with it. It presupposes a conceptual elaboration. B. Like the concept, the model is a scientific abstraction and a level of abstraction. It is always revisable, and cannot be taken either as a reality or entity immanent to the real beneath the appearances of phenomena, the ontological temptation, which structuralism finds hard to avoid, or as a norm or value, the normative temptation. The methodology of models forbids their fetishization. C. The model is constructed in order to confront reality, experience and practice. It is useful, not least because it helps us to appreciate the gap between itself and the facts, between the abstract and the concrete, between what has been certified and what is still possible. The model is useful, it is a working implement for knowledge. Only the concept has the dignity of knowing. D. As far as a set of facts is concerned, there can be no question of a single model. If we are to grasp the actual and the possible, we must construct several models. The confrontation between these will be as interesting theoretically as the confrontation between one of them and the concrete element it represents. In this way, diversity and discussion during the process of knowledge take on added value. No one model can be sufficient or pretend to be sufficient by bringing research to a halt. So we are faced with two alternatives: ontology or criticism, dogmatism or empiricism, or pure relativism. E. The concept of the model also helps to refine the concept of hypothesis. Every model encompasses a hypothesis, in the broadest sense, theoretical or strategic. Every hypothesis concludes by constructing a model, which is the halfway stage between inventing the hypothesis and proving it. So the model assumes the qualities of hypothesis, viability, creativity. As Politzer said, it should enable us to move from philosophical luxury to the economy of philosophy, by separating the hypothesis out from speculation. F. Because it must prove its creativity, the model must have an operating or operational character. However, this trait must not be fetishized. The operating techniques linked to a particular model must be examined with care and suspicion. Fetishization of this characteristic, which blows it up out of all proportion, is the feature of a certain well-defined ideology, namely technocratism. The operational model becomes the practical and theoretical property of a bureaucracy and a technocracy. This brings us back to the most disturbing aspect of structuralism. The fetishization of the concept of the model is part of the strategy of the social group of technocrats. In the pages which follow, we will construct and propose two models of everyday life in society as a whole, a model of needs and a model of communications. 3. The specific categories. 1. The concept of totality. In the preceding chapters, our examination of the formal tools, the intellectual implements, of the social sciences has led us time and time again towards concrete investigations about our object of study, everyday life. Now, in this inventory of the specific categories which this contact with the concrete has helped us to elaborate, we will sometimes find ourselves obliged to look back once more towards the formal. There can be nothing surprising about this. Surely that is what dialectical movement in thought is. We study specific categories and concepts in order to determine their relative importance and the limited spheres in which we may apply them. The specific does not preclude the formal, and the particular does not preclude the general. Overall, we must have a precise and flexible set of mental tools at our disposal. We cannot do without the concept of totality. When we are dealing with human reality, both theory and practice encompass a conception of totality, i.e., of society and mankind, implicitly or explicitly. Without this concept, there can be no frame of reference, no generality, and even more, no universality. Without it, knowledge itself ceases to have a structure. It becomes scattered into fragmented studies which replicate exactly the division of social labor instead of controlling it and understanding it. In the best cases, this is no more than the equivalent of a hypercritical self-destructive attitude, since the universal reappears with different names, and often dogmatically: globality, nihilism or post-nihilism, culture, civilization, etc. In less favorable cases, the fragmented studies and disciplines dissolve into myriad isolated, empirical facts. In the final analysis, there is no longer any obstacle for thought to struggle with. That temporary barrier and limit to analysis, the real, has been removed. Thought has been engulfed and buried under a mass of facts which, to add insult to injury, it respects and sanctions. It no longer has a criterion or a hierarchy of facts and concepts, it no longer investigates the essential, because the essential is no more. The very idea of knowledge as totality, as concrete universality, becomes blurred and disappears. For an empiricism without concepts, one fact is as good as another. When we try to particularize knowledge, we destroy it from within. The concrete we have sought for so long eludes us. The hyperconcrete is as abstract as any other philosophical generality. Over and beyond the methodological use of totality, we must also consider its practical use. Without an illusory representation or a true knowledge of social totality, without a participation in the social totality, an illusory or true participation, but the latter is preferable to the former, in social totality, no specific group has any status or certainty. It feels it has no place. It lacks self-confidence in its own vitality. Its everyday experience breaks down into inter-individual, socially contingent relations. As a result, it has no confidence in its leaders, i.e., those of its members who enable it to face up to the future and who hold its strategy in their hands. This highlights an aspect of democracy. Without the effective and well-founded, genuine, participation of citizens in totality, there can be no political democracy. In democracy, partial groups are forever confronting each other, each has its tactic and its strategy. Nevertheless, they are participating in a totality which their confrontations and rivalries, non-antagonistic conflicts, to use a widespread but rather vague formula, do not destroy. If there is no insistence upon totality, theory and practice accept the real just as it is, and things just as they are, fragmentary, divided and disconnected. Activities, and therefore individuals, become reified like things, and, just like things, are separated one from the other. This insistence upon totality is nothing more than another aspect of the participation we mentioned above. Without the concept of totality, how can we possibly formulate, or even conceive of one of the principal laws of social and human development? This is that law, once it has taken a definite shape in social practice, each human activity wants the universal. It aspires to universality. It wants to be total. It tends effectively towards totality. Therefore it comes into confrontation with other activities. In its quest for totality, it tries to make them its subordinates. It invents tactics and strategies. It makes itself real through works, and each work is the result of a momentary totalization through the predominance of a particular activity, aesthetic, juridical, or legal, scientific, philosophical, even poetic, or through games, etc., and consequently of a particular representation or tendency. Therefore, during this bitter struggle, each activity achieves a totalization of which it is the generative nucleus and the effective element. It is precisely in this way that it shows itself to be partial. Limits become apparent. The moment it becomes totalized is also the moment when its imminent failure is revealed. The structure contains within itself the seeds of its own negation, the beginning of destructuring. Achievement is the harbinger of its withering away, it announces it and provokes it. Totalization imposes doubt, collapse, and disintegration. Every trial must be carried out, every hypothesis must be hazarded, every attempt at totalization must be put to the test before the irreducible residual deposit, the everyday, can claim its demands, its status, and its dignity, before we can consider raising it to the level of totality, through a process of conscious metamorphosis. What activities are we talking about? Religious representations and religion in general, which once aspired to universality and which compromised themselves in their struggle for control. Philosophy, which criticized religion and sought to supplant it, creating its own representations and concepts, but coming to grief as an absolute system. Science in general, which translated its ambitions and pretensions into scientism and technicism, thus demonstrating its own limits. Each particular science, and notably history, psychology, and sociology, took turns in inventing totalizing hypotheses and structuring representations. Political economy takes the human and reduces it to the status of a tool for production. The state, that coercive power, aspires to universality in a way which is apparent today on a worldwide scale. Finally, art and culture produce aestheticism and culturalism. Point 1. It seems to us that this conception of fragmentary totalities, each one of which empties itself of human reality after having sought to occupy that reality completely and in fact after having effectively contained and enriched it, does account for one aspect of history. On a vast scale, that of Weltgeschichte, world historicity, it makes the concept of alienation concrete. Each activity which creates representations shows itself to be both productive and alienating, productive at first, then alienating, as much for itself as in its efforts to absorb other representations or to exterminate them using a pseudo-critique which slips very easily into terror and violence. At their birth, many of the major works of culture and civilization could be characterized, in their structuration and inner balance, by the predominance of one representation which does not destroy the others, but which subordinates them. Works are determined by the hierarchy of all their elements, the result of an effort and a creative struggle, rather than by the fact that they may belong to a discrete and circumscribed domain such as religion, and the history of religion, philosophy, and the history of philosophy, or knowledge, and the history of knowledge, etc. From this perspective, religion, philosophy, art, and knowledge appear as types of works rather than as domains or regions. Works are linked to a typology which already possesses its own vocabulary. Each undertaking is an endeavor based upon a hypothesis. This hypothesis is not represented as such, but is presented as a truth, which, with the general backing of a group, one man tries to bring into language, and then to the absolute. No matter how close it gets to success, every endeavor is destined to fail in the end. Every endeavor is an attempt to realize mankind and its goals by determining them, i.e., by creating them. Every endeavor is an attempt to disalienate mankind and its goals by realizing them in a total work. Until such time as everyday life becomes the essential work of a praxis which has at last become conscious, every endeavor will lead to a new alienation. With the dialectical movements of alienation/disalienation/new alienation and the realization/fragmentary totalization/breaking of totality, the concept of negativity gains fresh impetus. Every totalization which aspires to achieve totality collapses, but only after it has been explicit about what it considers its inherent virtualities to be. When it makes the illusory, outrageous, and self-totalizing claim that it is a world on the human, and thus finite, scale, the negative, limitation, finiteness, this world has always borne within itself begins eating it away, refuting it, dismantling it, and finally brings it tumbling down. Only when a totality has been achieved does it become apparent that it is not a totality at all. Unlike those practical systems and structures which shatter, leaving their debris in the lived, these semi-fictitious, semi-concrete ideological worlds die slowly. With the occasional burst of energy, their death throes go on and on. Even as they wither away, they remain active. They have the prestige of having been achieved, the prestige of perfection. They are great works. This schematic, which we have presented as a sort of world law, of the relation of the finite to the non-finite or of totality to elements, originates in philosophy. Hegel applied it, but incompletely, since on his own admission his own system and the state eluded him. Originating in philosophy, our schematic contains a fundamental critique of philosophy. We are replacing the philosophical idea of an achieved totality and a complete system with the concept of totalization. In our view, philosophies were attempts on the part of philosophers to carry a representation, i.e., something which was as much an interpretation of the world as it was of the real life of mankind, to the absolute. Taking their hypotheses from real life, they have attempted to transform them into a world. They have tried to metamorphose everyday life by worldifying this or that, in a semi-fictitious, semi-real way. They have proposed an abstract way of living, a project, a semi-utopia, a more or less delirious wisdom, while artists were offering works of art, an immediately habitable world for the senses and emotions to live in. In his critique of Hegelianism, Marx turns the Hegelian conception of the process of becoming against philosophy, a theoretical system, and against the state, a practical system. For philosophy, the process of world becoming is the law of the world and of the state, but philosophy or the state only become a world by a process of supersession which comes when they wither away. Philosophy and the state were proclaimed to be worlds, while the real world, the everyday life of mankind, was left to one side beneath them. If philosophy and the state are to be part of the real world, if they are truly to become worlds by summoning the real world up to the higher spheres whence they proclaimed themselves, they must die. This is the philosophical meaning of Marx's so-called philosophical writings. These have been called philosophical, but wrongly so, since they state that the death of philosophy is a necessity. It would be a creative death, a kind of battle, with all the pain a battle brings. World law decrees that all activities must end once their goal has been achieved and they have come full term, i.e., once they have reached their limits. In fact, Marx did not follow his thinking through to its conclusion. Just as Hegel exempted philosophical system, religion, and the state from the law of the process of becoming, from the world law, Marx is reluctant to draw certain conclusions. In several texts he sometimes exempts art and the moral sphere from world law. He often accepts that when the economic, the political, and their alienations come to an end they will be superseded by art, or by the realm of ethics. We do not wish to exempt art and the moral sphere from world law. The metamorphosis of the everyday demands that these ways of metamorphosing the everyday fictitiously must also wither away. If Marxist thought, since Marx has completely forgotten world law, if it is regressing, and with it philosophical thought in general, to system and to the fetishizing of politics and the state, there is all the more reason for us to get down to work again, and with renewed efforts. And so we are replacing philosophy with another form of investigation, which nevertheless contains and uses its concepts. We are aware of the theoretical experience of the last 50 years, and for this reason we say that the tenacious efforts of certain philosophers to maintain or revive philosophy have compromised it. In short, philosophism versus philosophy. This theoretical experience demonstrates that the concept of totality has as many disadvantages as it has advantages. Without it, theoretical thought would be impossible. With it, theoretical thought risks losing itself in dogmatism. The idea of totality, or even of totalization, brings with it certain imperatives. Once put into place, it is in command. It demands all thought, all knowledge, all action. It directs knowledge, it orientates investigations and plans them. It tends towards immanent structure. It desires power. How can we conceive of totality if we do not share its point of view? Once it becomes dominant, the most general category tends to absorb particularities and specificities, and therefore to neglect differences and types. If I conceive of the world, mankind, and society on the basis of a broad and creative hypothesis, I subsequently verify my conception. With an inextricable mixture of good and bad consciousness, in bad faith or good, I tend to eliminate whatever does not fit in, whatever does not suit my purpose. After this, I start to develop arguments. I reject difficultly acquired partial knowledge for a superficial encyclopedism, which is all I need to crown my ontology. If there are any problems left, they are secondary ones. After I have found everything, i.e., the whole, even if I go on seeking I will find nothing. Once my totality is established, dogmatism is nigh. We are the whole, I am the whole. The total man belongs to us. In History and Class Consciousness, Lukács wrote that the primacy of the category of totality is the bearer of the principle of revolution in science too. This statement seems both true and false. It was true when Marxism was the only powerfully structured set of ideas at a time when the concerns of non-Marxist thinkers were completely fragmented. Since then, from the Marxist point of view, the dangers of this category have become apparent. As for the non-Marxists, they have adopted it. Structuralism and culturalism have taken the category up, and they have even turned it against Marxism. The former totalizes structure and enables it to absorb the other concepts and realities. The latter constructs a coherent whole, culture, using a variety of elements taken up from praxis, tools, implements, symbols, models, etc. It highlights their relations, and establishes a cultural totality. So Lukács's statement seems obsolete. We will subordinate the category of totality to that of negativity or dialectical negation, which strikes us as being more fundamental. What is more, we consider that the revolutionary principle is essentially critical, negative, and that today it applies more to everyday life than to knowledge in general or to society in general. This is our way of reintroducing science into praxis. Today, methodologically speaking, the category of totality plunges us into almost insurmountable difficulties. Are we inside a totality? Which one? Bourgeois society? Industrial society? Technological society? Society in transition, but to where? How can we determine a totality from inside? In order to think of bourgeois society as a totality, Marx began by determining what was possible, socialism. He then turned back towards the real, seeing it in terms of the process of becoming, as a totality riven by inner contradictions and destined to be shattered by revolution in the near future. For us this process of thought is increasingly difficult to follow because, contrary to all expectations, capitalism has not been shattered under the pressure from the proletarian masses in the most capitalist countries, and equally because the very idea of socialism has become obscured by the way it has been put into practice. While we continue thinking along the lines of Marx's plan, from the possible to the real and from the real to the possible, we are not confident that it will help us to clarify the real and the possible which surround us. In any event, how could we validly determine a totality if we take up a position outside it, be it from this side or that? The recent concept of signifying totality aims to modernize the concept we are considering here. We have already pointed out how vague it is. For whom and by whom is the signification of the totality under consideration elaborated? Consequently, insofar as it marginalizes the critical, negative, moment and has been handled in an ontological, normative, and speculative manner, we are abandoning the category of totality. At the same time we are adopting it again, in a dynamic sense. We are dialecticizing it, on the one hand by introducing the concepts of partial totality and of totalization, and on the other by distinguishing between the total and the universal. The universal is thinkable insofar as it becomes created, but without separating them. If the will for totality remains an imperative in terms of theory, it is equally so in terms of practice. The demand for totality and for the supersession of scissions, divisions, and dispersals. Without this initial option, the will for totality, there can be no action and no attempt to achieve knowledge. Without it, we accept whatever is empirically and fragmentedly given, we accept a real which has been split into two and dichotomized, we ratify the social division of labor, we give our blessing to the analytic fragmentation of activities, functions, actions, and gestures, we make the accepted thematizations and pseudo-worlds into laws, and we establish them as truths. In doing so, we are sanctioning separations. Thus one initial act distinguished knowledge of social man and of praxis from the natural sciences, the will for totality. The mathematician, the physicist, and the biologist can do without it, although no doubt it continues to be an implicit element of their research. In the investigation of the human, this inaugural act, which aims to recapture a fragmented totality, is already total, or rather, totalizing. It has nothing to do with individual or individualist subjectivity. It implies a culture. It comprises a sensibility, a way of perception, an intellectual certainty, a claim, a movement of radical critique towards assertion and action. We see all this as part of the critique and the transformation of everyday life. This initial act sets up a strategy. It is conceived within a strategy in which it plays a role and which contains complementary aims, to develop knowledge as an element of praxis, and to refuse to accept separations within praxis. In the name of this strategy, whoever exercises it will not be prepared to accept that knowledge is powerless, nor that those who possess knowledge should be conditioned, nor that the keys to knowledge should be surrendered into the hands of those who happen to be in power at any particular time. Moreover, their struggle is not against differences and diversities, but against pluralisms which beyond a certain point of affirmation split totality, for example, reformist and revolutionism, divisions in labor and the trade unions, the separation of the everyday and society as a whole with respect to immediate claims concerning the details and organization of practical life, and political claims concerning the state and social life as a whole, etc. Thus the idea of totalization is formulated not ontologically, but strategically, i.e., programmatically. However, the bottleneck which is hindering knowledge has still not been resolved. How can we avoid being trapped in a dilemma? Where do we start from the whole or from the parts? From the general, or from particularities? Would not the way out and the solution be to determine a total phenomenon, which would reveal a totality without granting it any theoretical or practical power, and without allowing it to be defined and controlled? To pass from phenomenon to essence is a speculative operation which leads to philosophism and ontology, and we must avoid it at all costs. We take the phenomenon as it is, a set of observations, i.e., of certified differences, which we link together without any ontological assumptions. Therefore, rather than having the wholeness of an essence or a substance, the total phenomenon diversifies when scrutinized intellectually in terms of social practice. However, this diversification does not mean that it collapses into fragments. Thus it would open the way for dialectical reason, which is forever striving to reconstruct a whole from the differences and conflicts of its form-ants. In this way we have grasped a totality via aspects or form-ants, each of which is itself like an open or partial totality, so that nothing can be determined in isolation. But what should we call it? Man, or the human. Thus, using a process which is observable in praxis, and not simply in abstractions and theory, we will grasp a total human phenomenon through its various determinations, each of which refers to the others. To put this another way, the aspects or form-ants of the total human phenomenon will constitute a theoretical structure, at the same time their practical relations and interactions will constitute the basis of a process of becoming and a historicity. Within this frame of reference we will observe active differences, relations, and conflicts. By determining them we will be able to define historical and social particularities without assuming the supreme, and always illusory, power of capturing the universal and of exhausting being. We have already indicated what the initial dimension of the total human phenomenon is: need. Man is a being of need. He shares this fate with all living beings. It is only with human needs that man becomes human. In relation to nature, they are artificial, but they are the product of the process of human becoming. How does this happen, by what mediation and by what means? Labor. Other possible ways of specifying the relation of the human to the natural, culture, knowledge, etc., presuppose that man has a certain power over nature, were it no more than an ability to detach himself from it. Therefore they imply labor. If we do not accept this mediation, then the arrival of man and his relation to nature are based on an ontology or a theology, the sudden appearance or the abandonment of man in nature. As well as being a mediation, labor is the second dimension. It has a reality of its own. Taken simply as a concept, it does not explain everything. This reality demands careful scrutiny. Without that we will mistake it for an entity and not perceive it as a phenomenon and a set of relations. Labor characterizes social activity, with its conditions and attributes, tools, language, the biological and social division of labor, manufactured or consumed materials, formed and stabilized produce. If it is true that we find analogies with human labor in nature, such as hunting in groups, the work of the spider spinning its web or the bird building its nest, only man confers an existence of their own on the means and mediations between himself and nature, implements, materials, language, techniques, products and objects. If, at first, labor has the purpose of satisfying elementary and natural needs, it also contributes to their transformation. The needs of work and of the worker, the need to work and work as a need, these modify sensory activities, and even the sensory organs themselves. The human world which is created in this way is composed as much of human bodies and their physiological activities as it is of the range of works, products, objects, and goods. It has no precise limits, it excludes neither inert objects nor the obscure forces of nature. There is no frontier between the sector controlled by technology and labor and the uncontrolled sector. It is a vast, uncertain, and highly populated region, the region of everyday life. Once transformed, need becomes human and social need. But then the term need is no longer appropriate. It is no longer adequate as a description of the real. It still evokes want. Now from one angle, once it becomes social, need becomes capacity and power. Man is capable of this or that action, creation, or work in order to satisfy himself, or at least to try. The doors of what is possible begin to open. Although he has no alternative but to choose, and although society makes every effort to control his choices, it is always from the range of what is possible that the individual man will select them. On the other hand, once it has become individual, we call need desire, and it develops through controls, authorizations, inhibitions, and possibilities. With acquired capacities and powers on the one hand, and the uncertainties of desire on the other, a dialectical movement is born, which fills everyday life. As much as any other, and more, sexual need becomes modified, and these modifications enable us to understand the others. It can be argued that it loses the characteristics of instinct and need, such as its attachment to symbols, images, rituals, and ceremonies, i.e., forms which are external to nature. And yet it never manages to separate itself from sex per se, even in the wildest Platonic utopias, even though it disrupts sex drastically, and not without damaging it, and metamorphoses it. The sexual act becomes a social act, and even the quintessential social act, in which an entire society recognizes itself, with all the orders and interdictions, the pressures and demands, the open possibilities and the closed ones. At the same time, the sexual act cannot be seen as one simple, coherent action, it is a microcosm with thousands of changing aspects. It crosses over disconnected areas, body and soul, spontaneity and culture, seriousness and games, covenants and challenges. The act of love between a man and a woman summarizes a society, and even in its clandestine and hidden aspects, but this is because it is consummated, lawfully or not, in secret, outside of that society. In a novel dialectical movement, it is an extra-social social act. It is consummated in society and, if needs be, despite it and against it, and this is how and why it reflects society like a mirror. Hence its importance in the world of aesthetic and ethical expressivity. It is the most cultured of needs, the most refined of desires, with its social content which it supersedes in its search for the absolute, and yet it still plunges into the depths of nature, and into the profundities of dialectical contradiction. Could need and labor be the two determinations of the total phenomenon we are seeking? Were we to reduce man to needs, we would be forgetting the metamorphosis of need into power, and we use the word here not to mean power over things or over men, but the capacity to carry out determined activities at will. We would be guilty of overemphasizing the sordid side of life. We would be neglecting the important difference between privation, need which has become power, and the will to make demands, and frustration, need which has fallen back to the level of want, without hope of fulfillment, and this difference merits detailed examination. On the other hand, were we to define man by labor, we would be moving towards a fetishizing of productivity and the work ethic, or even regressing towards the archaic sanctification of craft and peasant labor. In short, we would be mutilating the human being by neglecting pleasure. Once need has become power and will, once it has been metamorphosed into desire, it demands pleasure, explicitly. Labor loses meaning and reality if it does not culminate in pleasure or open the way towards it. Labor is social and collective, it is individual and inter-individual power. Labor is indispensable if man is to appropriate nature, but pleasure alone makes this appropriation effective. Three determinations, three formants, three dimensions: need, labor, pleasure. Each has its own reality, not one stands alone. Without losing its own determination, each one refers to the other two, influencing and transforming them, and suffering the repercussions of this transformation. Thus we have a coherent triplicity, but in which the coherence, which is not without its contradictions and conflicts, does not result in immobility. So distinct are the three determinations that, in social practice and in history, they are allotted to different and even conflictual individuals and groups, classes. We observe the man of need, who is out of work, the man at work, who has few needs and little pleasure, and the man of pleasure, which does not mean that he achieves fulfillment. This lived unilaterality is unsatisfactory, and it must not be transformed into representations, as is often the case. More exactly, every representation deriving from unilaterality must undergo radical critique. Moreover, theoretical critique leads finally to practical critique. Those individuals and classes which demand pleasure pure and simple are doubly degraded, they are socially parasitic, and pleasure eludes and disappoints them. The worker whose life is devoid of pleasure and the glowing rewards it brings can only aspire to a dreary existence for which the work ethic is an inadequate reward. As for the man of pure want, if he is unable to grasp the lifeline of productive activity, he will rapidly relinquish all his humanity. These many forms of alienation, privation, and frustration, these voids and empty spaces, go hand in hand with large-scale conflicts and their innumerable ramifications. The three dimensions are distinct, even disconnected, but they are nevertheless linked together and bring each other forth in an ascending spiral which crosses history and establishes man's historicity. We are speaking of a spiral here, and not a circle. When determinations fall outside one another, they only do so relatively, momentarily, and partially. And when they do so, the human will be mutilated in a manner which they imply and foreshadow, and which is within them both virtually and actually. This certainly is a totality, but one perceived by the senses rather than by the mind. This human totality allows us to understand what constitutes the specificity of man compared to nature, from which he separates himself without detaching himself, and which he enters without discarding his artificialities. In what way is this reality perceived by the senses? Could it be that without realizing it we have defined man's being, the universal, or have attempted to do so? Could we have elaborated an ontology, dressed up as an anthropology and a sociology? No. The totality we have defined does not purport to exhaust man's being, or to define it. It does not preclude other determinations and other dimensions, i.e., other degrees of freedom. On the contrary, it invokes them. It is a necessary and non-sufficient condition for them. It will be present in every human fact, on both the level of analysis and the level of reality, and will enable us to discover supplementary determinations. Moreover, it does not coincide with any one concrete observation, and for example it would be incorrect to identify the family life/professional activity/leisure triple determination with the tridimensionality we have presented above. Let us consider play. It springs from the depths of spontaneous living and natural activity. Animals play games, and so do children. As an attribute of the human being, it does not coincide with any of the above-mentioned dimensions. Play is part of every human activity. In a sense, life in its entirety is play, a risk, a game, or match lost or won. From childhood onwards there is a need to play, and moreover want and privation themselves can be acted, simulated, and disguised, in asceticism, and in privation which has been accepted in order to delay fulfillment or increase pleasure. Everything becomes a pretext for playing, even effort itself. Serious games and work are often very similar. And so, the relations between play and pleasure are not easy to discern. If it is part of all activity, play soon relinquishes this ambiguous role and becomes distinct. It establishes itself as something separate, it adopts forms and rules, it becomes organized socially. It is impossible to imagine mankind without play activity, or society without underlying or manifest games. Could this therefore be a fourth dimension, human time joined to the three other spatial dimensions? Why not? But let us be careful. Let us avoid straying too far into the realm of paradox. But it is certainly rather surprising that it should be our era, the era of functionalism and technology, which has discovered Homo ludens. 2. The idea of reality. This idea presents as many difficulties as the ideas we have already examined. The real? It is the object and the objective of knowledge, the fulcrum of action. We reach out to it, we try to grasp it, either to observe it, or to transform it. The real demands realism. Is there anyone who does not want to be realistic, to be anchored in the real, to know it and to have a hold over it? Sadly, those empiricists and positivists who merely want to observe it are frequently satisfied with small beer. Armed with their specialized techniques, they hunt down little facts. They discover a portion of reality, and the flimsier the observation, the narrower and more precise the comment they make, the more fragmented the fact itself is, the happier they are. The more realistic the realist is, the more blinkered he becomes. It is even worse when the philosopher defines the real in advance, philosophically, either as matter or as spirit. Taken per se, and fetishized, the idea of reality, even when adorned by adjectives such as concrete or human, shrinks and shrivels. The real reveals its profundities to those who wish to penetrate it in order to transform it, and who attack it with determination, and a multiplicity of implements. But whoever wishes to transform the real has apparently lost touch with it. He is tendentious. What about objectivity? And why change the real rather than merely noting it down? In whose name and for what? To what end? For common sense, in day-to-day language, whoever wants to change the real is an idealist. He sets out from an idea or an ideal. Hegel has taught us that the real is more profound than existence or what can be seen to exist. Would this profundity be metaphysical? Marx has taught us that there would be no knowledge, and no need to know anything, if the apparent and the essential coincided at the heart of the real, or if they were completely, metaphysically, separate. But if this is so, why are there so many appearances in the real? Why is there so much that is abstract in the concrete, and why are there so many forms in content? Why and how is the formal also concrete, and real? Sometimes the everyday appears to be the sole reality, the reality of realists, dense, weighty and solid. At other times it seems that its weight is artificial, that its denseness is insubstantial, unreality incarnate. To dispel these obscurities, perhaps we need to clarify the terminology and to distinguish between the actual and the real, or again, between the present and the real. Maybe then it would be easier to link them together. In any event, we should certainly dialecticize the idea of reality. Let us begin by reintegrating the possible within the real. Usually a distinction is made between them, and quite rightly so, and then they are separated. The possible is seen as abstract and vague, while the real is seen as thick and weighty, as being or existing. But the possible enters the real. It appears there, it announces and invokes its presence within it, and then sets about destroying it and negating it. As for the real, it is a possibility which has been made effective or actualized. In one way or another, and regardless of what we imagine the link to be, we must conceive of a connection between the actual and the virtual, the potential and the possible. The actual and the virtual have a dialectical relation, even in the case of natural phenomena, but even more so in the case of human phenomena, where a consciousness of what is possible always intervenes. Human actions always define themselves as choices, as a means of access to what is possible and as an option between those various possibilities, regardless of whether the actions are individual or collective. Without possibility there can be no activity, no reality, unless it be the dead reality of things in isolation, which have a single possibility, to maintain themselves as they are. If we join the category of possibility to it, which, like the idea of totality and the idea of structure, is a philosophical legacy, the category of social and human reality can be retained. It becomes dialecticized. It continues to guarantee heightened objectivity to knowledge while avoiding superficial objectivism and elusively profound ontology. It eradicates a few false and insoluble problems, notably those which come as a result of the dissociation of fact and value, and of the real and the ideal. Why change the real? Because it does change, of necessity, and if knowledge begins with what is possible it can help to direct this change, and control it. The flat realism of the immediate strives desperately to prove how spacious it is. When it is dubbed materialism, its victory over an even more abstract and shriveled up idealism is an easy one. We maintain that the possible demands a choice and an act, and therefore demands a yes or no answer. Given the real with its problems, its contradictions, and the solutions proposed, sooner or later we decide unequivocally for one particular solution, and act accordingly. This is why an option involves a strategy and a series of options which amount to a series of bifurcations and disjunctions. Decisions have their logic, their mathematics, and their calculus. These calculations revolve around a possible/real relation, insofar as it produces a form which, despite its formal character, is part of the real. However, this statement itself runs the danger of provoking a theoretical illusion, that of the superfluity of the formal. When dealing with possibilities per se, and with the coming forth of virtualities, we cannot answer the questions they pose by a yes or a no. Possibilities, i.e., solutions to problems, are discovered and invented, contradictions within the real are themselves heightened, or are evaded. It is a history, a dialectical process of becoming. Practical action itself differs from, mathematically, formalizable series and frequencies in the following way: the stake is constantly changing, and the goal becomes modified as do the number of players. Willpower makes what is initially impossible possible, while modifying both the means and the ends. Action does not transcend calculation and form, it encompasses them by superseding them. Quantitative or qualitative, ordinal, mathematics cannot grasp the real completely. However, we do not know in advance exactly what it is that eludes them. Only the philosopher believes he can draw boundaries and demarcation lines. So the new mathematical implements enable us to perceive the human real more effectively, and to penetrate it. But they do not exhaust it. It is in the everyday and its ambiguous depths that possibilities are born and the present lives out its relation with the future. Is this a reason for replacing formal logic, which is binary, true or false, inclusion and exclusion, opposition, contrariness, etc., by a logic with more than two valencies, three for example, the true, the false, and the random, or the possible? In our opinion, no. Decision logic justifies the old formal logic, and extends it. To choose is to exclude all the possibilities except one. To opt is to act so that the impossible becomes possible, and so that things which are possible become impossible. This implies a logical possible/impossible relation subordinate to a deeper dialectical relation. Logic, which is the concrete form of a set of questions which are answered by yes or no, occupies a certain level. Consequently, this level must be that of games and strategy theory, of operational research and of information theory. Dialectical reason occupies another level, which encompasses the former. This relation, which is not always easy to grasp, is part of the real. Once it has been fetishized, the category of reality has enormous disadvantages. It destroys specificities and differences. Under the umbrella of this concept, and with the misuse of the epithet concrete, the human real is considered to be on a par with nature, or the real of nature is considered to be on a par with the human real. Confusions are created, fodder for philosophical overindulgence. By dialecticizing the concept we can begin to answer questions about the reality of consciousness. Consciousness does not appear to be real in the way a substance or a thing is, nor does it appear unreal, like a reflection or an epiphenomenon, the accidental substitute for something else. Social consciousnesses are born, grow, wither away and die like individual consciousnesses do, and from which they cannot be separated. Social existence and consciousness, like every existence and every consciousness, have something transitional about them. They come into being and go towards something else or other than themselves. Every consciousness lights up or switches off, becomes transformed or stays the same, never for long, even when it is embodied in a work. It is born of a problem, when what has been accomplished, the real in its narrow sense, has become inadequate. In this sense, it negates the real concretely and specifically. It is born along with the possibility arising from the practical question the possible asks of the real, and vice versa. An appearance or an apparition, it changes itself into action, i.e., into reality, insofar as it resolves the problem posed. Therefore one of its conditions is the undermining of the reality which has already been accomplished and structured. In the solidity and substantiality of a self-sufficient, self-satisfied real, consciousness falls to sleep. It is, and consequently it is no longer consciousness. We do not say, all consciousness is consciousness of something, but, all consciousness is consciousness of a possibility. This is what gives it its acuity, its good luck and its misfortune. Without possibility there can be no consciousness, and what is more, no life. Presence implies what is possible in the present, and for the present, the future is an indispensable horizon and guiding light. Consciousness can never be at home in the real, in anything which has been stabilized or satisfied, and yet it seeks the real, or rather realization, as well as stability, and satisfaction. Consciousness is born of problems, contradictions, and conflicts, of options and choices which are both necessary and free. One must choose between various possibilities, that is what is necessary. One must take risks, wager on randomness and gamble, that is what is free. Thus consciousness presents itself as a specific reality, but not given, and not unmediated. Self-consciousness is born in the other, of the other and by the other. It is, and yet it is not. It is action and relation, and not substance. It is the confrontation between the consequences of problems, the demand for solutions, clarity of expectation, perspective and choice between possibilities, and impossibilities. It is born in action and action brings it into being. It is born in works, and works bring it forth. It is productive, it is self-productive, it resolves the problems embedded in what it creates. It is its own work, and yet it escapes as soon as that work is accomplished. It negates and it supersedes, but cannot be defined as absolute negativity alone. Fully real in its way, but not like a region which could be described separately from the real, consciousness has necessary and non-sufficient conditions in other realities, whether they be biological and physiological or economic and historical. It cannot be reduced to these real conditions. As soon as we mold the idea of reality around anything which has substance, we become trapped in a dilemma. Either consciousness eludes the category of reality, something caricatured in those theories which derealize it and reduce it to pure reflection, or to pure negativity, or else it conceives of itself as a thing which has substance and which segments into historical, psychological, or sociological processes, or into individual or collective states and representations. We have already criticized and rejected several confusions, notably the confusion between reality and structure. There is another which is no less frequent, and just as dangerous for knowledge, the confusion between function and reality. Function is seen as the criterion of reality, biologically and socially speaking. According to a certain neo-Hegelianism which is as widespread as it is unaware of its origins, one of the philosopher's famous statements could be transcribed in the following way: everything which is functional is real, everything real has a function. Rationality and functionality are seen to coincide. Function would create reality, including the sensory object, with a reality that would apparently bring functions into play which would vary according to the culture and the civilization involved. These formulations define a functionalism, a corollary of structuralism and of various realisms in contemporary thought. Functionalism decrees a rational balance and harmony between nature, culture, and society considered as a whole. It postulates a situation whereby, in itself and by itself, representations are completely aligned to actions, and what is real is completely aligned to what is true. For a functionalist sociologist, if something does not have a function, it cannot exist. At the very most, it can be seen as an offshoot of a real function. Families have functions. The working class has functions. Bureaucracy has functions, especially because it is mainly composed of functionaries. As for the state, it obviously possesses many functions, by definition. In other words, functionalism eliminates critical thought. According to this criterion, since anything without a function is superfluous, it must disappear. Of what use is everyday life? What is its function? It has none. If we cannot suppress this regrettable residue, at least let us cast it aside. How easy it is to pass from observations to diktats, and from ontology to the normative. And how quickly doctrinaire functionalism brings a functionalist ethic and even a functionalist aesthetic in its wake. Critique of functionalism has important implications for what we are talking about. The Newtowns have demonstrated the undoubted merits and the even more undoubted shortcomings of functionalism when it tries to create the framework and conditions for an everyday life. The errors and illusions of the doctrine can be grasped in action, in the work itself. Moreover, it is a question of a general tendency, linked to the importance of technicians and to the formation of a technocratic ideology in every present-day society. Like anyone who possesses a skill and who exercises a fragmented activity, the technician has a function in an overall unit. The technocrat oversees this unit, organizing its functions and supervising them. Therefore, there is a link between integral functionalism and ideological and practical technocracy. The idea of function derives from several sciences and also from social practice. As far as mathematics is concerned, it seems possible to rationalize and formalize the functional completely. It can be analyzed into variables and reconstituted in objective processes. As far as biology and physiology are concerned, they give the functional a kind of life-giving promotion. We are no longer dealing with abstract trajectories or units, but with organisms and organic totalities. So we can add the representation of utility, and of an indispensable system within an organism, to that of mathematical necessity and rigor. At the heart of every living and coherent entity, every part which is not the result of a destructive analysis of the whole and which maintains its integrality in the face of attacks from a relatively hostile environment, in other words, every real part, corresponds to a function and to an organ. From then on it seems impossible to dissociate function from organ and function from structure. Theoreticians may have rejected a certain simplistic organicism, but this has not led to a heightened critique of the concept of function. Insofar as a society constitutes a whole and possesses a specific life, could it not be seen as a sum total, or a synthesis, or a totality of functions? This representation contains elements of truth and elements of error, and the latter predominate once the representation becomes systematized. Critical analysis discovers a mixture of fetishized determinism and of finalism, as well as an underlying tautology. Given what it is, an organism is made up of organs. Each organ perpetuates itself by acting upon the others and consequently by directing its own activity back upon itself. By definition, every organ perpetuates itself by functioning. Thus every organ has more or less complex self-regulations, such as feedbacks, scannings and homeostases, to use the vocabulary of the cyberneticists who have helped to elaborate these concepts. The idea of self-regulation helps us to clarify the idea of function. We imagine an organism to be a self-regulating ensemble composed of functional self-regulations which perpetuate both themselves and the organism. Thus, while changing, it maintains a stability and could be said to possess its own inner logic. This does not rule out chance or disorder, and so consequently it can become disrupted. Every self-regulation has its limits. The connections between partial self-regulations seem vague. A living organism is flexible because it is vulnerable. Complete adaptation would lead to lethargy and stagnation as surely as complete inadaptation would bring about its demise. So how can we know whether better results might not have been obtained with other adaptations or inadaptations, or other combinations of organs and functions? Perhaps a function is nothing more than a successful mistake, a non-functional element which has changed, since the conditions themselves have changed, or the result of a stroke of good luck. Today's dysfunction could be tomorrow's function. Functionalist finalism evades the issue, it is untenable. Our objective conditions change and we change our conditions. If our consciousness can lag excessively behind these conditions, surely our body can too. The optimum would seem to be a halfway house between adaptation, indispensable but sterilizing, and maladaptation, creative, stimulating, but deadly. Exactly what is the relation between modern man and contemporary society, and the conditions they have created? How can we distinguish between the functional and the non-functional? At this point we would tend to argue that modern man and society cannot go on neglecting everyday life and leaving it behind for much longer, and that its non-functionality will be transformed into superfunctionality. And perhaps this is one of those rare predictions one can make about the future without too much danger of getting it wrong. It is quite amusing to observe the antics some highly intelligent, hyper-realistic, and clear-thinking social scientists get up to in order to save functionalism. They cannot avoid admitting dysfunctions, and so surely they must accept survivals or time lags. This would add even more fuel to the argument against integral functionalism. Point 3. The dialectical trick, if we may call it that, is to absorb and resorb dysfunction within the functional by maintaining that dysfunction is the condition and inevitable reverse side of any function. When Merton looks at political bosses in American towns, he finds they have many functions, including the function of attending to specific interests, the needs of their constituencies, or of the poor and the marginalized. The only means available to these wretched people is to exercise their civil rights by speaking to the local boss to obtain a few favors. In short, via its own dysfunctions, the political and bureaucratic machinery of American democracy can get its hands on something which might have eluded it, everyday life. It is true that the apparatus and the machine stifle news which might offer any encouragement. In doing so, they hinder communications, paralyze consciousness and society, and forbid any active criticism, not to mention a few other little irritants, such as gangs and rackets. Who cares? And this is the way the functional penetrates into the very heart of the everyday, absorbing it and integrating it into society as a whole. Merton's realist and functionalist arguments are flawless. Why criticize dysfunctions? Perhaps they fill in gaps in reality, albeit badly. Why consider them as symptoms of its deficiencies? Why use them to make a critique of the real? One might just as well list the functions of the liver, and then complain because it is prone to illness, exclaiming, "Ah! If only we didn't have livers." To put it another way, social functionalism is not without its paradoxes. These highlight the disturbing side of the doctrine. Functionalism and integrationalism make ready bedfellows. In society, as in a living body, the highest functions are probably the ones which exercise control and integration from above. The ideal kind of control and integration would leave no room for the unforeseen, the marginal, or the deviant. It would know how to predict randomness and to absorb it per se. Finally, the real and the rational would coincide in a social truth, that is, unless the dysfunctions did not intervene to bring a little disorder and creative dissymmetry into all this well-established and well-controlled order. What an unexpected stroke of luck that would be. The amusing thing is that this functional realism avoids philosophical generalities and is unaware of its own reactionary neo-Hegelianism, for it derives from the same radical critique. The real encompasses the movement which negates it, providing it is grasped in all its profundity. The actual comprises the possible and the negative operates within it. The real is the ephemeral and superficial side of reality, existence, it hides the deeper forces. That the rational is real is contradicted by the irrational reality, which at every point shows itself to be the opposite of what it asserts, and to assert the opposite of what it is. 5. This fully reinstates Marxist thought and method. It is not because we want to change it that the real, the everyday, eludes us. We are not setting out from another reality external to the reality we are studying. We are setting out from its inner movement, and from what is possible. Then and only then can we grasp it and know it completely. Biologically or socially speaking, could play have a function? In our opinion, it is impossible to answer this question by yes or no. In nature, since animals play games, it would appear to correspond to the need to get rid of excess energy, to an almost pure spontaneity, free from the pressures of the immediate environment, which is not to say that it is undetermined and unregulated. Could we say that play is basically useless? No. It is practice for activities, it anticipates and prepares for practical situations, or presents them as potential risks and difficulties, in a diluted form. So it is useful, very much so, and perhaps the more useless it appears, the more useful it really is. It is useful because it is redundant, in that it owes itself to a redundancy of vital energy, implying the relief of elementary needs and functional requirements, hunger, thirst, fatigue. In social life, play has a use. What is it? Relaxation and entertainment, yes, but more than that, it is rediscovered spontaneity, and even more, it is activity which is not subjected to the division of labor and the social hierarchies. At first sight, humanly and socially speaking, play seems to be a minor, marginal activity, sidelined and tolerated by the important functions of industrial society. Compared with the reality of practical life and the truth of representations, it seems to be an illusion, a lie, something phony. On closer scrutiny, the reverse is true. Play recalls forgotten depths and summons them up to the light of day. By making them stay within the everyday, it encompasses art and many other things as well. It uses appearances and illusions which, for one marvelous moment, become more real than the real. And with play another reality is born, not a separate one, but one which is lived in the everyday, alongside the functional. It may seem that we are regurgitating the old apology for the act gratuit, but no. We are protesting against the loss of grace and gracefulness. Play is a lavish provider of presence and presences. One can do without it. Austerity has no time for it and social order is afraid of it. Integral functionalism tries to eliminate it, as is so clearly demonstrated in the new towns and housing estates. And this is one of the paradoxes we must highlight. For surely it was a dialectical movement within integral functionalism itself which gave rise to the study and the rehabilitation of games, at a time when industrial and technological society was at full throttle. 6. It could be that poetry and fiction are part of the same protest against the functional, in that they liberate a need for something marvelous, fantastic, and even freakish. Functionalism finds play hard to tolerate, because the territory it occupies cannot be defined in advance. It is a domain without limits, like that of free, critical thought or of art, when it is truly free, which can and must appropriate matters which do not concern them from the point of view of social integration and the functional. Everything becomes play, in the theater and in acting for example, including the most important matters and the most dramatic circumstances. Everything should be able to become a game, in the conscious simulation of tactics and strategies, in light-hearted imitation, and Homo ludens has a host of tricks and dodges we will not mention to help him get involved in serious matters and to see them sub specie ludis. Games use many ancient magic, cosmic, religious and technical objects which formerly were important and serious, but they also provide a practical method for stripping anything too serious of its overimposing gravitas, and thus of its power, reducing it to the everyday by not allowing it to set up home above everyday life. Did cathedrals have a use? Yes, and in many ways, a cathedral was a muster station in serious circumstances and a meeting place for ceremonies. It was a symbol of the community, of the medieval town and its territory. It was a politico-religious center. Were they built functionally? No. Over and above their functions, they presented an image of the world and a summary of life according to a certain vision of the world and of life. The builders started from this symbolic representation, which was obsolete in itself, but vigorously spontaneous as far as they were concerned, endowing it with richness and embellishments, which are the attributes of spontaneity. Going beyond mere social function, they metamorphosed spontaneity into style. But then, through style and symbolisms, the cathedral became a monument which was always present in the town, active not only at exceptional moments, but also at the heart of the everyday. Thus critique of functionalism leads us to new ideas. In the first place, the mechanisms of self-regulation in society are inadequate. Their balancing and structuring mechanisms are always precarious. On the level of society as a whole, mechanisms are replaced by representations. The mechanisms for correcting imbalances are active on various important levels, but never on comprehensive or total ones. On the economic level, for example, point 7, we can use the words function and functionality to qualify them, i.e., as processes operating through a kind of semi-awareness or even lack of awareness on the part of those who contribute to them. On the level of the state, of strategies, and of society as a whole, functions are entrusted to apparatuses which act by means of representations, ideologies. What is more, symbolisms introduced from elsewhere can prove very effective. Representations, ideologies, and symbols are passed off both as truths and as realities. Like symbolisms, the apparatuses, which are constructed on the level of society as a whole, i.e., of the state and of political strategy, are redirected towards the everyday, grasping it in all its dereliction, and integrating it. In this way the highest level returns to the lowest, which does not stop the lowest eluding it. Functionalism is itself a representation and an ideology, which consciously aims at exerting control and integration in conditions which are ipso facto given, accepted, and recognized. In the second place, we have highlighted the concept of polyfunctionality and, more importantly, the concept of transfunctionality. Certain realities have several functions in social practice, towns for example, a place of everyday life, rest, family life, non-professional relations, neighborhoods, etc. After separating them analytically, functionalism projects them on the ground, and the result is a parody of reality, even though all the elements of the reality are there, and even though, by its interest in the elements of the real, functionalism is in advance of those theories which ignore them, voluntarily or not. With functionalism, analytic understanding takes its labors to the bitter end, and at the same time goes to the bitter end of the social division of labor. It institutionalizes the results, and there they are on the ground in the new towns, implacably real, inert, and lifeless. What would life be like for an organism which exercised the functions of each of its organs simultaneously and in isolation? What would our lives be like if, and the idea is horrendous, we had to use our consciousness and our hands to control the functions of our stomachs, our hearts, our livers or our kidneys. Functionalism leads to a dead end, the kind of false world nightmares are made of. The multifunctional exists, and so does the transfunctional. By the latter term we mean whatever we cannot reply to by yes or by no when asked the question, is that useful? Play, for example, is transfunctional, and so is art, or the work of art, because they contain a play-generating yeast, which does not exhaust them and which they do not exhaust. More generally still, what distinguishes a work from a thing, an object, or a product? An inert thing, a pebble, a piece of wood, has no function, a product has at least one, and an object has several, for example, a chair, which helps me to do my job, to rest, to have a chat. As for works, they are transfunctional, they have many uses, which they supersede. Whether it is functional or not, an ornament, tolerated by functionalism as long as it remains ornamental, is a sorry caricature of the work of art. Whether it is durable or not, the transfunctional is a work. Play is momentary transfunctionality which consists of its own unfolding, the ephemeral work of an individual or several individuals, successful or not, perfect or not, marvelous or not. A town is durable transfunctionality. Brought off or botched, it is the work of a social group and of an overall society. Towns were no more than the vaguely conscious or even misconscious work of everyday life. They must become a fully conscious work, with the purpose not of integrating an everyday which has been cast aside at the lowest of levels, but of metamorphosing the everyday into a work, on the highest level, the level of art and of freedom. Then, as social man nears a goal which today is utopian, and consciously postulated as such, the everyday and the whole will be works which cannot be dissociated, and the real will no longer be split up into the real and the true, in other words into true versus false. 3. Alienation. Since it was taken up again some 30 years ago, the idea of alienation has been studied many times. There would certainly be every reason to write an in-depth history of it. This history would allow us to resolve the following theoretical problem: the idea of alienation is a legacy of philosophy, and perhaps its essential patrimony. In what ways can we use it as an analytic implement to help us understand the modern world? In what ways does it introduce philosophy into the social sciences? For the time being we will tackle the problem per se, rapidly and succinctly, without becoming waylaid by historical considerations. Our first observation is that the way the idea is generally used seems quite clear: man is alienated, torn from his self and changed into a thing, along with his freedom. However, at the same time, there is something vague about this. Too often alienation has been seen as a single unit and as an entity, the alienation of man. In fact, there are many alienations, and they take many forms. Too often disalienation has been taken as an absolute, and as the end of alienation in general. In Marx's so-called philosophical thought, the alienation which Hegel presented speculatively becomes a historical fact. So does its disappearance. However, although we find many indications that his thought also moved in the opposite direction, Marx tended to push the many forms of alienation to one side so as to give it one specific definition in terms of the extreme case he chose to study: the transformation of man's activities and relations into things by the action of economic fetishes, such as money, commodities, and capital. Reduced to economic alienation within and by capitalism, alienation would disappear completely and in one blow, through a historical but unique act, the revolutionary action of the proletariat. In this historical and revolutionary perspective, there remains something of the philosophical absolute from which it derived, in spite of Marx's critique of Hegelian philosophy and of philosophy in general. Before we apply the idea of alienation to the social sciences and especially to critical study of everyday life, we feel we need to formulate several propositions. We have put these propositions, which are somewhat more than hypotheses and somewhat less than established truths, to the test during our research. First proposition. We must particularize, historicize, and relativize the concept of alienation completely. To put this another way, alienation is only conceivable and determinable within a social frame of reference, and in relation to a whole which is both real and conceptual. Therefore absolute alienation and absolute disalienation are equally inconceivable. Real alienation can be thought of and determined only in terms of a possible disalienation. Conversely, disalienation can be thought of and determined only in terms of a complete alienation or of another possible alienation. Alienation is not a state, any more than disalienation is. Both are conceived of in movement. Second proposition. Once relativized, the concept becomes dialectical. There is a perpetual dialectical movement, alienation, disalienation, new alienation. Therefore an activity which is disalienating and disalienated in relation to what has gone before can lead to an even greater alienation. For example, to become part of a collectivity can disalienate one from solitude, but this does not preclude new alienations which may come from the collectivity itself. Leisure activities disalienate from the effects of fragmented labor, however, when they are entertainments and distractions, they contain their own alienations. One particular technique may disalienate human activity from nature or from another, less effective technique, but it may bring a technological alienation which can be much deeper, such as fragmented labor, or the social imperatives of technology, etc. The reprivatization of everyday life disalienates from the state and from history. It alienates by bringing forth a deeper privation, that of private life established within an everyday context. Thus alienation and disalienation characterize concrete situations, taken in movement and not considered in a motionless way along fixed structural lines. More exactly, the alienation/disalienation dialectical movement enables us to determine a structure within concrete, changing situations. Thus a disalienation can be alienating, and vice versa. Only by precise analysis will we be able to distinguish between the aspects of this movement, rather than muddling them up together. Third proposition. The worst alienation is when the alienation itself is non-conscious, or unrecognized. Awareness of an alienation is already disalienation, but it can become changed into a yet deeper alienation, when failure, privation, or frustration become fixed in the consciousness. So the option which brings one alienation to an end, by going towards a possibility, can create another mutilation and a different alienation. Fourth proposition. The reification of activity, when activity and consciousness become things, and allow themselves to be taken over by things, is an extreme case of alienation. This situation constitutes a polarity and final frontier for alienation, but it does not exhaust the concept. Taken per se, reification disguises the many forms alienation adopts. Alienation within and by the state, political alienation, must not be confused with economic alienation, by money and by commodities, although there are links between them. The alienation of the worker differs from the alienation of women and of children. The ruling class, the bourgeoisie, is alienated by artificial desires and phony needs, whereas the proletariat is alienated by privations and frustrations. The alienation of social groups, which stops them from fully appropriating the conditions in which they exist and keeps them below their possibilities, differs from the alienation of the individual within the group or by the group, families, towns, nations, classes, etc., which derolizes the individual by subjecting him to external rules and norms. There is a technological alienation, which can be superseded, but not without bringing additional risks, and an alienation as a result of a low level of technology. There is an alienation through escapism, and a different one through non-escapism. We also need to be aware of alienation in respect of the other individual, subordination, alienation in respect of society as a whole, scions, dualities, and alienation in respect of oneself, failures, privations, frustrations, etc. And so alienation is infinitely complex. At this point we need to look for a criterion enabling us to orientate ourselves through all this complexity, and to give a precise and objective definition either of alienation or disalienation, or of the exact moment in the process of becoming, or of the essential character of the situation and the way it is developing. Using this criterion we would be able to perceive what alienates and what disalienates, what is alienated and what is disalienated. It would seem that this criterion can only be situated within dialectical movement. It comprises dialectical movement per se. But since it is a matter of grasping this movement, can we really speak of criteria? The worst alienation of all, absolute alienation, in so far as that makes any sense, is when movement is blocked and is brought to a halt. Now this coming to a halt can seem beguiling, like a definitive solution to the problems posed, like a state of supreme satisfaction. There is nothing more comfortable than a state. And this is how reification, an extreme case and a clearly determined state, both defines and disguises all alienations. As far as the movement itself is concerned, it can take the most disturbing forms, such as dissatisfaction, anxiety, or crisis. Contradictions, which we tend to confuse with alienations, are creative. Contradictions give rise to problems, and thus to a set of possibilities and to the need to find a solution, and therefore to the need to make a choice. The solution may be optimal, mediocre, bad, or phony, i.e., illusory. A good solution resolves the initial problem by modifying the givens against which it is reacting and which it is transforming. When the movement stops, the givens of the problem are frozen, even if it is not insoluble, it becomes so, in the name of a phony solution, which is generally the result of a misunderstanding about the givens and an unawareness of what is possible. Thus the idea of the problem and the problematic no longer gets lost in the clouds, but nevertheless there is probably no general criterion which would enable us to reveal and classify problems in specific terms. Let us give some examples, or use some of the examples we have already given, but in more precise detail. Innumerable human beings have been tortured by innumerable conflicts since abstract, rational, social processes became detached from the systems governing the immediate and direct relations between individual people. Such immediate relations prolong archaic relations before the advent of the major processes such as the formation of the state or the accumulation of capital, etc. In essence, processes develop well above the lowly realm of direct and immediate relations, which is situated in the everyday. However, the major processes and systems of relations are not completely external one to the other. Although there is a gap, they interact. As long as the father was nothing more than the agent of biological life, of strength, and direct authority, conflicts were probably frequent and brutal, but they were never insoluble. When the father becomes the agent of the law and of the state within a family, conflicts are forced underground. No longer can a child avoid animosity towards the father, who becomes an image and a model which bring together in a conflicting way the child's need for protection and wish for security, and its reliance on him as a mediator between the closed system of family life and society as a whole. At the same time, these contradictions stimulate the development of individual consciousness. Systems of private relations are disalienating with regard to external pressures, and yet they make an even greater alienation possible, the alienation of the child by the father, when the child identifies with the father. The major social processes are disalienating with regard to the narrowness of systems of private relations, they offer horizons, open spaces, and freedom. And yet, in so far as they are abstract imperatives, they are alienating. Movement and conflicts are creative per se. Contradictions are always preferable to the absence of contradictions. Let us consider women. The term itself seems to suggest a kind of alienation in which half of the human race is considered or considers itself to be like a different species. What is this alienation which subjects women, stopping them from fulfilling themselves, subordinating and degrading them, tearing them from their true selves and dividing them up the one against the other? Would the alienating power be love, or motherhood, or housework in everyday life? It is as difficult to answer these questions as it is to deny that there is a general alienation which determines and damages the feminine condition. The love which alienates, passionate love, is not thick on the ground, As they say, as for the love which disalienates, elective love, it is more frequent and more normal, and does not fetishize either the lover or his loved one, or their physical or spiritual relations. It disalienates with respect to loneliness, while imposing several obligations for the two elements of the couple. And what of motherhood? It means freedom from sterility and is alienating only when it is physically debilitating. As far as housework is concerned, sociologists observe that proletarian women do not dislike it as much as middle-class women say they do. The latter want to work outside the home, and preferably professionally. Proletarian wives do not find housework any more tedious and tiring than working in a factory. If they can, they choose housework. So can it be the drudgery of housework which alienates women? It appears that the alienation of women represents a heightened image of the general alienation of our own specific society, thus if we are to understand it we must scrutinize society as a whole. Furthermore, there are certain situations to consider, such as the women for whom having a baby shatters their future, ruins their plans, and condemns them to poverty and failure. The mother is sacrificed on the altar of maternity. 8. Could not certain very profound reasons for the alienation of women be found in representations and symbolisms, and thus on the level of society as a whole and of ideological superstructures? In this case, these reasons would be as hidden as they are profound. They would intervene in the motivation of individual desires as much as or more than in the material conditions of activity, although the one does not exclude the other. Therefore we cannot define alienation in the everyday until we have revealed symbolisms, and described and analyzed motivations. What is really interesting is that there are veritable treatises on female alienation which present it as inevitable and beautiful, which systematize it and raise it to the absolute and take it to the absurd. Thus in Gertrude von Lefort's La Femme Eternelle, to become someone else, through someone else and for someone else, be it man or God, to be in turn virginity, spouse, motherhood, to annihilate oneself to become the instrument of providence, to appear as silence beside male voices, as fluidity at the feet of male rocks, to wear symbolic veils, to unveil, to offer oneself, such would be the destiny of femininity. Let us conclude with some less lachrymose examples. On many occasions we have pointed out the importance the car holds in our everyday life, or should we say, in our culture and in our civilization? We will keep such weighty words for later. This importance is the result of a social option, taken without full knowledge or awareness of its reasons, and above all, of its consequences. This option has set a process in motion which is probably irreversible and which threatens to dominate a wide sector of the real, to disrupt towns, etc. A car is an item of goods, an object whose use brings satisfactions and which has a functional utility. The relations forged between individuals and this object go far beyond mere use and sheer pleasure. There are many individuals who realize themselves by driving their car. They deploy qualities which lie fallow elsewhere: daring, virility, mastery of self, energy, and even sexuality, or so they say, would all be part of this relationship with the car. It is laden with ideology. And then the pathetic comedy begins: conversations dominated by the car, anecdotes, stories about accidents, etc. It is plain to see that drivers identify with their cars, and become aggressive, coarse, brutal, and of course these qualities are not apparent only when they are driving, far from it. Where is the alienation located? In the usefulness of the goods and the pleasure it provides, or the manner in which pleasure is taken from it? In the attitude, which has become a pattern of behavior? The answer is obvious. Thus here, contrary to the alienation of women, which refers us to society as a whole, we can grasp alienation, i.e., the alienated situation, on an unmediated level. Sociologists in America have recently discovered a most exceptional man, not least because of his exceptional banality, the other-directed man, one of the other-directed people. 9 This remarkably trivial man possesses ultra-sensitive psychological antennae via which he detects other people's opinions, principally important people's, and conforms to them. He is energetic in affirming his personal integrity. He chooses to integrate within the social group and society as a whole, because he believes in it and because he is morally sound. It is not imposed upon him. A man like this has principles. His judgments and his moral convictions are his own, and do not come from an external moral code or a religion controlled by an all-seeing, spiteful God, to whom the depths of his consciousness would be like an open book. So this new man has retained the mannerisms of the inner-directed man, but only as some kind of superficial joke. This social phenomenon is the product of the manipulation of individuals and consciousnesses by modern technology, along with the ever-increasing importance of bank accounts and credit, the growth of suburbs and new housing estates, the rising cost of setting up home, mortgage, furniture, and more generally, consumer society. Sexual relations and marriage are the only sectors in which free competition persists. However, even here, it is the men who come closest to the current model who will get the bonus points in the sexual and matrimonial contest. So this individual does whatever his group tells him to do, but without having to be told. He obeys the imperative representations and models of society as a whole, but from the bottom of his heart. Moral order is freely and democratically accepted. Only groups have an active reality, but groups and individuals are equally depersonalized, abstract and artificial. And so recent American sociology gives us an excellent description of alienated man in an alienating society, at a time of monopolies, monopolistic, state capitalism and bureaucratic over-organization. It does not use Marxist terminology, but it presumably is aware of the theory of alienation, even if it does not mention it. Is it surprising that, apart from a few short stories and novels which broach the theme, there is no equivalent critical analysis to inform us of the specific alienations in the socialist countries? Such is the fate of Marxist thought in the 20th century. The diversity of these situations shows the extent to which it is difficult to find a simple, objective, general criterion for alienation. This diversity equally shows that it is possible and indeed indispensable to elaborate a typology of alienation. We can determine types of alienating situations. Alienation in everyday life would appear in this typology and would constitute a part of these types, but not their entirety, because there are other alienations, the alienation of society in its entirety, political alienation, for example. New forms of alienation, unforeseen and unforeseeable only a few years ago, would also be included in this typology, for example technological alienation. As for reification, it would only be one of the types, the simplest, the clearest and the easiest to define. Perhaps this typology would re-employ the terms used by Hegel and Marx, while giving them a precise content, but without extrapolating a classification, in Fremdung, to become estranged from oneself, in Tauserung, to be torn from oneself, Verwirklichung, to find in fulfillment the principle of one's decline and loss, Vereinlichung, becoming more thing-like, etc. Alienation in the psychiatric or psychosomatic, philosophical sense could also be included in this typology, probably under a variety of names. Fifth and final proposition about alienation. It is appropriate to make a clear distinction between the other and otherness, in order to make their connection, their dialectical unity and perhaps a dialectical movement from one to the other more clear. Maybe this difference is one of the reasons for the problem facing us. Alienation is the result of a relation with otherness, and this relation makes us other, i.e., it changes us, tears us from ourself and transforms an activity, be it conscious or not, into something else, or quite simply, into a thing. Now there are many thinkers who consider the relation with otherness to be a creative one. This is profoundly true. No self-consciousness can close up upon itself. Man is a conscious being, conscious of what he is, of his being, but only in, by, and through what he is not, otherness and action upon otherness, confrontation with otherness, want, privation, desire, work on external material, works, products or works in the strict sense of the term, and finally, what is possible. What a consciousness is hidden from it, and partially eludes it. This self-consciousness is consciousness of not being the object of which it is conscious. Without consciousness of otherness, every consciousness will come to a halt, and become blocked, so that, in the theory of alienation, non-consciousness of otherness is precisely complete alienation, the immobility of alienation. Consequently, it is beyond doubt that otherness is fundamental to human perception, and yet, that otherness fascinates us per se, disturbing us and plunging us into the depths of uncertainty, and even more deeply into anguish. Where are the limits of otherness? There are none, neither in nature and in the world, nor in the depths of the body and of consciousness. These depths are bottomless, and I is otherness 10, i.e., the separation between I and me is already complete. Therefore could otherness be the transcendental, the irreducible outside, given with the inside, self-consciousness, in an inexhaustible relation? In a hypothesis like this, alienation disappears, there is nothing to enable us to discern the tearing away from the self and the normative influence of otherness as the transcendental, the world or the thing in itself. The philosophical imbroglio seems inextricable. Indeed, it is. The concepts become tangled together in a Gordian knot. What makes being and what makes the being at the same time makes nothingness, and the nothingness of this being. Transposed into an ontology which purports to describe the lived, everyday experience clouds over and the simplest differences become blurred. Let us be bold. Let us cut through the Gordian knot by introducing a simple distinction taken from everyday life. Let us use the other to mean whatever is near enough to us to enable us to be its accomplice. The other is something, possibly, friendly and accessible, the other offers itself to us, up to a certain point. When it looks at us, we do not feel at all uneasy, except perhaps for a fleeting moment. It is our fellow man. Otherness is distance, an inaccessibility which threatens us and drags us away. Ipso facto, otherness tears me from myself. It attracts me, it fascinates me. Therefore there would normally be a dialectical movement, a never-ending passing from otherness to the other, and vice versa. The passing from otherness to the other is called knowing, gaining power over otherness and vanquishing it. What this means is that I approach otherness and bring it closer to me. It is a disalienation, which can entail risks of further alienations. To pass from the other to otherness is to discover something unknown, it is to discover something distant in what is near. What we knew and what we were familiar with moves away from us and makes us feel uneasy. It is an alienation which can also contain a certain disalienation. But should otherness come to dominate the other, should we lose contact, should we become tightly embroiled in mistakes, misunderstandings and misinterpretations, should we lose all control, then alienation will take over, i.e., otherness will tear us from ourselves, otherness will make us lose both the other and our own selves. What is essential is the movement, the passing, the supersession. To come to a halt and become blocked is the greatest alienation of all. In this sense, the concept of alienation could be brought closer to the lived. The lived could clarify the concept of alienation, and conversely, the concept of alienation could clarify the idea of the lived, which is still a vague one. For lived and living. If we have included and continue to include the idea of the lived among our specific categories, it is on one precondition: we must make it dialectical. If not, the lived will remain on the level of a phenomenology, oscillating between a description of the immediate and a Platonist ontology of essences. We have already used an image to determine the idea of the lived dialectically. It is a focusing of practical consciousness, a center of density and of heat, if not of light. This focusing or localization moves about. It changes level, with the gaps and imbalances these changes, which are differences in level, entail. Thus in no way can so-called personal or individual consciousness be a given center, a fixed focus or a closed sphere. It, I or me, sees itself lit in a variety of ways. Sometimes it is the psychological or biological level which appears in close-up, at others it is the strangest motivations of the subtlest of desires. Sometimes it is interpersonal relations, the recognition by me or by I of a consciousness of otherness, or of the desire of another, which are brought into focus. Sometimes it is the we. At other times it glorifies norms, symbolisms, representations, or general regulatory forms of conduct, on the level of they or them, or one. Our individual and social consciousness is no less complex than the smallest fragment of material nature or the social totality itself, which consciousness reflects, or rather, refracts. To put this another way, it is infinitely complex, and yet at every moment there is a certain lighting, a focal point, a close-up, a creative determination. For all that, every dimension, every horizon and every level will always be present, and active. We call this ensemble the living, and we have described it using visual images, which are the subtlest kind of image in this imperfect language of ours. We will attempt to reconstitute the lived/living dialectical movement, which encompasses the everyday and social consciousness. The traditional theory of consciousness, which congeals it by reducing it to the I, thus to a congealed form of the lived, disregards this conflict. The living has no precise frontiers, either on the dark side, nature and spontaneity, or on its social horizon. Always vaster, always virtual, it summons the lived and provokes it. At the center of this unstable, volcanic, and tempestuous landscape, the lived is like a nomad's tent. It is always what has been accomplished, or what is in the process of being accomplished, and thus superseded, because it is always disappointing and in decline even while it is being realized. Hence the inevitability of the conflicts between the lived and the living, which make up the life of individual and social consciousness. They are to be found on various levels, and give rise to a great many tensions. Although they are not yet fully distinguishable from the images we have used, and despite their approximative character, these concepts enable us to represent consciousness as actuality and as a work. In one sense, the lived is what has been accomplished, it is therefore the real and the actual. And yet, with its multiplicity of virtualities, the breadth of its horizons and its low-key lighting, the living is just as much of a presence, and thus an actuality. The lived cannot be seen as the inert result of living, nor as its vague consciousness. The lived is the present, living is presence. The lived is also the work, be it alive or dead, created by living. It is whatever I do, whatever I know, in my own light and within my own horizons. It is the part of a living which does not belong to me, since it is quintessentially social, but which I have been able to appropriate. Despite the close links between them, the lived and the everyday do not coincide exactly. Living is not located outside of the everyday. In the everyday, moments of drama are stifled. Now the lived is essentially dramatic. However, we must make a distinction between its real drama and the dramatizations which it accrues. Just as there are always elements of sophistry and rhetoric in language, social living always becomes inflated. The dramas of individuals and the dramas of groups become magnified. In fact, what happens is that real drama and artificial dramatizations reinforce each other in a mixture of serious mise-en-scene and natural theatricality. This is the case not only for art, but also for many demonstrations of social life, which use symbols and representations widely in order to magnify the lived. Let us think of mourning, funerals, marriages, or encounters. The incessant passing from the lived to the living and from the living to the lived is an aspect of the everyday. 5. The spontaneous. The category of the lived permits us to rehabilitate the category of spontaneity, which has long been disparaged, thanks to the attitude both of rationalist and of transcendental philosophy. Neither culturalism nor structuralism can admit the spontaneous and the unformed. However, the rehabilitation of the spontaneous does not rob critique of its rights. Quite the opposite. Are we about to make an apology for the spontaneous which would fetishize it? 11. Certainly not. Spontaneity has no privileges in any domain, be it everyday life or politics. When it is lacking, something fundamental is missing, there is a gap, like a sterile little vacuum in the tissue of life. However, Spontaneity is not always creative every time, with every risk it takes. It makes mistakes, and it fails more frequently than rational prognostication and calculation. Neither the idea of it nor its reality offers a criterion for existence or for value. Authentic per se, but how can we know this? It eludes control and integration. And yet it imitates and mimics itself. In the spontaneous, it is difficult to make out what are dramas, dramatizations, dedramatizations, or superdramatizations, which procedures of social control and integration encourage, and then repress. In periods of intense ideological control, the spontaneous and the non-spontaneous become merged, as do the natural and the artificial. This means the members of a particular group discover ideologically saturated values, norms, and symbols spontaneously. To put it another way, whether it be in our consciousness or in the outside world, we never attain pure nature or any unconditional being. The spontaneous is already part of the social, although it is not the social per se. Everyday life gives it a place and a consistency, and is the level on which it expresses itself. The spontaneous is nothing more than an element of the social, on a certain level. As such, it exists. It is active, it grows, it withers away, and as such it dies, in everyday life. 6. The idea of ambiguity. Once we have rid it of any ontological preoccupations, this concept has a wide area of application. Point 12. Outside of critical periods, when anything problematic has more importance than acquired stability, when conjuncture dismantles structure, when strategy takes the ascendancy, and when the need to choose becomes apparent and marks a moment of bifurcation in the process of social becoming, human groups live in the mode of ambiguity. As long as problems are not immediately pressing, or if they are yet to be posed, human groups can ignore them. This has an impact upon consciousness, and as always we use the term to mean a consciousness which is simultaneously individual and social, although at times the two aspects may well be in conflict. It is satisfied with an appearance of definitive stability, it swells up like a cyst, and becomes an untroubled reality and a being, rather than pursuing the possible and being pursued by it. And so the dramas fade away, the tragedy of the whole is obscured by a comedy of little details. Because nothing vital is at stake, everything is acted out in a ponderous or flippant manner. The relations between individuals within groups, and the relations between groups themselves, become dedramatized. They oscillate between blinkered attitudes and hollow opinions, envy, jealousy, pacts and squabbles, ceremonies which serve to disguise mutual rivalry or admiration. Instead of passion there is an illusory impartiality and a misleading objectivity. Trivial representations suffice. Anything contentious is pushed to one side, although this does not neutralize it. People talk about such things as little as possible and the spread of banality goes unchecked. The realm of ambiguity is also the realm of everyday triviality. At every moment the elements of the lived and of the living seem on the point of splitting up and going their separate ways, groups within society, individuals within groups, patterns of behavior within individuals. It is not always easy to distinguish between the ambiguous and the ambivalent. At this stage we would tend to emphasize their differences, placing ambivalence within the purview of psychology. Ambiguity, however, is a sociological category, a lived situation which is constituted from contradictions which have been stifled, blunted and unnoticed, unrecognized, as such. In the case of ambivalence, it is within the consciousness of an active individual that the problem or conflict emerges. With his back to the wall, he has to choose, this or that, love or hate, subjection or freedom. Sometimes he will already have made his choice, but is unable to make it explicit or effective. Ambiguity, however, is a condition offered to an individual by a group. Faced with differences he finds difficult to explain, he adopts a kind of temporary and undisciplined indifference. One day, soon perhaps, he will have to opt, but the moment of choice has not yet arrived, he has still not reached the fork in the road. Ambiguity is a complex situation, but it lacks mindfulness, and is made up of several virtual polarities. Ambivalence comprises a conflict which develops between feelings, people, or representations. There is no shortage of cases or examples of ambiguity in everyday life. So much so that one could say that ambiguity is a characteristic of the everyday, and that the everyday is the sphere of application and content of ambiguity, taken as a category, i.e., a specific concept. The family has a biological and physiological reality. In the first instance, it is located on the level of immediate person-to-person relations, husband and wife, children, and parents. Does it possess social functions? This has been contested, and it has been seen as a residual deposit. 20 or so years ago it was thought that industrial society and the proletarian revolution would dismantle the family and share out all its ancient functions across society. But it would appear that, against all expectation, the family has been given new functions, provisionally or permanently, in consumption and in culture. Have these new functions restored the old ones? Has the family regained its educational function? This is open to doubt. What is not in doubt is that, throughout history, society as a whole has given the family a range of forms: the patriarchal family, the feudal family, the bourgeois family, the proletarian family, the socialist family. It is influenced by ideology and culture. We can talk of the Islamic family, the Christian family, or the secularized family. Institutions intervene vigorously to prohibit cases of deviance, blatant survivals, and transitions towards anything new. They impose a defined structure upon the family. At the same time, the family retains unmediated links which originate in the distant past, before the development of modern society, such as patriarchal links and feudal relations of subordination. In this complex interaction, it never becomes separated from its biophysiological form ants, even when it has been elevated to the dignified status of a higher ethical or cultural value, with the concomitant representations and symbols. However, if its situation is de facto ambiguous, it also accrues defined motivations and recognizable attitudes. The modern and the archaic confront each other in the family, in a mutual recognition of differences which, once recognized, tend to be disregarded. Various symbolic representations or psychosociological motivations are used as theories of the family: emotions aroused by the immutability of human nature, by the maternal instinct, by virility in its role as protector of feminine vulnerability, etc. In its very basic principles, the family is ambiguous. Hence the general ambiguity of everything which happens or which does not happen within it: love and rivalry, confidence and mistrust, suffocation and protection, use and abuse. Together with the family, woman belongs to the category of ambiguity. As an informal social group, the only way women can be understood and situated is as the embodiment of ambiguity. We have already mentioned the paradox that half the human race and organized society constitutes a group defined by gender, which is to a certain extent distinct, with its own aspirations, demands, and strategies. Biologically creative, women have always been ipso facto the natural mediators between social groups, generations, culture, and nature, and individuals. They mediate, in other words, they generate conflicts and divisions even when carrying out the conciliatory role their functions attribute to them. Biologically creative, and probably the creators of the first human realities at the dawn of history: agriculture, the village, the house and its basic equipment, the hearth, cooking utensils, furniture, fabrics. Women have subsequently been demoted to carry out inferior tasks, making them relatively unproductive economically and relatively ineffective socially. And so they are the illusory substance of the everyday, its unreliable depths, its terrain and its climate, and yet they are endowed with the attributes of the human race: intelligence and rationality, as well as with the specific qualities of the groups to which they belong. Nothing stops them intervening in the gamut of public or private situations, but everything forces them to use indirect methods if their interventions are to be effective. The consequence is a profound and permanent conflict which can never reach a climax, i.e., it can never become the kind of overt, explicit antagonism which would endanger society. So the conflict is contained in a state of ambiguity, a blunted, ever rekindled, ever stifled contradiction. There are times when women as a social group are able to wipe away the traces of their historical defeats, and when, after exerting gradual but constant pressure, they finally gain the promotion they have so long waited for. At these moments ambiguity bursts asunder in contradictions, possibilities longed for and disappointingly fulfilled, the serious side and the frivolous side of femininity, femininity per se and its harsh ethic, which women both desire and reject. From these moments on, the ambiguity of the past and of the present becomes explicit, whereas when it was in control it was unconscious, unrecognized, hidden under representations and symbols which maintained and disguised it. From time immemorial and up to and including the present day, women have been the custodians of a treasure chest of norms and representations. How prosaic and tedious these norms and representations are, but also how tenacious in praxis, and how profound, everything involving the house, the home and domesticity, and thus everyday life. At the same time, both symbolically and as conscious subjects, they embody the loftiest values of art, ethics, and culture, love, passions, and virtues, beauty, nobility, sacrifice, permanence. But these come into conflict with other supreme values, sensual delight, total pleasure, luxury, and lust. These conflicts are profound but disguised, reduced to ambiguity and hidden beneath it, but nevertheless, and in spite of the mind-numbing nature of housework, women are less likely than men to be stultified by the specialization and fragmentation of labor. So superiority becomes inferiority, and inferiority contains the seeds of superiority, although they are reluctant to germinate. Therefore, women symbolize everyday life in its entirety. They embody its situation, its conflicts, and its possibilities. They are its active critique. We, i.e., in everyday or modern life, are flooded by a generalized ambiguity, which perhaps explains why certain philosophers have used it to extrapolate a philosophy, changing what is a sociological category into an ontological one. Now this improper generalization finds itself challenged by an obstacle and one overriding objection: ambiguity prevents awareness of ambiguity. Sociologically, it is a category of unawareness and ignorance, or rather of misunderstanding and lack of knowledge, where appearances merge with the real. As appearance and illusion on a massive scale, consumer society has become stronger and stronger. Modern capitalism would appear to produce for social and individual needs, it therefore appears to correspond to Marx's definition of socialism, and this appearance in itself is enough to make our situation paradoxical. In fact, consumer society manipulates needs, the masters of production are also the masters of consumption, and they also produce the demands for which and according to which they are supposed to be producing. Deliberately or not, they leave other equally valid needs and other equally objective demands to one side. It is not very often that a voice makes itself heard to criticize this illusion which is not entirely an illusion, this appearance which is not absolutely an appearance, since needs, even if they are provoked and prefabricated, cannot all be equally phony and artificial. Ambiguity between individual and social needs and desires papers over unperceived contradictions, blunting them and coinciding with the three-dimensional realness of the everyday. Only when there is this ambiguity can the illusion and the appearance be sustained. From the moment we begin to scrutinize them, mass culture, together with mass consumption, and the effects of the mass media reveal an enormous ambiguity. Using highly sophisticated techniques, mass communications bring masterpieces of art and culture to everyone, they make history in its entirety, the world itself, accessible to all. They bring the past and even the future into the present. By continually improving their manner of approach and their means of distribution, these techniques circulate what is most refined and most subtle in the works of mankind, those painstaking creations to which men devote their lives, and in which epochs and civilizations are embodied. Modern techniques make taste more sophisticated, raise the level of culture, instruct, educate, and bring an encyclopedic culture to the people. At the same time, they make their audience passive. They make them infantile. They present the world in a particular mode, the mode of spectacle and the gaze, with all the ambiguity we have already noted and which we continue to emphasize, non-participation in a false presence. This distribution lives off the past, it cuts it up and wastes it. Producing images and representations, the techniques of the mass media create nothing and do not stimulate any creativity. They consume the precious goods accumulated over the centuries, exacerbating by their own actions this more general historical fact: history has forced many creative sources to dry up, and will go on doing so indefinitely. The mass media shape taste and cloud judgment. They instruct and they condition. With their saturation of images, current affairs, and news devoid of anything new, they fascinate and they nauseate. They expand communications and they threaten coherence and thought, vocabulary and verbal expression, language itself. Will they reach the extreme point where the world of expression is exhausted, where everyone will be a spectacle for everyone else, where the event will be broadcast while it is happening? We call this extreme point the great pleonasm, the supreme tautology, the final identification of the real with the known, surprise annihilated by the illusion of permanent surprise, ambiguity annihilated by its own triumph. Here too ambiguity presupposes and produces appearances which disguise it, never to appear to be what it is. That too is an aspect of ambiguity. Everything takes place as though ambiguity were only apparent and manifest in the supersession which is destroying it. Even more generally, the way the members of one group perceive or apprehend other groups and other human beings takes place first and foremost in the mode of ambiguity: amazement and curiosity, repugnance and raucosity, retreat and generosity, desire to assimilate and need to repel. It is a kind of apprehensiveness, grasping yet fearing, discovering a vague threat, seesawing between a reassuring present, the other is, we can hold it, distance it, and define ourselves in relation to it, and a disquieting future. All that we know about our possible relation with it is this one useless detail: it can harm us or it can help us. There comes a moment when we must make up our minds and make a decision, we must make a judgment and take a choice. Options are decisive. They shed light on all that is hidden in the twilight world of ambiguity. Ambiguity cannot last long. It is not permanent. It has a time limit. Rightly or wrongly, and according to the circumstances and conjunctures, decisions begin with an assessment, which to a certain extent runs the risk of making a mistake in the present and of failing in the future. After assessing the situation, which hitherto was ambiguous, and thus impossible to judge, we go into action, we dive in head first, there are no more discussions. The best man of action is the one who chooses his moment well, who discusses the pros and the cons at length, but not for too long. He waits for the situation to be ripe, but not rotten. He takes his time, and avoids hasty judgments and interventions, but by no means does he drag his feet. He replaces the yes and no of ambiguity and the suspension of judgment, the perhaps or why not, and the what's the point, of caution and hesitation, with the dilemma of action. He answers a question either by yes or by no. He opts. His decision simplifies the complex situation and the ambiguity, and by the very act of simplifying them, transforms them. One sharp blow, and ambiguity collapses. And that is when ambiguity reveals itself to be what it is: uncontrolled complexity, confusion, opaqueness. Ambiguity leads us towards a decision which will negate it and reveal it, bringing it to an end and unmasking it. The sword of decision cleaves continuous time into a before and an after. True time, many-sided, continuous and discontinuous, waymarked by the forks in its paths, mapped out by decisions and options, is revealed. So we see yet another dialectical movement emerging before our eyes: ambiguity/decision. Once we have discovered it, we will no longer be able to fetishize ambiguity and to see the everyday and the ambiguous as being synonymous. We will no longer be able to behave as if this category, ambiguity, defined a situation of the human or within the human, irreducibly and irrevocably. As an aspect of this movement, the act of decision itself becomes an object for theory and even for a particular science, a fragment of a general theory of praxis, similar to logic, praxeology. This theory can no more be identified with critique of everyday life than it can with knowledge of praxis. It touches only one aspect of them. It completes the theory of ambiguity. The essential point here is that the theory of ambiguity foreshadows and calls for the end of ambiguity itself. It gives rise to a general problem, together with its complement, decision theory. To study the everyday is to wish to change it. To change the everyday is to bring its confusions into the light of day and into language, it is to make its latent conflicts apparent, and thus to burst them asunder. It is therefore both theory and practice, critique and action. Critique of everyday life encompasses a decision and precipitates it, the most general and the most revolutionary of them all, the decision to render ambiguities unbearable, and to metamorphose what seems to be most unchangeable in mankind because it lacks precise contours. 7. Challenge and mistrust. If there is a category among today's social facts, i.e., a set of facts denoted and connoted by a category, which corresponds in our modern world to what Mauss described as the total social phenomenon, namely gifts in archaic societies, would it not be the notion of challenge? Today, challenge appears openly in all areas and at every level of social reality. It is becoming a recognized, explicit, conscious and almost everyday mode of social relations between individuals and groups, genders, ages, classes, peoples and nations, institutions and organized apparatuses, political regimes and modes of production. In our resolve to make the scientific research in which we are engaged deliberately neutral, impartial and objective, we might well sometimes overlook these socio-dramatic categories. In its beginning, sociology's favorite areas of study, and perhaps to an exaggerated extent, were the manifestations of challenge in archaic societies, potlatch 14 ordeals and judgments of God, competitive forms of exchanges and gifts, ritual declarations of friendship or hostility. This tendency has been disowned, too much so. Let us reinstate the study of the social forms of challenge, while at the same time bringing it up to date and modernizing it. Point 15. Once the importance of challenge in archaic or historical, Promethean, societies has been reassessed, its sociological study and its specifically historical study become complementary. The light shed on social practice is dramatically revealing. Thus the 18th century saw groups and classes with increasingly clear-cut contours throw themselves in the face of a multiplicity of challenges, in all areas, including culture, art, and morality. We, of this particular group, are and will be more cultivated, more refined, more moral, more civilized and more reasonable than you, members of another group, or we will appear to be, which more or less boils down to the same thing. Challenge is part of tactics and strategies. It reveals them, while at the same time concealing them. Noisy, provocative, silent, there is a period of mutual challenge in every confrontation. Challenge is polyvalent. Thrown down on a certain level, economic, cultural, ideological, political, etc., its presence comes to light and reverberates in other areas, and on other levels of praxis. It is a means of exerting pressure, and so it is an action rather than a declamatory and gratuitous mode of expression or an impersonal figure of speech in social reality. Challenge is a means of exerting pressure beyond the group, but its actions reverberate within it, it rallies elements which have been scattered, and regroups them, it puts an end to periods when collective life breaks down into individual preoccupations and trivialities. For this reason, it enters into the everyday and elevates it, by ridding it of part of its triviality. It gives it color. Seen in this light, the social groups reveal well-determined characteristics. The bourgeoisie has always lived in the mode of permanent challenge to its adversaries, feudalism to begin with, then the working class. It was able to include challenge as one of the apparently universal values, so that ideologically speaking it is more of a challenge to time than to men, whose lives are ephemeral. These values, reason, nationhood, belong to a class consciousness which does not present itself as such. Every statement with the words reason or nation in it contained a challenge, but not expressed as such. The bourgeoisie sought to unite challenge with confidence, a most volatile mixture. Whenever it stops living on this particular mode, it becomes slack, unleashing fear and even panic. Conversely, as a social group, technocrats avoid challenge, and provocation even more so. They work in silence, deep underground, and this distinguishes them from the other class fractions from which they derive or which they serve. The rowdy, provocative challenges hurled by intellectuals at general opinion, romanticism, surrealism, existentialism, for example, mark certain periods of culture, and certain other periods are marked by their silence. These differing attitudes can imply a confession of powerlessness, or a possibility of action. As regards the challenge of the proletariat to bourgeois society and to the bourgeoisie, it can be silent and mistrustful rather than provocative. Critical periods, i.e., acute forms of confrontation and revolutionary moments, always seem to be preceded or followed by periods when tensions and challenges are less extreme. But challenge can be more far-reaching, and much more profound. It could be said that economic growth and the development of technology throw down a series of challenges, long suppressed, to the individual, to art and to the moral sphere, and to modern man in general. 16. Could peaceful coexistence be an idol? Could there be fraternization without an ulterior motive? Could there be mutual toleration with a pluralist ideology in both camps, in an unruffled juxtaposition of opposed regimes? Unthinkable. Interaction is a law. We must not confuse official declarations, which are often most perfidious when they are at their most diplomatic and skillful, with the dialectical movement of the real. Peaceful coexistence is a perpetual mutual challenge. Objectively, and in the mode of challenge, overt incompatibility makes way for a compatibility which is not without its own risks. With its component of randomness, a challenge replaces a threat. It is based on a situation, the possibility and fear of mass destruction, much more than on the will for anything. It comprises a volatile relation of forces within boundaries fraught with danger. We should not imagine it to follow any archaic model, like some kind of generalized potlatch of nuclear or conventional arms, that would be too tidy and too simple. The challenge is many-sided, and will continue to be so. It is economic, political, military, cultural, and technological. We are well aware of what its contents are: industrial growth, aid to underdeveloped countries, whose weight may well prove decisive, and unrestrained technical development. And so challenge puts the solidity of existing structures permanently to the test, and at the same time it tries their ability to adapt to circumstances. When it is explicit, challenge resembles intimidation. When it is covered, it resembles tolerance and understanding, and therefore flexibility. Can there be a challenge without mistrust, i.e., without fear? Not often. And if so, we would call it arrogance. When challenge became generalized, it brought mistrust in its wake, and this fosters an immense and terrible uncertainty. We have learned a lot from the new concepts it has brought us: the ubiquity of randomness in the modern world, the importance of tactics and strategies in social reality, etc. Mistrust determines a specific alienation, it clouds things over, it creates panic and it stultifies. At the same time, it stimulates energies. The climate of challenge and mistrust is prodigiously uplifting, but it is as unbearable as it is stimulating. Mistrust also determines a disalienation, the vague anguish which comes when we are confronted with the innumerable questions randomness raises. Why this? Why that? Perhaps when the need for security becomes less important, it will lead to a mutation in social consciousness. With the current degree of anxiety and tension, the human mind becomes detached from nature. It demands that the tranquility of nature and the restlessness of culture be superseded. Would this mutation open the way for a demand for a radical metamorphosis of the everyday? We can only hope so. If not, yet another failure will be added to the list, and it is already much too long as it is. From the start of their coexistence, the two opposing regimes or systems have reacted one against the other, and in a very profound way. This is not the place to study this dialectical movement, the pressure of one system upon another and the way the systems respond to that pressure, with all the repercussions and exaggerations which ensue. This interaction gets broader and more intense, with each side maintaining that it alone keeps all its promises, and even other people's promises, as someone notoriously once put it, and the ability to fulfill mankind's aspirations. In this interaction, the image of the other, the result of an unstable combination of information and propaganda, is already playing an ever-increasing and contradictory role. It is the image of challenge, an image we challenge and which we mistrust. Thus a world or planetary unit is underway, contradictorily, dialectically, i.e., in a way which is both necessary and random, determined and aleatory. As we go beyond our own planet, and as the adventure of space opens up before us like a chasm, globality enters into the dialectical movement of man and of history. But what will this globality be? We have no means of predicting it with any accuracy. The most we can do is to draw up a table of possibilities, chances, and options. A highly complex interaction is unfolding before our eyes, and within us, on the mode of challenge. It is not mechanical, and is full of random elements. The way this challenge works is changing. At first it turned the bourgeoisie into wild beasts, fascists, and then, without making it any the less ferocious, it shook it from its lethargy, and, to a certain extent, from its stupidity. The bourgeoisie tries to rid itself of its old Malthusianism, to plan ahead, to harmonize production and consumption. It succeeds to a certain extent, but without transforming the fundamental conditions and categories of bourgeois society, and without suppressing the class struggle or the proletariat. In the other camp, the capitalist challenge initially prevented the socialist state from withering away. It was one of the causes of Stalinism, perhaps the main one. Then it shook socialism from its dogmatic slumbers, and it shook up state doctrinarism and crude centralized planning, and now socialism is at last beginning to take social needs into account. We now know that, in their challenges and their contradictions, the two modes of production present some similarities and some curious homologies. Notably, on both sides, everyday life is neglected and abandoned to its backwardness, in the USA because of the inadequacies of the public services, and in the USSR because of the priority given to heavy industry. On one side, there is a dearth of statism, on the other there is too much of it. On both sides technological alienation has produced results which are in many respects comparable. The challenges of the two socio-political regimes concern the same category, the category of everyday life. The regime which carries the day will be the one which produces the most wealth, the most means for action, the most freedom, in a word, the most possibilities. Will it triumph by the pleasure it offers mankind, or by power over it? Who can say? This is why we have not taken any one idea, the idea of globality for example, to guide us through the complexities of the modern world and its problems. One idea alone would not have enabled us to make predictions and to take options. To guide us through the labyrinthine world of challenge, we have chosen one humble and essential requirement, the transformation of the everyday through critical knowledge of it. 8. Social space, social time. There exists social time or social time scales which are distinct from biological, physiological, and physical time scales. There is a social space which is distinct from geometric, biological, geographic, and economic space. Everyday space differs from geometric space in that it has 4 dimensions, which are in a 2x2 opposition, right/left, high/low. Similarly, everyday time has 4 dimensions which differ from dimensions as mathematicians and physicists would define them, namely the accomplished, the foreseen, the uncertain and the unforeseeable, or again, the past, the present, the short-term future and the long-term future. The more deeply we analyze them, the more subtle and the more differentiated these ideas become. With respect to social space, we will distinguish between subjective aspects and objective aspects. Subjectively, social space is the environment of the group and of the individual within the group. It is the horizon at the center of which they place themselves and in which they live. The extent of this horizon differs from group to group, according to their situation and their particular activities. Objectively, the idea of social space is not synonymous with the currently accepted idea of social mobility. Taken in isolation, social mobility remains an abstraction. It implies networks and channels via which it is established, if indeed it constitutes a lasting phenomenon. Social space is made up of a relatively dense fabric of networks and channels. This fabric is an integral part of the everyday. We will study it later, in our model of communications, where we will try to see if we can give a precise meaning to the terms social distance and social field. As for social time, let us emphasize once more the difference between cyclic time scales and linear time scales, and their relativeness. We know that the former have their origins or their foundations in nature. They are connected to profound, cosmic, vital rhythms. The latter are connected to knowledge, reason, and techniques. They correlate not with vital rhythms and processes, but rather with processes of economic and technological growth. We will look closely at the results of the interactions between cyclic rhythms and linear, continuous or discontinuous, time scales in the everyday. Therefore we will be proposing a rhythmology or a sociological rhythm analysis 17, and we will attempt to distinguish between periodicities and to study their relations and superpositions, taking either mathematical harmonic analysis or physiological research as our model. Moreover, each group has its tempo, which is relatively fast or slow, and which varies between work and everyday life outside work. In this way we would hope to develop a theory of the multiplicity of social time scales. Point 18. 9. Praxis. We now come to the simplest category, and the most difficult to elucidate. It is the most abstract and the most concrete, since it applies both to the everyday and to the wholeness of society. It is the category of social practice or praxis. Since Marx's early writings, which are also called philosophical, the idea of praxis has been distorted and impoverished. Before we try to reinstate the idea in its entirety, we will look quickly at the restrictive ways it has been interpreted. Making 19 reduces social practice to individual operations of the artisan kind on a given material which is relatively pliable or resistant. During this operation, the producer, or creator, part artisan, part artist, discovers himself. By means of the object, he recognizes his work and his own abilities. As he works, he forms his own abilities. This is as true for traditional potters and weavers as it is for painters. When they make something, they also make themselves. At one and the same time, the idea of making is narrower and vaguer, more deceptively precise and more equivocal than the idea of production, which as yet is not broad enough to cover the idea of praxis completely. In spite of its apparent precision, the idea of making is without contours. Is play a making? If it is, the idea can be used to include whatever one wants. If not, it becomes restricted to productive work upon an object, work which is of a determined kind and, moreover, somewhat antiquated. As soon as we fail to stipulate the limits of the idea and the frame of reference in which we are using it, it can result in misuse, namely deceptive values. In modern industrial labor, the direct and unmediated contacts the operator has with his tools and his material are diminishing, and with automation they actually disappear. An analysis of praxis based upon this idea would be in danger of overlooking many facts. It lags behind reality, and the clarity which comes as a result of this lag is deceptive. We think of labor in the industrial era along artisan lines, and the labor of the present era, the era of automation, along the lines of classic industry. Fragmented labor has altered the relation between work and life outside work, and automation has altered it even more. When he makes something, the individual is no longer making himself. He is made in a complex totality of which making is only one part and one aspect. For all that, on the scale of society, production and production relations remain determinants. Moreover, whenever there is a work, no matter how modest, and not a product, the value bestowed on the individual act by the making remains valid, including when it is in the caricatural form of a hobby, or do-it-yourself. Here are some other reservations about the idea of making. It does not help us to pose the problem of inventiveness in practice, nor does it help us solve it. It treats the technique as though it were the material, and tends to relegate both to the background, as general givens of all activities which make anything, without examining the implications and conditions or the consequences and results in themselves. In order to give more value to the agent's individual initiative and skill, it emphasizes the zone of indetermination, the margin of freedom, which the technique and the material put at his disposal. This does not help us to make a clear formulation of the problems of freedom, with all their implications, or of the problems of individuals and of the groups to which those individuals belong. And what happens to alienation in this schematic? The narrowness of the way in which empiricism and pragmatism interpret the idea of practice has been stressed so often and so vigorously that it is hardly worth reiterating. By only considering individual practical action and its result, by replacing breadth of theoretical vision, which they present as simple abstraction, by practicism and the vulgar practical mentality, by extolling success as the criterion and principle of judgment, Anglo-Saxon empiricism and pragmatism eliminate the drama, the profundity, and the problems from individual life and from social life. They have proved attractive because they are simple, i.e., they simplify. They reveal the absence of a philosophical tradition, or more exactly the absence of an effective tradition which has penetrated culture. If they were able to spread their ideas, it was thanks to the great crisis of philosophy, when the withering away, the supersession and the absence of philosophy all became merged in an inextricable confusion. The image of praxis they present is all the more false for being more realistic, more precise, and more in line with the experience of fragmentation. They have even contaminated Marxist thought. Against Anglo-Saxon pragmatism and its apologia to success, several philosophers, with little awareness of the situation or of the role they are playing, have made a virtue out of failure. They have rehabilitated drama and the tragic, but excessively so. Only failure has any meaning, since success or victory simply demonstrates the platitude of the intentions and the goals which inspired them. So today the derisory sociological apologia to success is countered by the no less derisory idea that humanity only sets itself insoluble problems, that men play to lose, and that the magnitude of the aims and the profundity of the goals are measured by the extent to which they fail. We are now leaving this dilemma behind us. Pragmatism disregards the fact that decisions are based on logic and that actions are dialectical. It disregards the theory of choices, possibilities, and risks. It eliminates concrete problematics, conflicts, contradictions, openings. It thinks of praxis not as something concealing a complexity of movements, but as a cold, naked concept of the real, with the density of a stone. The atheoretical conception of human activity goes hand in hand with a functionalist conception of the real. Emphasizing one specific format of activity, technology, the transition to a technocratic positivism which considers itself to be broad, deep, and of course realistic is easy. An analogous restriction has occurred in dogmatic Marxist thought, in tandem with similar divisions. Using a different terminology, specific sides of praxis have been emphasized, such as productive labor, the action of man on external nature, and matter as the object of the activity which precedes conscious activity. Ipso facto there is equally a tendency to give value to technology, productivity, and success. We jump from productive labor, identified with praxis, to some other aspect, the planning of productive labor, political practice, the practice of the state or of the party, without worrying too much about piecing these multiple fragments back together again. Hence an ideological confusion which makes it possible to transfer the rather vague quality attributed to praxis in general to a determined, political, practice, the ability to achieve good results from an action, control over spontaneous or unwitting processes, technology, knowledge, and control over the forces of nature. This ideology does away with the need for a strictly political theory which would describe and analyze the means of state power and the sources of specifically political action, apparatuses, propaganda, methods of direction and command, techniques of distribution and constraint, in short, the penetration of globality and statism, and the marked separation between them, into the everyday. In terms of its inability to analyze and its hostility to knowledge, so-called Marxist practicism is just as bad as pragmatism. Its idea of praxis is just as blinkered and just as obscurantist. It sidesteps the issue by presenting its own praxis as an ideological, philosophical, representation rather than reflecting its truth in a critical fashion. Dogmatism has been able to present the total liberation of mankind and the blossoming of its freedom as having been accomplished, but it has done so within a framework which in fact makes this impossible: statism, the requirements of primitive accumulation, dissatisfaction, and the restriction of needs and pleasures. By dint of stressing specific aspects of praxis, or ideology, and notably matter and philosophical materialism, it has succeeded broadly in blurring and parenthesizing other aspects, and in excluding them from the idea of socialism, notably everything concerning everyday life. After such a lengthy and effective obliteration, only by making a considerable effort will we be able to reinstate the idea of praxis in its entirety. The action of social man on nature, the outside world, is only one aspect of praxis, but it is already a complex one, since when we analyze it we find a large number of formants, techniques, tools and knowledge, natural forces, resources, and raw materials, the organization and division of labor. The social division and the technical division of labor are not the same thing, particularly in capitalist society, etc. The relations between human beings, groups and individuals, are obviously part of praxis. Action upon nature, productive forces, implies social relations, production relations, and explains them, up to a point. Conversely, social relations cannot be established or conceived of outside action upon nature, productive forces. Social groups, and notably classes, are simultaneously productive forces and social forces. However, social relations and production relations are not the same thing, and praxis cannot be defined comprehensively either as a sum total or as an interaction, productive forces/production relations. This representation fetishizes economy. It ends up as a simplistic productivism, as perfunctory as the functionalism we have already refuted, a productivism of material production. It forgets or refuses to listen to Marx's argument against Adam Smith's bourgeois productivism, which recent economists and sociologists have taken up again in the fight against vulgarized Marxism. All societies comprise and imply a non-material and yet practically creative production, namely the various services. Now these services are woven into the texture of social relations, production relations, and property relations. They make them more complex. They represent social needs generally and the specific social needs which have been accepted and controlled. They help to articulate production and consumption in the everyday, whether it be distribution, transport, health and medicine, education and training, leisure activities, advertising, specifically cultural works, etc. Although simple and unmediated in appearance, everyday life reveals on analysis the presence of a range of effective representations, symbols, regulations, controls, models, and norms, ideologies and superstructures, which intervene and mediate it. Conversely, these multiple mediations of everyday life take on an unmediated existence within it, albeit unevenly. Mediations of the everyday do not all intervene simultaneously. Praxis reveals an extreme complexity on very varied levels, from the biophysiological level, which comprises relations with nature other than that of material production strictly speaking, as much within the family as in the village, the town, or the nation, to the abstract and formal level of symbols, culture, representations, and ideologies. The so-called superstructural elements and formants react on the base. This classic postulate of Marxist theory will be incomprehensible if we fail to perceive that there is a level in praxis which is relatively distinct and marked per se, the level of everyday life. Symbols and representations react first and foremost on unmediated relations, between which they intervene as mediations, the apparently direct relations between persons and things, goods, which are precisely what the everyday, as well as the apparently simple modalities of social consciousness, is made up of. But praxis also reveals itself as a totality. We would maintain that the idea of totality derives from praxis. However, this totality never appears to be other than fragmentary, contradictory, and composed of levels, of contradictions on differing levels, and of partial totalities. How do we reach totality, i.e., society itself, from within? Precisely, via these partial totalities and levels which cross-refer to each other, and via these fragments which presuppose a whole and which necessitate the concept of a whole of which they are the evidence and the elements, but not the entirety. Fragmented in one sense but already total in another, every act of thought or social effectiveness refers to the totality via the other levels. It reveals a total praxis, and points the way towards it. Only by restoring this mobile and contradictory, dialectical, profundity to praxis will we be able to understand and reinstate certain of Marx's famous postulates. Social life, the life of society and of the individual, is in its essence social practice, praxis. Production produces man. So-called world history or the history of the world is nothing but the history of man producing himself, of man producing both the human world and the other man, the alienated man of otherness, and his self-consciousness. This is an ideal point at which to protest once more against the ideological operation which reduces praxis to production, and production itself to economic, material, production. Praxis encompasses both material production and spiritual production, the production of means and the production of ends, of implements, of goods, and of needs. To produce and to reproduce is not simply to cast a certain number of produced objects, implements of production or consumer goods, into distribution, exchange, and consumption, or alternatively to invest or accumulate them. It is also to produce and to produce again the multiple social relations which enable production and the appropriation of goods, and which also limit or hinder them. In this way, and in this way only, do we become aware of the coherence of a determined society, its structures, and of the incoherences which the coherent structure dominates and subjugates until such time as it disintegrates. To detach the productive forces from action on material nature, or more generally to single out certain categories from praxis by giving them a privileged status, to consider certain objects separately and to turn them into fetishes, commodities, for example, or money, these are precisely the procedures which Marxist critique refutes. And this is how the foundation of all critical thought, including critique of religion, critique of philosophy and critique of everyday life, becomes manifest. In production, it is not only products which are produced and reproduced, but also social groups and their relations and elements, members, goods, and objects disappear while groups persist or crumble away, remaining active, playing their games and developing their tactics and strategies. Beneath an apparent immobility, analysis discovers a hidden mobility. Beneath this superficial mobility, it discovers stabilities, self-regulations, structures, and factors of balance. Beneath the overall unity, it uncovers diversities, and beneath the multiplicity of appearances it finds a totality. Analysis must maintain these two sociological aspects: incessant change, the disappearance of elements, nascent conjunctures, the structuring of the whole, relative stability, and grasp them in the wholeness of a single history. Praxis produces the human world, our world, the world of objects and goods, the world our senses perceive and which therefore seems a gift of nature to the organs and body of an individual. The expression outside world is deceptive. It groups together things, example a pebble, objects, example a house, products, example a pencil, and works, example a painting. Through the mediation of language, the outside world is also the inner world which reproduces the human world of objects, products, and works by means of verbal structures. Individual, Consciousness reflects a world which seems external and which social praxis has created. Up to a certain point, but this determination does not exhaust it, this consciousness can be defined as the place, the field, where significations and symbolisms left by praxis in the world of objects come together. We must distinguish between repetitive praxis and inventive praxis. This distinction is essential if we are to make the idea of praxis more dialectically profound, and reinstate it in its entirety. Repetition plays a considerable role on every level. Sooner or later productive and technical actions end up as reiterated gestures, and this is an important if not essential aspect of labor. As for operations entrusted to material devices, such as tools and machines, they always involve many to and fro movements, oscillations, rotations, alternations. As Marx pointed out before our contemporary economists and sociologists did, products per se differ from works and natural objects by their capacity for unlimited production. We know that a large part of everyday life is made up of stereotyped and repeated actions. This repetitive praxis keeps the human world going, and helps to produce it over and over again. It underlies the human world and constitutes its stability. Is it intrinsically alienating? No. It will only alienate in definable conditions and situations, when something else becomes possible. However, we should not separate repetitive praxis from creative praxis. There are several types of repetition, and we will have cause to examine their differences at a later stage. The stereotyped, mechanical repetition of gestures and signals differs from the rhythmed and periodic starting and restarting which characterizes vital activities. Let us remember that in mathematics repetitions of formal operations, such as adding or subtracting an element from a set, iteration and reiteration, are fundamental and prodigiously creative acts. Therefore we can expect to find transitions and mediations between the repetitive and the creative. This is why we did not think it possible to define the everyday by the repetitive alone, but rather as the place where repetition and creativity meet and confront each other. Social praxis cannot be confined to supporting, maintaining, and reproducing. In our arguments we have tried to demonstrate the relative character of structures, stabilities, constants, and balances. Praxis is not confined to the everyday, nor is the everyday confined to a mechanical and unlimited recommencement of the same gestures and operations. Repetitive practice is necessary, but it is not enough per se. It never attains the definitive, automatic balance, a balance without contradictions. This would be the supreme alienation. It is the base of the inventiveness which undermines and modifies it. Praxis is creative. On the frontiers of inventiveness, we sense the coming of acts which disrupt praxis and transform the everyday, revolutions, total phenomena which introduce a multiplicity of possibilities which the unfolding of history strives unsuccessfully to exhaust. Other less garish and strident forms of creativity are much more humble. Creativity is not only produced outside the everyday, on the higher plane of representations and symbolisms. At first commencement and recommencement are indistinguishable, and their difference only becomes apparent after time, and as a consequence of it. We would go so far as to say that all inventiveness is born from the everyday, and is confirmed within it. Where and how is the act of creativity accomplished? We know that in terms of the norms and received frames of reference which govern higher activities it is often marginal, bizarre, and deviant. Its creativity is only apparent later, in what follows. The inventive action is often similar to gambling, it comprises a wager and a risk of loss. The history of the sciences proves these assertions as much as the history of art and of political doctrines do. In our opinion, the most inventive people are individuals who are not isolated, but who have the backing of small groups. Certainly large-scale groups and society as a whole are essential in offering the necessary if inadequate conditions for inventive practice. Individuals in small groups achieve what praxis makes possible, on a comprehensive scale. Inventiveness makes its way from mediation to mediation through ponderous repetition, through the stimulations of conflicts and the enticements and interdictions of social values and controls. Could not inventiveness, or the seeds of inventiveness, be a product of the limited and daring praxis of small-scale groups, sects, secret societies, political parties, elective groups, laboratories, theatrical troupes, etc. Our analysis leads us to introduce a multiplicity of differences, levels, and partial totalities into the idea of praxis, but without abandoning the idea itself. We will distinguish between the following. A. Total revolutionary praxis, the praxis Marx dealt with in his so-called philosophical writings, which contain a radical critique of philosophy while perpetuating traditional philosophy. Total revolutionary praxis would overturn what exists from top to bottom. It would bring an end to alienation in one total historical act. It would reveal contradictions, and then it would resolve them. It would overcome science and separations, first and foremost those between being and thinking, consciousness, the private, the everyday, and the public, the state, politics, need and desire, and nature and culture, etc. It implies the supersession of philosophy and its fulfillment, as well as the withering away of the state. Today the idea of total revolutionary praxis seems utopian. And indeed it is. Insofar as all philosophy has, directly or indirectly, presented some kind of half-aware utopia, and insofar as utopia stimulates action by achieving itself through a succession of approximations, we will retain the idea, and we will even foreground it. Whatever appears as a utopia also appears as an idea. The idea of total praxis is nothing other than the idea of revolution. When we introduced the idea of a metamorphosis of the everyday, we stressed the twofold character of this program: it is both utopian and realist. Changing the world rather than interpreting it means not only changing the outside world but, above all, changing the everyday. This total praxis becomes possible as soon as it is thought, and because it is thought. However, given the real conditions, production relations, and the historical and political conjuncture, it is not possible. We return to Marx's idea of a dialectical unit comprising the supreme utopia and the supremely real. Would not the idea of total revolution be as vital in determining the field of possibilities as the idea of absolute, achieved, knowledge is in determining the path of science and the sense of the relative? B. Partial revolutionary praxis. The economic development of a country and the general growth of production, as opposed to an uneven and incoherent growth, represent a partial revolutionary praxis, a fragment of total praxis which can conceal it and even cheat it. It is not always easy to distinguish this partial revolutionary praxis from the reformist praxis which accepts and submits to the real, i.e., production relations as given, rather than bringing pressure to bear on their contradictions, in order to transform them. C. Knowledge a.e. practice, insofar as it has its reason and its content in praxis, and conversely practice as intervention and embodiment in knowledge. Knowledge is in no respect an abstract activity. It may have its theories and its concepts, and it can be host to the conflict between theory and practice, in their dialectical unity, i.e., a creative conflict, but nevertheless theoretical knowledge cannot be separated from praxis. It is an integral part of it. Even the purest knowledge uses techniques and implements, be they material or formal. It is therefore inseparable from the productive forces, from the social forms of the organization and the division of labor, and from the political forms which sanction and direct social forms of organization. Thus the foundation and, even more, the content of scientific objectivity are social, and thus relative, up to a certain point. To say that science is objective is to say that science is part of praxis. Sectors of knowledge can develop only if they serve the needs and the interests of a determined and relatively large social group, such as a class or a class fraction, a country, or a social and political regime, even if their theoretical foundations have been long established. 20. D. Political practice, on the scale of society as a whole, but which is only one level of praxis at one particular stage of the process of becoming, which means that we have no right to fetishize it. Political practice may have, momentarily, refuted Marx's ideas on total revolution, the withering away of the state and the end of political practice, but to present this as a definitive truth would be pure empiricism, and it would also ideologize Marxism, which sought to be a radical critique of ideologies. At the same time, this attitude confirms that radical critique is a necessary aspect of Marxism. Ideology is part of political practice, but praxis contains the social truth of ideology, of politics, and of the state. Repetitive practice, an indispensable resource for the everyday. It is both irreducible, impossible to suppress, and reducible, in that it can be reduced indefinitely. It can be analyzed according to different types of repetition, mechanical, periodic, cyclic, etc. Inventive, creative, practice, which derives from repetitive practice. We can already distinguish between practice which creates material works and practice which creates practice, i.e., which modifies human relations, including their ethical dimension. Specific practices, uneven in terms of their technicality and of the extent to which they penetrate the uncontrolled sector. They belong to the skills and professions which act upon natural or human material, education, medicine, art, architecture, trades unions, farming, etc. In this category we will also include the social practice of small groups, elective or neighborhood groupings, learned societies, theatrical troupes, and determined publics, etc., which support and back an individual capable of inventiveness, until such point as he escapes them or they themselves reject him. On this level, and according to cases and situations, the historical can become what is most internalized, accepted, or most externalized, cast aside as unimportant. These limited practices cross-refer to each other, and to the entirety of the set they constitute, existing practice as a whole. Via the groups we can grasp fragmented totality, passing as it does between practicism and speculation. This is perhaps the best route of access. However, this passing from the fragmentary to the total is not without its difficulties, as a careful reading of Marx's authoritative Capital will show. When linked to the idea of praxis, analysis of the everyday reveals several forms. Not only do we find the various forms of repetition and the seeds of possible creativity, but we also find utilitarian and fetishist practice, which manipulates things on the level of analytic understanding, which disguises contradictions and dissociates dialectical movements into defined and isolated elements. In the everyday we observe empirical thought at work, with its belief in commodities and money as things. Empirical consciousness takes things and objects from the everyday, and separates them from activity and social relations. It confuses products and creative works, things and objects, with no concern whatever for basic analytic distinctions, while proceeding according to the laws of logic and analytic understanding, which are also those of trivial discourse and day-to-day language. This empirical consciousness uses means as ends, goods, money, commodities, capital. It champions fetishism as a valid consciousness. This is the level on which it establishes itself, the reality and, apparently, unmediated positivity of accepted needs, representations and symbolisms. On this level, received representations, which are not recognized as the results of a history and as functions of an entire society, and are indeed unrecognizable as such, impose themselves unchecked. Inadequately aware of its link with totality, and based on the fragmentary division of labor and on class relations, themselves misunderstood, i.e., treated with suspicion and parenthesized, fragmentary practice is accepted as the real, in all its opaqueness and clarity. It is precisely this realness, this positiveness, this practice that critique of everyday life disturbs and dismantles, at least on the theoretical plane, the plane of concepts, by proclaiming the possibility of its radical metamorphosis. First of all, critique poses the problem, what is it that supports this realness and makes it appear as a solid and valid reality? Therefore its first targets are the representations and symbols active within this apparent realness. 10 Logos, logic, dialectic. Now it would be easy to illustrate the use of dialectical thought, and there are thousands of examples to choose from. Here are a few, and our selection is not without its irony. France is the fatherland of eternal theoretical and practical reason, the country of Descartes and of classicism, of the three unities, of the system of tonality in music, Rameau, and of the metric system, etc. The French system of road signs embodies and materializes pure reason for the senses of modern man, and provides a model for technicians the world over. France is the land of the hectometer. 21. However, if our Frenchman is Cartesian, he also likes his life to be lively and volatile. He gets carried away by odd obsessions. France is also the fatherland of fashion, of ephemerality, of frivolity, fragrances, and frills. It is the fatherland of femininity. If we juxtapose these two aspects of the French genius, the resulting picture will be lacking something. We hope, in vain, that they will coexist peacefully, but the picture is in monochrome, the colors of drama are missing. It is the same when we make the euphoric suggestion that they can complement each other. On the other hand, to confront them as being logically incompatible would be to brand French culture as regrettably absurd, and our judgments would become increasingly disenchanted. In truth, these two aspects do indeed have their conflicts. They pose problems. On the one hand, they penetrate the most ordinary details of French everyday life, in the general context of modern life. On the other, they refer us back to history, to one particular history. The fact that these specific characteristics penetrate everyday life, with their contradictions, and in spite of their contradictions, leads us to hope that they will endure. History tells us that probably they will disappear. Insofar as we know anything about it, the 16th century in France reveals an exuberance and a lust for life which was to be swallowed up by the wars of religion. Then came the century of classical rationality and the bourgeois bureaucratic state of absolute monarchy. The state made use of this rationality and imposed it, mutilating and alienating spontaneity. When it came to leveling out differences and originalities, state rationalism was as effective as state capitalism and administrative socialism. In the 18th century there was an attempt to reinstate our lost spontaneity. This attempt reached its critical point with the Romantic Rebellion, which was doomed to failure, as it was powerless to halt the effects of centralization, the predominance of the Parisian head on the provincial body, and many other phenomena. In France today, the conflictual aspects of the French genius coexist and affect different groups. Administration, which transforms rationalism into bureaucratic ideology, is the domain of rationality on the practical level, and the universities are its domain on the abstract, speculative, level. A section of the intelligentsia and the feminists represent the volatile aspect, sometimes in the form of rebellion, at others as a pure and simple caricature of spontaneity. The appropriation of these contradictory aspects by differing groups does not stop contradictions and conflicts from emerging, but it blunts them and plunges them into ambiguity. Because of this, the French everyday might be described as a volatile and ambiguous mixture of rationality and empiricism, of positivism and sentimentality. This does not stifle the demand for a supersession which would reinstate spontaneity without losing the clarity of reason, on the contrary, but it does give us reason to fear Americanization, that ideological commodity imported in the name of technical progress, consumer society and the mass media. A socialization peddled by ideology and political models would be no better. But there is more to be said about dialectical thought than these illustrations tell us. Let us return to another problem, a difficult one, and as yet not satisfactorily resolved, the relations between logic and dialectic. We have already stressed the distinction between levels of thought, formal logic, logic of similarity, dialectical logic, relations of difference, opposition, reciprocity, interaction, and complementarity, praxis or dialectical reason, the exploration and the grasping, never completely, of real dialectical movements. Moreover, we have granted logic its own level of reality, the study of relative stabilities, self-regulations, structures, and momentary balances in a process of becoming at the heart of which structurings and the dismantling of structures, destructuring, succeed one another. It may be that we failed to stress sufficiently the relative, provisional, and momentary character not only of concepts in knowledge, but also of stabilities in the real and in structures. If we are to get a clear understanding of the situation of the everyday within a comprehensively structured society, it is imperative that we return to this question. Why is the problem so acute? Because post-Hegelian philosophy, including dialectical materialism, has too often taken Hegel's formulations about the emptiness of the categories of formal logic literally. Accordingly, logic is considered valid for domestic use only, as Engels put it. This is to overlook the fact that there is nothing insignificant about everyday usage, and that the use of discourse, language, in everyday life precedes its use in knowledge and philosophy. And another little fact is frequently forgotten: mathematical science operates on the plane of formal rigor, i.e., logic, and dialectic is not an overt feature of it. Philosophical critique may discover some dialectical movements in mathematical thought, the finite/the non-finite, the continuous/the discontinuous, etc., but nevertheless the rigorous techniques and operational procedures of mathematicians remain irreducibly logical and formal. So they are useful concretely. Certain people were led to imagine dialectical thought to be at one and the same time a subject, dialectics, a rejection, a pseudo-supersession, and a pure and simple reflection of the dialectical realities active in things, and which operate in the manner of things. This is to confuse dialectical contradiction with logical absurdity, because no distinction between logical contradiction and dialectical contradiction has been made. This presentation of philosophical thought as though it were higher philosophy degrades it and comes dangerously close to sophistry, but without any of the merits attributable to the critical thought of the Greek sophists. In fact, it did allow for a great deal of sophistry, and as an implement for analyzing stabilities and dialectical movements it was worthless. In this pseudo-philosophy, dogmatic sophistry consists of an appeal by the human to nature to found historical and social dialectic by giving it a political, and therefore empirical, use, and then to legitimize it in this debased form. When the human is projected into nature without any prior critique, it is one particular way of acting within the human which is sanctioned, and not the human itself. Galilean, Cartesian and Newtonian physics pushed geometry and mechanics to their farthest consequences. It was a science of trajectories, and gave very little house room to questions concerning the stability of mechanical systems. Once several general laws had been accepted, among which were the so-called universal laws of gravity, stability was a logical conclusion. This science presented a single model of reality, the planetary model, at the center, the Sun, on the periphery, its retinue of satellite bodies, and a single force linking them together. This model constituted a defined, closed and stable physical system. Given gravitational forces, Newton's law, and the tangential impulsions at the initial instant, it became increasingly difficult to calculate orbits, but the fact that they were stable was virtually assured. In passing, we should note that the planetary model appeared to be universal. For more than a century every effort was made to imagine human, psychological and sociological, reality according to this image, a central, primordial element, with subordinated elements gravitating around it. When Bohr conceived of the differentiated atom of microphysics, he imagined it by analogy with the planetary model, the principle of correspondence, a nucleus, some electrons. However, it quickly became apparent that the stability of the system conceived of in this way was no longer self-evident. The interaction of positive and negative electrical particles could not play exactly the same role as gravitational interaction, although the active forces were in proportion to the masses, electrical charges, and in inverse proportion to the square of the distance, negativity and repulsion came into play. The stabilization, self-regulation, of the system posed a problem. At the same time and correlatively, microphysics was moving from one model to another. It was abandoning the planetary model, on the microscopic scale, in favor of the harmonic model, which we will now explain. In this model, the atom is analogous to a vibrating spring or string, a linear oscillator. Like a string when it vibrates, It presents static states within a spectrum. Fixed at its two extremities, the vibrating string takes an infinite number of transitory positions between those two terminal limits. Within this infinite number, certain well-defined positions can be observed, which become consolidated, so to speak, during the vibrational movement, excluding other intermediate positions as they do so. Not only are these static states determined, but they are also determinable on the basis of numbers which are whole, harmonics, and therefore distinct and finite, although the number of harmonics remains unlimited. This relation between the finite and the non-finite gives rise to some precise calculations, Fourier series and integrals, Friedholm's theorem, etc. Where does this physical reality come from? From the remarkable fact that the initial impulse, the plucking of the taut string, exerts a double action. It displaces the string from its position of equilibrium and it also transmits a perturbation, a wave, along the length of the string, which seeks to regain its position of equilibrium. The law of perturbation must be calculated together with the law of the return to equilibrium. The first acts in relation to the distance on the string, frequency, and the second in relation to the square of the distance from the ends of the string to the position of equilibrium, amplitude. The force of gravity does not have this duality. It is a single force and the gravitational field is only influenced by the dynamic effects of a single force in opposition to the inertia of material masses. Therefore the harmonic model enables us to represent something which the planetary model could not: dual interactions, positive and negative, attraction and repulsion. Via this model we can turn our minds to representing a veritable complex field, spectrums, transitionals, static states, harmonics, the determinable relation between the finite and the non-finite, between the continuous and the discontinuous. We should point out here that the concepts of equilibrium and of rest, immobility or inertia, are not the same as the concept of static state. This state stands out from transitionals, of which there are an infinite number, but there is nothing definitive about it. In a sense it is itself only a transitional. The string's final position, and its initial one, defines the equilibrium at the beginning and at the end of the movement. However, there is another side to the question. When two sides of a set of scales are equally weighted, they offer an equilibrium which the slightest addition of weight on one side will break forever. The mechanical equilibrium disappears, because it has no capacity for righting itself or for self-regulation. Conversely, when a string vibrates it moves in a stable manner, and the movement itself creates a relatively stable form, although static states stand out from the continuous background provided by the transitionals. The force of the initial percussion or plucking and the actual place of impact modify the subsequent overall form and its distinct elements, harmonics, relatively little. Mathematically, in the case of fairly small oscillations, frequency does not depend upon the initial conditions of the movement, but is defined by the properties of the determined system per se. Bohr used his planetary model to formulate his stability postulate, a mental process in which, precisely, stability was grasped as a problem. At around the same time, Planck published his famous hypothesis according to which an oscillator can only emit or absorb radiations in discrete and discontinuous quantities, measurable by whole numbers, energy particles, quanta, photons. This useful hypothesis also demonstrated the usefulness of the harmonic model. We know that Planck's hypothesis contradicted Bohr's, but that eventually the two became merged. It was demonstrated that an atom, made up of a nucleus around which electrons with negative electric charges circulated, can only assume certain relatively stable configurations, and that when it shifts from one static state to another which has less energy, it loses a quantum or a whole number of energy quanta. From then on, double determinations, continuous and discontinuous, positive and negative, finite and non-finite, etc., come into play in microphysical material reality. Wave mechanics and quantum mechanics were to develop the harmonic model. The propagation of light waves allows for static states, relative stabilities, trajectories, and discontinuities, in short, corpuscles. If continuous waves appear in corpuscular form, the corpuscles themselves will in turn become part of the vibrational movements, waves. The energy contained in the wave associated with the corpuscle spreads like that corpuscle. The wave/corpuscle dichotomy and the continuous/discontinuous dichotomy can no longer be separated from the idea that matter and the field occupied by physical, material, forces are dynamic. And so it became possible to interpret these discoveries, which revolutionized physics, as a brilliant vindication of dialectical methodology and of dialectical materialism as a philosophy, and there were many who had no hesitation in doing so. The old geometric and mechanistic physics of continuous trajectories, simple fields, and discontinuous physical bodies posited without any concrete link with the surrounding continuousness, became old-fashioned. Although, on a rough estimate, this appeared to be quite correct, it was limited by its own logical character. If we are to grasp objective, material nature in all its profoundness, we need to make our concepts dialectical and to introduce dialectical ideas and movements. Is it not imperative to admit or to reaffirm a dialectic of nature? And yet, is it really that simple? Are we not going rather too fast? Let us pause to think. How can the continuous/discontinuous relation and the wave/corpuscle relation be determined in microphysical reality? To begin with, determinations were posited as different and oppositional, and thus were seen as mutually exclusive. Then connections were discovered. These discoveries took place at the beginning of the era of classic physics, the study of optical phenomena, spectrums, rays, diffusion and diffraction, and of vibrating strings. From then on it became impossible to say that concepts and objects, fields and bodies considered as physical realities, can be grasped by thought and consciousness without reciprocal contact, which for Lenin and for Hegel is the essence of anti-dialectic. We can even say that the unity discovered between opposites or contraries modifies their relations and turns them into contradictions, dialectically. Thus we can talk about a dialectical movement of thought just as we can about the making of concepts and operational techniques dialectical. Moreover, these movements have a relation with objective reality, i.e., with movements in reality, this vibrating string, this tuning fork whose properties I am studying, exist. They are fragments constructed from matter which existed before I did, which exist in front of me and outside of me, when I invent the formal implements which will allow me to define them and up to a certain point to demonstrate them, I am not creating their properties. In particular, the link between these properties and simple whole numbers and countable sets, static and distinct states, discrete units, and relative stabilities, is an objective one. And so can I cast caution to the winds and move from gnoseology to cosmology and ontology by attributing nature with the dialectical movement I have just described? Can I make dialectical movement objective in knowledge without further process? This would be jumping the gun, and would pose problems which the philosophers of institutionalized dialectical materialism have failed to notice or have parenthesized. The scientists who revolutionized physics had no knowledge of dialectical thought and proceeded using experimentation on the one hand and formal rigor on the other. In so far as they had an ideology, it was a bourgeois one. But there is a more serious issue. Could the macrophysical material world be beyond dialectic? Could microphysics be governed by the dialectic of nature? The latter is dialectical and the former is non-dialectical, such is the effective conclusion of the official philosophy of nature, which serves it all up in a recklessly systematized mishmash of dialectical methodology and philosophic materialism. Now macrophysics is the world of our senses, of objects, and of things, and of our social practice. It is the world of the everyday. According to this view, it would be perfectly stable, governed by logic and logic alone, like classic mechanics, and thus beyond dialectic. As it happens, the only way the science of physical reality can progress is by using the principle of correspondence between levels of reality. If there is no longer any correspondence and analogy between the macrophysical level and the microphysical level, how can the latter be grasped? Only by reference to analogies and homologies can knowledge demonstrate differences. By granting it an absolute and abstract stability, the dialectic of nature not only makes the human world of relative stabilities, discourse, and logic incomprehensible, but also severs the correspondence between its different levels. What exactly do we mean when we talk about a dialectic of nature and of matter on the microphysical level, the level of waves and corpuscles? Do we mean that there is a mobility, a movement of matter, a process of becoming? That is certainly true of classic mechanics and of trajectories. Do we mean that although they are distinct, the terms we use, matter and energy, wave and corpuscle, continuity and discontinuity, etc., have a relation and a unity? Although it is obvious that they do, what that relation is remains unclear. Are they identical? In that case we would seesaw between clarity and logical identicalness, and the absurdity of an absolute identicalness between terms which a priori are distinct and mutually relative. Are they contradictory, a set of contradictions? But that would imply the stability of a system which becomes difficult to understand. It is true that stabilities are always provisional, and that they have critical moments. It is true that every structure collapses, or has the potential to do so. These considerations do not eliminate the very general and creative problem of stability and, relative, constants in the process of becoming. Moreover, the concepts of conflict, contradiction, and antagonism do not exonerate us from the need experimentally to study critical moments and moments of rupture, the collapse of structures, and destructurations. So long and in so far as a system remains stable, presenting static states, constancy, and bodies, can we talk about dialectic? Only if we take great care. It is true that we do not really know what happens between the plucking of a string and its return to the stability of a static state, i.e., harmonics. To a certain extent and until further notice, transitions and transitionals cannot be calculated using mathematical implements. Equally, it is true that the string may snap. That is not our concern here. As long as our study highlights static states, constants, relative stabilities, and the numbers which express them, we will remain on the level of logic, and we will not have the right to transcend that level. All we can do is patiently to make the concepts dialectical, while avoiding the philosophical operation of creating an ontology, an in itself dialectic of nature. To do so would be to abandon our model. We would be turning our concepts into representation and turning provisional conclusions drawn from our model into absolutes. Stability, and this is almost a paradox, is much more related to discontinuity than it is to an existential or ontological continuity. Here, dialectical thought consists of a study of stabilities and structures which does not overlook the process of becoming, and of a study of the process of becoming which does not overlook stabilities. In short, it is a question of grasping structurations without omitting the process of becoming which dismantles them and which is already active within structuration per se. Thus our answer to the question about dialectic in nature will itself be dialectical, i.e., not yes or no, but yes and no, perhaps yes, perhaps no. We will develop the harmonic model until we have exhausted it, and we will refuse to use philosophy to transcend it. It is a truism that the achievements of contemporary physics have resulted in a promotion of logic and a dialectization of concepts, and thus in the consolidation of a dialectical logic as a level of thought. 22 The logical formalization of thought in mathematics and physics has become more profound in that it has been accompanied by a gradual dialectization of logic. But, unless we use a philosophical postulate which we must declare as such, and which greatly exceeds both the content and the form of knowledge, we have no right to go straight to the absolute by decreeing a dialectic of nature which our mind can immediately grasp. The official Marxist theory of reflection not only admits a dialectic of nature, but also supposes that our minds can seize it fully and exhaust it, since they reflect it. The concept of complementarity which comes to us from microphysics is in no way privileged. To grant it a special importance would be to set it up as a philosophy. We would soon be replacing the old determinist philosophy with a non-determinist metaphysics. The concept conceals the model and stops us finding the unknown elements which the harmonic model contains and to which it is a pointer, notably whatever happens between the initial disturbance and the static states in the transitionals. Thus the concept of complementarity is no more important or essential than those of reciprocity, interaction, contrariness, or contradiction and antagonism. It does not account for the formation of stabilities, structuration, or for transitions, breaks, or critical points. And yet, insofar as we can observe interactions between dual properties, and relative stabilities, structures, or forms deep within interactions, we can no more dispense with complementarity than we can with difference, contrariness, polarity, oppositeness, and reciprocity of action, etc. With an extraordinary confusion between levels of thought and of reality, contemporary philosophers have believed in the dialectic of complementarity, while at the same time affirming the incompatibility of this concept with dialectical thought. With the same inextricable confusion, philosophers tried to remove stability from dialectic 23 and then by some kind of miracle to extrapolate stability from antagonistic contradiction. And so, when speaking about material nature, would we say, there are dialectical movements and processes, and there are stabilities which are based upon a refined logic? No matter how cautious the statement is, it cannot satisfy us completely. How can we separate logic from dialectic? And could we distinguish between regional ontologies, by saying, there are regions for dialectic and for the process of becoming, and others for stability and logic? Similarly, nature is one region of being, and history or consciousness is another. Dialectic may have a role to play in nature, at least in terms of region and species, but alienation never can. In history, consciousness and praxis, specific dialectic and alienation can both have a role to play. But how can we place these regions or regional ontologies in relation to each other? The idea of totality collapses. But totality is the inspiration behind our research, in which, above all and against all odds, we are striving to be systematic. Would continuousness be the world's ontological background, or as someone who is listening in on being might say, its background noise, against which objects, things, action, events, and relative stabilities stand out? That is nothing more than a metaphysical thought. Only in science fiction does an absolute continuum in space and time, which is revealed only in so far as it is inaccessible, appear as a serious object of discourse. There are philosophers who draw their imagery from science fiction, but without really realizing that they are doing so. Finally, could we say, the non-dialectical position is imperative for dialectic, that is its background and its foundation. When that position is present, dialectic enters into contradiction with itself. It posits and presupposes stableness in order to conquer and destroy it. This would be going back to Hegel, or even farther, to Fichte. Point 24. Therefore we are finding the transition from methodology, or gnoseology, to an ontology extremely difficult to achieve. And yet, reliable sources, social practice, language, tell us that knowledge and method correspond to something. This something is revealed subsequently, in the history of knowledge. None of the schematics available to represent it in advance is satisfactory. In these conditions, there is only one way in, and only one way out, to abandon the system, momentarily, but probably for quite a long time, to abandon the comprehensive picture of the universe, and to abandon ontology, while making sure not to return to empiricism, positivism or simplified logicism. Rather than exploring being, we must explore what is possible, and this includes the exploration of space, and the transformation of everyday life. Would not being reveal itself in what is possible and by what is possible at the same time as it realizes itself historically? Is this not what the idea of total praxis implies? From this perspective, classic ontology would harbor a serious error, namely the wish to reach being after the act, via the past and via what has been accomplished and made actual, in a metaphysical repetition, a new beginning or eternal return, a resurrection, a reminiscence. It tries to use thought to reduce the double determinations of the actual, and primarily by the rift between thought and reality. It ends up in a dilemma. It must either admit divine creation, or endow matter with a quality or property which already contains consciousness and spirit. Now these two affirmations are unacceptable. What right have we to attribute to the non-finite universe qualities and properties which only have a meaning in our finite world, at a fleeting moment of the development of mankind on planet Earth? Ontology is worn out. Let us use the exploration of what is possible and the development of knowledge to discover modalities of thought with which to replace it. Let us develop a metaphilosophy. In the meantime, let us make a careful distinction between the levels of reality and thought, while taking care not to merge whatever is linked together and not to separate whatever appears distinctive. Will this detour, which is brief but at the same time lengthy, through the labyrinth of so-called philosophical questions, be a digression from our subject, everyday life? No. It will enable us to draw up a series of propositions. First, we must not overlook the constancies and relative stabilities of everyday life, but nor must we fetishize them. The everyday per se does not have the viscous consistency which is often attributed to it, nor the evanescent, fluid mobility which is a corollary of that representation. Stabilities are definitive in appearance only, and we must avoid confusing them with the real, the existential, being, substance or human nature. Once we penetrate a stability, its limits become apparent on all sides. We may think it is compact and durable. The critical thought inherent in knowledge dissolves this illusion. Second, the solar, planetary model has long been presented as universal, and it still has an influence in the domain of the social sciences. Does it not underpin representations of hierarchies in the family and in the state? For our study of everyday man, we prefer to use the harmonic model, insofar as any physical model can be of help to us. Not only are we to try and make a kind of spectrum analysis of the everyday, we also consider that stabilities and periodicities emerge from a set of fleeting and profound phenomena, transitionals and transitions. Forms and structures, or static states, are born and prosper against a background of fleeting states which work, select and consolidate. The actual and the potential are united in an intelligible way. Static states can extend towards limitlessness, towards formlessness. Whatever is fleeting and transitional receives forms and structures which deform or transform it but which do not abolish it. There is much that is unknown or unforeseen in these relations and connections, which are yet to be defined with any clarity. When we use this model we will often employ the terms formants and partials as used in harmonic analysis, rather than the word element, which is used in conventional analysis. However, we will not use them to hide disharmonies and conflicts. Third, we will say, in nature, history, society, and knowledge there is a multiplicity of dialectical movements, each one distinct and specific. Transposing the physical principle of the superposition of small movements and oscillations, we will go so far as to say, there are as many or more dialectical movements in social consciousness as there are waves on the surface of the sea. We will never say, dialectic wants, dialectic does. We will only employ the word dialectical, i.e., as an adjective, never as a noun. Moreover, we will know that a dialectical movement of thought, or in thought, never coincides absolutely with a dialectical movement in nature, history, or thought per se. This last proposition may seem paradoxical, but it means that thinking never exhausts the content of a concept or of a thought, and that there is a dialectical relation between all movements. Such a coincidence, which the vulgar representation of reflection postulates or suggests, would exhaust any objective dialectical movement by a thought or a concept, and would be exhausting for human thought and for praxis. The identicalness of two dialectical movements is an idea, and can never be anything more than an idea, pointing to a convergence at infinity which is both necessary to postulate and impossible to attain. However, if there can never be an absolute coincidence of two dialectical movements for human thought, i.e., identicalness between an objective movement and a subjective movement of thought, nor can there ever be mutual externality. Dialectical thought grasps objective movements partially, fragmentarily, in approximative and provisional propositions, and in its own particular way, the way of knowledge, the process and the history of knowledge, through the specific contradictions of knowledge, which are not completely unconnected to the contradictions of society, history, or nature, but which are resolved in another way. The result is that a dialectical movement never takes place entirely within language. Discourse can never express it adequately. Would not the idea of a total discourse also be an idea taken to the limit, to infinity? Discourse must make several approximative attempts before it can say a dialectical movement, and even then it will never be exhaustive. The verbalization of praxis and the use of day-to-day or sophisticated concepts are both equally inadequate for the task. In short, just like concepts, language must use thought and knowledge effectively to make itself dialectical. Language is a work, the work of a society. Discourse is an important if not essential fact of the everyday. It is controlled by logic, although in everyday life it never achieves the formal rigor which a logician's mind can draw from it. It is controlled by the world of objects, by concerns about stability, by effective stabilities, by questions which require yes or no answers. Dialectical movement reveals itself in the gaps and breaks in coherent discourse. At times the gaps and breaks or, so to speak, the holes within discourse, give rise to irrational obscurity or formlessness, the infralinguistic level, and at others to the eruption of deeper movements, the supralinguistic level. Thus we can define dialectical thought neither as incoherence nor as a higher coherence, discourse on discourse, or total discourse. Often it starts with play on words, including the most famous one of all, aufheben, to abolish and to construct, thus to supersede. It must stimulate discourse in some way, assaulting it even, in order to force it to say things which language would not put into words, and would even conceal. When Hegel brought dialectical movement in general to language, he achieved something unique, but he did not exhaust dialectical movements, nor did he make discourse absolutely and definitively dialectical. And so we need to note a sort of unceasing dialectical movement between logos, logic, discourse, the everyday, and dialectical thought per se. To elevate or bring a specific aspect of praxis, and the everyday itself, to language, to pass it into language, is an essential task for thought, it is a creative endeavor, and even a revolutionary act. To speak actions, events, and objects, to put them into words, is the only means for conceiving of them, for developing concepts. However, language and discourse are not self-sufficient, and are always inadequate. The philosophical privilege granted to logos by contemporary thought tells us much about the difficulties of philosophy, it is much more a position of retreat than an impregnable fortress. One level of experience and one part of the everyday, real are passed off as being equals to totality. No doubt is cast either on the object of knowledge or on its reflection within the mind, they coincide, or almost. This implies a postulate, that the part is appropriate to the whole. But this implication is ignored. The mistake is so obvious that the philosophical and almost ontological privilege invested in the word comes in tandem with the profound social crisis of language, expressivity, and the world of expression. It is as though praxis itself were refuting the appropriateness of the part to the whole, by destroying it. Language and discourse are valid only in so far as they are superseded by a tense and concerted effort, on all sides and in all directions, towards the everyday and towards the poetic, towards logical rigor and towards dialectic, towards the infra-level and towards the supra-level. Therefore dialectical thought implies a permanent critique and auto-critique of discursiveness, of logic, and of their categories. Let us repeat something we have said many times before. Dialectical contradiction is radically different from logical contradiction, or absurdity. It is reason on a higher level of intelligibility. Once grasped, it founds itself both as fact and as concept. Although it is inexhaustible, it is not irrational, irrational or transrational. It develops on the conceptual plane where, in an ever-repeated process, concepts are rendered dialectical. As such, dialectical thought is clearly indispensable for all the sciences as well as for knowledge of praxis, but this does not confer any kind of a priori upon it. Dialectical thought avoids empiricism and it avoids rationalist construction. The moment of critique, the negative, is essential to it. Therefore, although language and discourse are facts of everyday life, a great effort will be needed to make them express the everyday. Language and discourse are part of everyday life, but this does not mean that we can put the everyday into words easily. To experience banality is not enough to tell us what banality actually is. Thought about the everyday tends to be limited to thought about everyday discourse, language. So it tends towards a simple semantics, a logic of the everyday, or simply a description of banality, whereas the aim should be to discover certain hidden movements, need/desire, private/public, natural/artificial, serious/frivolous, work/outside work, alienation/disalienation, etc. With their particularized movements, their specific contradictions and their interactions, these resonances and dissonances deep within the everyday are revealed only slowly and with difficulty. Fourth, since we have not projected dialectical contradiction, logical identicalness, contrariness, or complementarity onto being, nature or the absolute, we can discern types of contradiction. This is the kind of typology attempted by institutional Marxism, which distinguishes between contradiction and antagonism, in a way which purports to be linked rationally with practice, but which in fact comes straight from political empiricism. Let us take the typology a stage further. First, we distinguish an initial type, which is the contradiction to be found in concepts and representations, and which is resolved essentially by an effort of consciousness. Supersession always operates within a form or a structure of social consciousness. Principally, it modifies representations or concepts. Supersession takes place in and through language, by means either of a promotion, which delivers certain things into language, or of an invention, of words, images, or symbols, but this does not mean that it becomes completely separated from practical action. This kind of invention of words, symbols, and images, in short, of ideologies and representations, has its quota of effectiveness, and does not purely and simply reflect accomplished facts with the aim of justifying them. It creates something, a unit within the whole. Since contradictions between ideas can be resolved in and through an effort of consciousness, this effort is itself an action. As soon as it resolves conflicts between representations in a work, it creates a unity. In this sense, any cultural, philosophic or aesthetic work is a highly complex social product, and quite distinct from material products. It does not simply reflect or express contradictions, it supersedes them and resolves them through ideas or in and through a proposition, i.e., a unifying hypothesis. If this proposition brings forth new conflicts, we only notice this later, during a historical process. In itself, the work is a unit and a whole, and it also creates a unit and a whole, a specific unit made actual within the whole. Its content is indefinitely analyzable, and thus inexhaustible. It contains the provisional unity of the non-finite and the finite. We will distinguish between this first type of contradiction and those which, in the way they are represented, are insoluble by the effort of thought, knowledge, alone, but which are apparently possible to solve by means of creative praxis. The interested parties see the problems arising from the process of becoming, and in what these problems bring they see the actions which may modify them. By making the problems real, they resolve the conflict by establishing a higher unit. Then they must grasp profound dialectical movements which demand to be superseded, conjuncture and structure, problematic situation, and categoric givens. In this case, no intellectual or cultural work, or no philosophical, aesthetic, or ethical one, can offer or even suggest a solution. Point 25. The distinction we have proposed is not exactly the same as the theoretical, methodological, difference between contrariness and contradiction, for it is well and truly a matter of conflicts between representations, ideologies, symbols, concepts. Moreover, no representation can remain purely representative, and all representations are represented in the real, practical, world. These conflicts stimulate the creation, production, of works and are momentarily resolved in a work. In real life, every work is transformed more or less profoundly into a way of living and of acting. Nor is the distinction the same as the political, practical, difference between reform and revolution. It is true that the second type of contradiction corresponds to the revolutionary situation. People can no longer go on living as before. They can no longer use representations to resolve their conflicts. So the question is one no longer of interpreting the world, the human and natural real, in an aesthetic, philosophical, or moral work, but of changing it. Therefore the change must be achieved within the context of the way of life and living conditions, in and through praxis. However, the changes which come about as a result of such situations do not always revolutionize ways of living. If they can affect real life, ways of living and of acting, they can also express themselves in works and in simple changes of representation. Finally, there are the contradictions which at the moment are insoluble, i.e., whose resolution does not even appear possible. However, we cannot say for certain that such a situation will last forever. Marx wrote that humanity only sets itself problems it can resolve, as though every problem already implied the burgeoning consciousness of solutions, possibilities. But surely this formulation is too optimistic. As for the pessimistic and nihilistic formula, humanity only sets itself insoluble problems, it is untenable. The deepest contradictions are tenacious, the problems they pose can only be solved in the long term. Applying our thought to praxis, we will be able to distinguish between what is immediately possible and what is possible in the long term, but impossible for the present, and between the possible impossible and the absolutely, and ipso facto inconceivable, impossible. Therefore there is a profound analogy between the effort of an artist or a philosopher to express and resolve contradictions on the plane of ideas, but in a real work, and the general effort of individuals in social practice to formulate and resolve their problems. In the first case, the activity of creative consciousness produces a work which disalienates in relation to certain experienced contradictions but which produces another specific alienation, which may be ideological, philosophical, or artistic, etc. The work is a product, although not all products are works. In the second case, activity realizes individual possibilities. At first these are nebulous, but during his history the individual makes them actual in a generally limited series of choices. He becomes what he was, he produces and is what he becomes. His everyday life is a work of creativity. It is far from being a free and conscious work. It can sometimes transpire that the creative effort ends pathologically, in neurosis or psychosis. In its way, a pathological state is the creative work of an individual, elaborated, systematized, coherent and everyday, which resolves, badly, the inner contradictions of his consciousness, but without reflecting the brutally objective, psychological or social external conditions which are shared equally by all the individuals of a class or an era. The pathological state is a lived work of creativity, a personal product, a bad solution to a conflict between what is possible and what is impossible. The pathological state disalienates in relation to the initial conflictive situation, but plunges the mentally alienated individual into a deeper alienation, by the fact that he imagines that the initial contradiction has been resolved by the creative work he is living through, the delirium, the pathological state itself. One corollary of the typology of contradictions is a typology of negativities. In one case, negativity attacks representations, in another, it undermines situations, in a third, it challenges and dismantles the totality of what exists. The univocal and general negativity, the ontology, of Hegelianism, in its diluted version, contemporary existentialism, cannot satisfy us. It is of no use to concrete analysis, except perhaps in formulating the problem of analysis per se, which as we know implies general negativity, since if used without due caution it breaks, dissociates, and isolates, taking differences to the point where they become separate and analogies to the point where they become merged. Beyond a certain limit, the negative becomes a fetish, a vision of nothingness, radical critique becomes hypercritique, and nihilism is established as a truth without that truth having been legitimized. Like dialectical movement, negativity or negation will always appear to us as particularized and specific, sometimes as a lack and a gap, sometimes as a perceived or unperceived absence, sometimes as a breakdown or a point of disintegration. We will see it at work in a variety of ways: challenges, disturbances, disintegration. Should we attribute any functions to negativity? Only with a great many reservations. For example, certain thinkers consider that terror has a sociological function, namely to drive the masses into an action of which it is the cause and the effect. Terror could be seen as the embodiment of the negative in political and historical action. Now, on the other hand, we could agree with Marx and Lenin that when the masses genuinely enter political life, the need for violence and terror is reduced and even eliminated in favor of concrete democratization. In any event, the ideas of specific negativity and supersession bring with them the radical rejection of one particularly tenacious fetishism which we will never stop criticizing, and that is the fetishism of the real and the positive. To present the negative in all its profundity, we shall use the precise concept we have used before, the concept of the possible, equally specified and concrete. Between the world which is chock-a-block full of realism and positivism, and the gaping world of pure negativity and nihilism, our aim is to discover the open world, the world of what is possible. We are not confusing this with indeterminateness, although it is not without chance and randomness. 11. Logic and characterology. We previously mentioned a dialectical movement within methodology itself. The formal already contains specificity, content and concreteness, and vice versa. Where specificity is concerned, it encompasses the formal because the formal also has realness, socially, in praxis. Thus the level of logical thought cannot be isolated and pushed to one side in an abstraction external to reality in general and to stabilities in particular, provisional balances, self-regulations, series of decisions and choices, etc. Therefore, when we pass from the abstract to the concrete, we must already be taking on the real and recognizing it. The way we are going to apply this theoretical notion will seem paradoxical. In effect, to bring something which appears to be completely irreducible to logic, i.e., individual character, into logical patterns deemed to be inherent to the everyday real is almost attempting the impossible. Nevertheless, we shall attempt to determine the logical frameworks of such a characterology. It is easy to discover relations of opposition, of polarity, and even of complementarity between individualities. Every historical period offers types of individuality, the relations between which can only be understood by means of these formal concepts. Let us recall the feudal baron and the knight who devotes himself to defending the widow and the orphan, the faithful knight and the treacherous knight, the giant of art and knowledge in the times of Da Vinci and Michelangelo, and the condottiere, Savonarola the mystic and the Machiavellian mind, the saint and the adventurer, the militant and the arriviste, etc. The opposition of these types does not exhaust their connections. Once we have analyzed the way they are polarized, we must try to understand historically how such opposing types came into being simultaneously. The ways in which they relate would appear to be more complex than the ways in which they oppose and complement one another. Correlation, complementarity, and the division into opposites are transferred into the soul and the individual consciousness. As Kierkegaard wrote in his journals, it takes at least two men to make up a single one: Pantagruel and Panurge, Sancho Panza and Don Quixote, Leporello and Don Giovanni, Jacques le Fatalist and his master, Faust, and Mephistopheles, and the latter is a bit more than half of one man, and a bit less too. Several great works have projected the parts, or formants, of the human soul into opposing and complementary individuals. As a result, every soul seems to be made up of at least two individual souls. However, what is presented in art as a lively dialogue between two complementary individuals occurs in the guise of a more or less profound conflict. The logical relation of opposition does not exhaust the real relations. Moreover, we have not yet reached the limits of the logical connections. Let us leave history now and consider existing, bourgeois, society. In this society, the relation between the individual and the social exists. How could it not exist? The mutual exteriority of the individual and the social has never been anything more than a deceptive representation. Even when the individual thinks he is separating himself from society, he remains a social being. And so the relation exists, but social reality is such that this real and incomplete relation lies hidden. For this reason it can be misunderstood. It is neither conscious nor unconscious in the sense that an occult or obscure substantial reality is. It is hidden beneath representations which render it effective and efficient, norms, attitudes, symbols, values. The present-day conformism which lies at the heart of everyday banality is happy to accept norms and models as though they were the true individual/society relation, rather than an effective mediation of it. An essential element of the structure of this society and of the individual/society relations within its frameworks is that there be a lack of knowledge of them. And if the real relation does become apparent, it is always in an incomplete and mutilated manner. Is this not what happens in the large economic and bureaucratized organizations within monopolistic state capitalism? The individual firmly believes in society, and sees himself as a member of it, but this society is nothing more than a limited company, in the capitalist sense. Point 26. Because the individual/society relation is not known or recognized as such, because it remains opaque and because certain of the socially imposed ways it is represented do not tally with the lived, the individual within praxis, the individual tries to find out what this relation really is. His lack of knowledge gives rise to a fundamental uneasiness which is as stimulating as it is destructive, and this is the context in which he reconstructs the relation. But he does so using representations which have been developed for this very purpose. The individual/society relation becomes the object of a variety of theorizations which employ elements borrowed on the one hand from the lived and from society as a whole, and on the other from institutions and ideologies. Ignored or misunderstood, the real relation becomes completely alienated and fossilized, reified, in a deceptive and limiting representation. Instead of participating fully and consciously in social praxis, the individual constructs himself on the basis of a particular form and a representation of that form. In his effort to rediscover the hidden relation he strays even farther from it and loses his powers, his possibilities. He becomes imprisoned within himself. This attitude by which he is formed as a conscious individual, and which will soon become a mere collection of behavior patterns and stereotypes, implies some deceptively creative postulates. The individual/society relation must and can be created. Society has a coherence and a unity, since its inner contradictions are not of prime importance. Thus in all good conscience, good will, and good faith, the individual will build his soul. The basic materials of this soul will be representations, and these will come up against other, previously accepted representations, which they will either challenge or reinforce. In all good conscience, the individual will believe that he is living to the full, his soul will be his own creative work, and even a kind of cultural work in which creativity and representations are lived as everyday facts. In so far as they are stable realities, these souls enter into a logical structure within dialectical movement. This determination interacts with the other economic and social determinations. It superimposes itself on them in a complex relation of resonance or dissonance. It does not supplant them and does not destroy them. In the relation thus put together, i.e., constructed, let us observe three logical moments. A general, abstract, metaphysical, the relation of the soul with society in general, represented as a whole. B. Particular, positive, pragmatic, since he perceives society as a given, the problem for the individual is to establish a determined relation with this given society, in given conditions. C. Singular, mystic, personal, the representation which the individual has of himself as difference and indifference, as irreducible originality and as personality. Thus the active representation and the lived which it represents enter into the logical pattern of classic syllogism, general/particular/singular. Each logical moment implies another, and they all assume substance and reality independently of each other. Thus in the everyday reality of existing, bourgeois, society we find the general type, the particular type and the singular type, each one emphasizing a logical element or moment. What is more, at the heart of each class or type we rediscover all the other moments, in a subordinated or recessive state. For example, in the class, in the logical sense of the term, i.e., in the general type, we will recognize one general type, or subclass, or subtype, another particular one and another singular one. Thus we will have a formal combination, ABC, A, ABC, B, ABC, C, ABC, A, AB, AC, with implied types, subtypes, and sub-subtypes. A. The general type. This is the highest class or type. He considers the relation with society consciously and takes it as a constant object of thought and meditation. However, his consciousness of the social remains abstract. A. The utopian. Utopianism poses the fundamental problem of the individual/society relation in such perfectly clear terms that the absurdity of formulating it abstractly by means of two mutually independent and external terms becomes blindingly obvious. The utopian knows that the truth of praxis consists in a conscious oneness, the everyday/the whole, the individual/society, or even the individual/the human race. However, he sees this truth as a pure ideal outside the real, something to be created ex nihilo. He cannot see that this oneness already exists, but in an incomplete way, mutilated, alienated, mainly because it lacks conscious expression. Thus the utopian in the classic sense of the term wishes to create a new society and an entirely new life, with new men, individuals united in their desire to sign up to a new social contract. He thinks this is easy to achieve, since it relies merely on the consent of a certain number of minds similar to his own. He is not very aware of the practical conditions and problems. For him, the principle of the identicalness and oneness of the individual/society relation remains general, logical, and abstract, rather than being concrete and dialectical. Devoid of means, the pure aim becomes a false one. Mankind will fail, but the failure will be a noble one. Subtypes, idealists in the commonplace sense, dreamers, reformers, and founders of sects, leaders of literary or artistic movements, etc. Subtypes, the misunderstood, martyrs, minor poets. AB. The man of action. The opposite of the utopian, and his complement, he gives priority to the real, realization and means. For him, the data of problems are solid ground. He uses them as a foothold. He has little concern for what may be in the distance. He accepts goals which come from beyond himself and his own thought. He spends little time mulling over the goals and a lot of time on the interests and on the solid means of action. In the case of the utopian, only the ends counted, and without means, the true goal became a false one. In the case of the man who wants action for action's sake, good and genuine means become dubious if the goal for which they are used is an uncertain one. He thinks he is free, but he is the unconscious slave of real historical forces. If genuine freedom can be defined as knowledge and mastery of necessity, the freedom of the pure man of action can be defined as ignorance of his own enslavement. Among the humbler representatives of this type we find agents and hired men. Among its more illustrious representatives are enlightened despots, and certain captains of industry and kings of finance. They can only succeed by exploiting the stupidity of other people, their careers end tragically and they cannot understand what has happened to them. Opposed subtypes, the activist and the militant, the organizer and organizational man, the politician, the boss, the male Rastignac and the female one, a recent species, point 27. AC. The thinker. He despises the utopian because the utopian is not a man of action. He despises the man of action because the man of action is not a utopian. He is a thinker, therefore he thinks. He is particularly fond of problems of method. He tends to emphasize personality, which he understands to be the opposite of the social, but he tries to reconcile this opposition by being adaptable. In fact, the thinker is a subordinate of the utopians in ideological terms, and a subordinate of the men of action in practical terms. Deluded by his own methodological or intellectual efficiency, he effortlessly combines the inactivity of the former with the lack of awareness of the latter. He interprets the world, and thinks he has transformed it. He comes to believe that ideas act by themselves, or ends up adopting an ideology which justifies his real life. Opposed and complementary subtypes: the systematic philosopher, the essayist, the eternally misunderstood, the resigned woman, the embittered cuckold, etc. B. The particular type. The individual/social relation ceases to be perceived as such. If there is any awareness of the social, it is as the postulate of a limited practical activity. Thus the relation is reduced to the particularity of the individual within a limited group. In the words of this individual, philosophers are not practical, and there is no social problem, everything is a mere question of force and adaptation, whether by constraint or by consent. B.A. The civil servant, the bureaucrat. With a bit of preferential treatment, a little savvy, a serious attitude and a couple of qualifications, all will be well. Remember the respect we owe to the hierarchy inside which we are on the up and up. Things being what they are, all we need do is to be virtuous in principle, i.e., to make virtue the principle of the state and to make decency the principle of bureaucracy. Subtypes: the conformist, the specialist, the well-informed man who has his finger on the pulse of things, the pedant, the policeman of knowledge, the citizen, the matron or eternal mother, the member of the Académie Française. B.B. The middleman or the bohemian. The reverse and the complement of the bureaucrat, this ersatz civil servant tries to occupy every available hole in the social automatism to which he owes his appointment. Although this has no status, and comes to him from outside, he considers it to be the freest and most internalized act of his own personal initiative. Although his function is to act as a safety valve or conductor, he sees himself at the summit of the hierarchy. He despises bureaucracy for being too staid and too pragmatic, and thinks he is using it. In fact, by sweetening its brutal methods and by adapting it to local conditions, it is he who is being used by bureaucracy. Opposed and complementary subtypes: people in public relations and personnel management, publicity agents, literary critics, benign ones, lawyers, well-meaning little priests, brokers, masters of ceremony, detectives, etc. B.C. The independent man. He believes that conscientious work is the only road to success. After all, we need right-minded folk who do an honest day's work and who are not there merely for the show. Maybe us lot aren't famous, but at least we're our own men. The state, civil servants, thinkers, and what they think, art, religion, what's it all for if not to be made use of and to make our lives that little bit more enjoyable? Such are the independent man's thoughts as he sets up his little business. A good husband and a good father, off he goes to war to get conveniently killed for his country. Is he the unknown soldier? He certainly is. On fixed days of the year he remembers that he is a citizen, and goes to vote. His life may revolve around himself and his relationships, but he has a clear conscience, for surely his way of life is essential not only to himself but also for the well-being and existence of society. If everyone thought only of themselves, and if God thought of everyone, what a wonderful world it would be. Opposed and complementary subtypes: the criminal, the scab, the professional double-dealer, the expert, the pure glance and the voyeur. See the singular type. In the previous two classes of types, the relation with the social existed, but in a mystified form and reconstructed misleadingly in a representation. So in A. The relation appears as goodwill, followed by an inability to make it real. In A.B, the relation is as sharply presented as it is in A.A, but in a negative form. The strength of this positive character comes from his negative completeness. This type of individual has sold his goodwill in exchange for success. He imagines that the structure of society is there to serve him, and that by exploiting it he has overcome the individual/society division or the private/public division to his personal advantage. In fact, although he is using society for his own ends and is controlling it for that purpose, he is allowing himself to become enslaved by the reactionary social forces of that society, without knowing how, and without even realizing it. In A.C, the relation degenerates somewhat more, both in practice and in its representation. Rather than being negative, it becomes indifferent. The individual puts himself above society. This is why the philosopher finds it so easy to imagine that he has overcome the fundamental contradictions, in the mind, or in his system. In the B groups, we no longer find society as a whole, either as a practice or as a representation. The relation is between delimited spheres, and society as a whole disintegrates into particular groups. Every individual in these groups enters into contact with one or several circles which he takes to be society as a whole. In this way the civil servant, or even the professional intellectual, believes in the generality of his experience, whereas in fact all he has experienced is a sum total of particularities and particular groups. The middleman imagines that he has a strategy for overcoming the fragmentation and the division of labor, to travel everywhere, to see the world. He thinks he has grasped the totality, whereas in fact he is fulfilling a function, he links people together. As for the independent type, he buries his head in the realness of a fragmented activity and thinks he has resolved the same problem. In Group C, we witness the complete degeneration of the individual/social relation. Not only does it become blurred, it also dissolves and vanishes. The term society disappears from consciousness, but the only way it can really disappear is as a result of a pathological state. Thus society appears to be completely disguised, and the return to generality is achieved by the invention of completely phony representations. So logical structure does not stop alienation. This is two-sided, and consists of a weakening of any concrete link, and of a series of arbitrary representations, ethical, aesthetic, etc. The individual man of type C sees himself facing the world alone, and he tries to attain it without the mediation of the social, of history and of practice. An intuitive sense of a pure self leads him from a lived, everyday situation into irrefutable fetishisms. Here, character per se disappears. Everything becomes attitude, role play, theatricals, acted out on the theoretical stage of a vulgar empiricism. Ca. The fanatic. A coarsely egotistical self disguises itself under cosmic banners, God, nature, world. This individual sees himself facing the universe, and his only relation is with the world. Thus he believes himself to be universal, whereas in fact nobody could be more singular. He asserts himself hypocritically by using the world as a sphere of influence and self-justification. This character, or rather this attitude, encompasses various stages and variants, from the cold-blooded calculator disguised as a kindly soul to the religious fanatic. This type is forceful and ferocious in equal measure. Subtypes: the lady, the pseudo-poet, the kindly souls. CB. The oppositionist. In CA there is a conscious emphasis on the world. In CB, the emphasis is expressly on the self. CA says yes, CB says no. CA is a hypocrite, CB is a facile cynic. The type whose character is oppositional defines his self as the contrary of someone or something, and often as the contrary of everything which is not him. He is pro-everything anti, and anti-everything pro. He thinks he is more sharp-witted and human than the fanatic, and yet although his disposition is the complete opposite, he performs the same kind of social, i.e., antisocial, actions. Deep within his unconsciousness he is often frustrated. Of all the types, this is probably the most unstable. Sometimes his relation with praxis sinks even lower, i.e., even farther from that of a genuine consciousness. Sometimes he finds a way out, he escapes from the prison of his own character. We can often detect traces of infantility in him, as well as many flagrant contradictions, for example, the superstitious atheist. Subtypes: the ostentatious anarchist and the ostentatious anticleric, the hypercritic. cc. The pompous idiot. This one is well anchored in the everyday, he collects its most commonplace contents and inflates them crudely. He uses triviality to discover wisdom, a philosophy, a vision of the world. For example, he extracts proverbial sayings from their ironic context, their mutual oppositions and corrections, and turns them into eternal truths. There will always be rich people and there will always be poor people. Those people don't suffer as we do. Money can't buy you happiness. There will always be wars. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. We aren't choir boys. I'd rather be a happy pig than an unhappy Socrates. There's a nip in the air, etc. The pompous idiots are so stupid that they seem harmless. Because of their retarded and blinkered individualism, they are easy prey for demagogues. Through the inertia and mechanical nature of their stupidity, they go farther than others more treacherous or more intelligent than themselves in disintegrating the social and the human. Subtypes: these are innumerable: the sententious sage, the sermonizer, the avid reader, the public-spirited man, etc. 28. 12. The total field. Throughout this book we have challenged the right of the particular and fragmented sciences to encompass the whole. Not one of them can claim sole right of access to totality, but each is entitled to continue pushing its investigations farther and farther, without barrier or impediment. But they can only grasp partial totalities. Moreover, we have accepted the idea of a field, while rejecting the idea of a continuous field. Areas, sectors, and regions cannot be in pure and simple juxtaposition. However, the concepts of level, unevenness, hiatus, or gaps rule out the representation of an immense, coherently constructed set of subsets, the whole. Gaps, holes, shadows, and reflections, absences, these two form part of the total field. Therefore we reject the idea of a vast continuum which the fragmentary sciences can methodically and analytically carve into pieces. We also reject the idea of a sum total of areas. Each specificity constitutes an area, but the distinctions are relative, and we have no right to carry them to the absolute. While we recognize the difficulties inherent in the concept of totality, we cannot do without it. However, only if our methodology is scrupulously prudent have we the right to use it. How can we develop a more or less coherent model to represent the entire range of knowledge and the situation of our own specific science within it? Would levels and stages constitute a hierarchy, from a low level, the physical level of inert, material nature, to the highest level of all, the ethical and aesthetic level? The representation of a hierarchy like this is still much too simple. What criterion should we use to classify these stages and levels, in order of importance? Every stage can break away from its initial position, overturning the entire set and taking prominence both in reality and in thought. For instance, demography can invade the social and influence the course of history, or even modify it. The historical, such as a war, can disrupt the economic, etc. The pattern of an ascending series of stages is too much like a clumsy metaphor, a ladder or a flight of steps, to be acceptable. Should we group the areas and sectors into a circular pattern, with each area going from the center to a section of the circumference? Should we imagine a circle made up of circles, a ring made up of rings? This would be more useful than the latter pattern, by bringing us closer to one important truth, namely, that everything is in everything and everything is total, and yet nothing that is in anything other than itself. Within oneness, there are differences and disjunctions, both actively and potentially, there is multiplicity. Every human being is physical, biological, economic, social, or sociological, but unevenly, according to the aspects and the moments, sometimes this one more than that one, sometimes that one more than this one, but without ever losing unity completely. So it is not simply a question of lighting, or of perspectives, but of a reality which must be understood. Sadly, the circular pattern is as static as the linear one. If we try making it mobile, by using the figure or form of the spiral rather than the circle, for example, it will become quite imprecise. And so, just as we have rejected ontologies and cosmologies, let us, provisionally, give up trying to construct a defined and definitive representation, while at the same time making sure not to regress into positivism. The total field we have before us is as rugged as a mountain landscape and as tempestuous as the sea. We have maps to guide us, but they make us forget how diverse and magnificent it all is. They pinpoint regions and small areas in a way which ignores the fluidity of their borderlines. When each discipline tries to attain the universal, the total, it cannot but stir up conflicts, and yet imperialism is mortal. Each one must find a modus vivendi for itself and for the others, making pacts which grant self-determination to those who live in the neighboring sectors. Tensions are fruitful, subservience is sterile. The total field can only be grasped in a fragmentary way. We look for totality, we aim for it, it is an idea, like the idea of absolute knowledge. You imagine you have a fragment of it in your hands, you hold it tight, you cherish it, and suddenly it assumes all reality and truth. You have the audacity to claim that what you are grasping is totality itself. Then immediately it breaks into pieces again, and all that remains in your hands is but a tiny fragment. What we are faced with here is a precise methodological problem, the problem of relevance. Given a set of facts, on what level should we place it, and according to what criterion? What lighting and what techniques should we use to get to grips with it? It is a very general question, but it is of particular interest to us, since in the confusion which typifies everyday life we are faced with physical elements, physiological elements, social elements, etc. The rules we are about to lay down require us to take certain precautions. They have no ontological pretensions. They are not purely logical, nor are they purely empirical. They are an attempt to generalize a specific experiment. They refer to a praxis, the praxis of knowledge. They are similar to dialectical logic and are concerned with the connection between relevance and irrelevance. The intelligent reader will see why they differ from the, often profound but finally unsatisfactory, preoccupations of phenomenological philosophy. But let us be more explicit. We are making the concepts and the methodology dialectical, and this is where the difference lies. A. Knowing that we must pronounce on relevance, we must take our time. First and foremost we must suspend judgment, and for a long time. B. A decision about relevance is never fully acquired and definitive, like a decision in action, it can never answer questions by a yes or a no. Although it acts as a guide for research and investigation, and sometimes on a long-term basis, strategically, its involvement is never irreversible. Sooner or later, it must be challenged. No structuration of the total field can impose itself as an eternal truth or as a logical statement. C. The only sets which are easily classified are those which have been over-elaborated, over-conceptualized, and thus exhausted, grasped, counted, and so robbed of any element of surprise. D. There is nothing more revealing and creative than mixed questions, marginal events, facts which apparently or really contradict acquired and accepted knowledge, and lateral concepts. E. There is history, psychology, economics, etc. Historicism, sociologism, psychologism, economism are questionable, and every science comes in tandem with its own critique, which sooner or later becomes a critique of competence and relevance. F. The obstacles in the path of knowledge, irreducibilities, are never definitive. In other words, we must not confuse essence with nucleus. The hard, dense nucleuses of facts and ideas, their nodes, or nodal points, are also centers of interest and of problems, and thus of potentialities. Knowledge resolves them or disentangles them. We discover mediations in the apparently unmediated, and vice versa. Every level we observe presents us with several others to analyze. Again, because of this, relevance is never definitive, and neither is irrelevance. Given a nucleus which seems irreducible, irrelevant, every method of attack is valid: classic analysis, arbitrary hypotheses, reduction, and provisional parentheses, the full range of concepts. And so relevance and irrelevance are aspects of a specific tactic and strategy, the tactic and strategy of science. 4. The theory of the semantic field. 1. The semantic field. The semantic field, which we will now attempt to develop conceptually, only represents, makes present, a part of the total field for us. Language itself only represents a part of it. Thus the semantic field and language would be two levels of the overall experience we call praxis or the total field. These levels would be linked together by implied mutual relations. This conceptual development contains a critique of the fetishism of signification which is currently so dominant. We will try to show that together with, or in the margins of, the signifier, we will also find non-signifiers, and these can be effective and important. Maybe what is non-signifying now could be a potential signifier, waiting to be unearthed by the theoretician as he strolls through the semantic field like a sightseer. Admittedly this is possible, but then perhaps once it has become a signifier, the non-signifier may lose a reality and an effectiveness which its non-signification, its unknown or misunderstood signification, bestows upon it. Can the operation of tearing the non-signifier from its non-signification to bring it out into the light of formal and formalized signification be undertaken without modifying it? If we want to search the everyday for the non-signifiers which may be active within it, we must catch them in the rough, in their unconscious or misunderstood situation, and not like water creatures wrenched from the deep and left to die in the light of day. For this reason we feel we must distinguish expression from signification, and keep the two concepts, the expressive and the signifying, simultaneously, studying their connections and their conflicts, in a word, making them dialectical. At the same time we will continue the critique of another fetishism, a corollary of the previous one, that of language. Certainly, language is not simply a means or an instrument analogous to a hammer or a file. Its use is not simply to help communication between minds which to begin with were separately constituted. It is itself constituent. But between this and the idea that it is a privileged and sacred place, the realm of being or a modality of being, there is a chasm which some philosophers are reckless enough to cross. They are prey to the metaphysics and the ontology of the word. If it is constituent, i.e., a time and place on the semantic field, language in our opinion is nevertheless a mediation, and thus a means and an implement, but not an irreducible nucleus or intelligible essence. We have already pointed out that this fetishist philosophy occurs in tandem with the crisis of language itself. What causes it and what are its effects? We will try to answer the question as quickly as possible. We will reinstate discursiveness in our own particular way, by understanding its current situation dialectically, as an awareness of logos per se, implying a distance in relation to it, and the determination both of its level and its limits. And so our critique will be directed against the fetishizing of logos and against the dissolution of language, or discourse. We will continue to bring everyday life into language, but in the context of the exploration of a semantic field which goes beyond discursiveness per se. This theoretical hypothesis forbids us, as we already know, from adopting the structuralism derived from contemporary Saussurean linguistics. As we have already tried to demonstrate, structure is a formal implement and a scientific idea, and by hypertrophying and hypostasizing it, structuralism renders it sterile. For us, the arbitrariness of the sign must be seen in relation to the non-arbitrariness of the non-signifier and of expressivity. Structured by a series of disjunctions, implications, exclusions, and inclusions on the phonemic as well as the morphemic level, coherent discourse belongs to a broader field. There are other regions in this field, including yes or no questions and answers. Next, Once we have developed the idea of the semanteme, we will need to examine what the relation between critique of everyday life and a universal semantics is, by means of a series of particular semiologies which are presently conceivable, i.e., the communications model. Two signals. In everyone's experience, two lights, red and green, are the prototype of the signal. Binary and disjunctive, they obey strictly logical laws, all/nothing, either/or. They do not allow for intermediaries, transitions, or evolution. They open a way forward, or they close it. They indicate a fork in the road or points on the railway line. They offer an option, and suppress another. A third term, the orange traffic light, can intervene to soften the harsh imperative of the signal. This third term complicates the signal and makes it less effective. It causes countless arguments. The signal can only be directed at a single sense organ. It is either visual or auditory. In signals, ambiguity is unacceptable. Moreover, the signal has no relation to the command it signifies. It is completely arbitrary. Provided it has a distinct beginning and end, a bell will achieve the same results as an optical signal. Theoretically, a spray of perfume could be equally effective. Signals are entirely external to consciousness, and leave the active subject externalized and passive, like an inert object at their command. However, the signal is not completely external to the human object/subject which it acts upon. It produces a well-defined effect, namely conditioning. I stop when the lights are red and keep going when they are green, and I don't give it a moment's thought. I have acquired a reflex action. The repetitions of the signal have conditioned me, and a good job too. Without this string of reflex actions of which traffic signals are a part, how could I drive my car? I have learned them. They constitute a code. Once I have learned them, it is as if the signals pass down from my hands through my body to my feet, according to a well-determined practice, in liaison with a determined technique or techniques. Signals must be simple and obvious, clear and perfectly distinct, but they must also have a perfect stability. It is disconcerting when signals are altered. It causes serious disruption to what is a series of constituted and stable social actions, for example road or rail traffic. Constant and repetitive in essence, the signal is automatic, it is always there. It functions in accordance with a regulated frequency, without the intervention of any conscious volition, at least when it is in full working order. We should note that the signal does not give any information, or very little. It forbids or it permits, it includes or it excludes. One does not always know why, and indeed one does not need to know why. The perfect signal is perfectly impersonal, it repeats itself indefinitely, even when there is no one in front of it. It is defined by its redundancy, and it delivers no information. If it is well thought out and well used, it brings no surprises, it is always in the same place, always reiterating its imperious command or interdiction, never beginning, never ending. In the signal, signification coincides with the thing, i.e., the sign. Be it a red light or a green light, the given command, or interdiction, is entirely given by the thing. One does not have to give a thought to what is being signified. In and by means of the signal, signification is joined to and coincides with the thing which has been taken arbitrarily as a signal, but which itself has no signification. Perfect rationality and perfect meaninglessness come face to face. Should the signal signify another thing, or something else, for me, it will be because I am questioning it instead of obeying it, defying it, and thinking beyond what it is, in its entire presence or entire absence. I ask myself what someone to whom I have no access, precisely because they are not there and because I know nothing about them, has intended. Why have they put traffic lights at this crossroads? Although it functions in isolation like pure things do, the signal is not alone. It is always part of a defined, codified, system. For example, take the highway code, railway signals, or other, more esoteric systems, such as forestry or scouting, etc. When it is well thought out, a system can aspire to becoming very generalized, even to a worldwide degree, road signals, or the Morse code, for example. Given that in practice there are so many situations, the pure objectiveness of the, crudely binary and disjunctive, signal within a system becomes diluted. Alongside signals per se, we see other elements appearing, words such as danger or parking, and signs or symbols, like a skull, etc., and this obscures the defined nature of the sign and of the system. These elements carry a certain amount of information, which is minimal, entirely knowable in advance, and admitting of no uncertainty or dubious interpretation, or otherwise the system would not work properly. A system like this must be closed, saturated, coherent and rigorous. There may be a conflict between the requirements of practice and of rigorousness, but this should not blind us to the perfectly abstract and anti-natural nature of the signal and of systems of signals. This is not the place to examine the case of highly complex systems, which are already transitionals towards something else. Doubtless we will have to consider them when we deal with the communications model. Point 1. 3 signs. The prototype of the sign is obviously the word, but it is not easy to define it. The word has certain of the qualities of the signal, or rather the signal has borrowed certain of the properties of the word. The word can give commands. Used imperatively, it transmits an order, it signifies a command. When I hear the word halt, I stop, but according to the context, the word leave evokes a more or less powerful feeling of acceptance or rejection. Although there is no power of words, certain words have power. This is nothing more than a pole or a limit which would hardly suffice as a definition of the sign, but which would be more appropriate for the signal. The word is auditive, but it is also visual. Ever since writing has existed, reading has been closely implicated with listening, and contaminates it. So much so that in order to grasp language as a form, a structure, linguists must first carry out the following operation, which is both concrete and abstract. They must separate the language chain from its environment and from its visual context, parenthesizing the latter. In fact, once they have accomplished this operation, they are left with an abstraction, language as a verbal system. Once it is reduced to being a purely verbal sign, the word as sign becomes blurred and confused. Reading is a practical experience which children learn at an early stage, although they start learning orally a little sooner, and it is part of language as an implement for action and understanding. Is it not very curious that today's audiovisual media should be disrupting the practice of language after having played such an important role in constituting it, many centuries ago? The elements in spoken, or written, language must be clear, easily distinguishable from each other, and understandable, demanding the least possible effort and avoiding the smallest possible chance of error. Thus they must be disjunctive, phonetically and semantically exclusive. However, the final element is never a simple signal. This final element, namely the phoneme, has no meaning, since it is a non-signifier, and does not appear per se in language. Contemporary structuralist linguistics has highlighted these phenomena. Point 2. Double articulation, which is made up of an internal difference, is what characterizes the linguistic sign, i.e., the word. Thus on analysis it presents two levels, the phoneme, in itself devoid of meaning, and the morpheme, which is a signifier. In practice, the former only appears as part of the latter, and the two can only be separated by analysis. This duality of levels means that in spite of their analogies, the sign cannot be reduced to the signal. The sign has a specificity which is demonstrated by its triple determination, the sign, the signifier, and the signified. The signal does not have this triplicity. Although these three elements have a content, in terms both of the subject, movements of the pharynx, the glottis, the tongue, and of the object, things and objects designated with their connections, their relations of interaction, of presence and absence, of inclusions and exclusions, they tend towards pure form, becoming what Roland Barthes has called a tourniquet. Thus content does not determine the use of words, their order, and their connections, although it plays a part in the logical structure of the way they are used. Moreover, the formal order of signs leaves room for the unforeseen, randomness, and although their combinations are highly structured, since they are structured formally, they constantly provide something new, except in the commonplace discourse of platitude. So repetition makes way for inventiveness, but without actually disappearing, which presents some curious problems. This permanent renewal of possible discourse has its own laws, such as Estopzip's law on the frequency of the use of words. The order of signs allows for uncertainty, expectancy and surprise, and thus for play and imagination. The sentence has great elasticity, while the word itself has very little. The word must have a defined and conventionally fixed sense, otherwise the speakers will no longer understand each other. Thus every conversation oscillates between two poles. Around one of them, the chances of misunderstanding are reduced to a minimum, but the conversation will always be trivial. Around the other, the increase in chance and in the probability of misunderstandings increases the chances for inventiveness, discovery, and mutual recognition, and for the obstacles to understanding being overcome. On the level of discourse, there is a considerable margin of uncertainty and freedom. On the level of signs, words, morphemes, this margin is very small. The role language plays in everyday life is a product of this duality, or double possibility. It oscillates between platitude and rhetoric, between banality and expressivity. It follows that, with their formal rules of usage, syntax and grammar, signs, repertoire, vocabulary, and lexis, form a coherent system, namely a system of language. The efficiency of this system makes it analogous to a system of signals. It gives commands, it organizes feelings and emotions as well as objects, because it contains an order and imposes it upon the chaos of fleeting moments. It enjoins because it joins and disjoins. It opens up possibilities, and then closes them down. Order in a language system determines the order of words and sentences. It is part of a more far-reaching order, in social practice. Imperious and imperative, language uses words to make us recognize feelings and actions. Ceaselessly, it eliminates ambiguities and misunderstandings, only to allow them to return once more, inevitably. In the tumult and vibrations of everyday life, it tends to create stabilities, static states which are determined in spite of their limitless resonances and their dampened harmonics. To speak is to act. When we use words and sentences, even when we are solely locizing, we influence ourselves as much as the person to whom we are talking. What we are putting into words has been changed by the fact of being said, or rather of having been said. With its blindfold of misconceptions and misunderstandings torn away, what is being said is revealed in the light of discourse. It is discussed, it is clarified, it becomes impoverished and commonplace, and yet it is enriched by the fact of being present in social daylight. In any event, what has been said had to be said, so that what remains of it after its fleetingness and obscurities have been submitted to the test of language can be assessed. Discourse is an event and an act, and a prologue to action. It is a preparation for action. It forces us to act and to choose, unless we are speaking for speaking's sake, in which case the prologue to decision becomes an end in itself. To speak and to put oneself into words is both stimulating and destructive. Because discourses have continuity, we are forced into their network and, as a consequence, into the network of the social actions they refract and specify. This action is permitted, that one is forbidden. But discourses are also discontinuous, and their discrete terms act like a sieve, straining the things which rise up from our inner depths. Logos is not simply a means of communication. It acts as a filter for the feelings and emotions which create it and which it regulates. For this reason, it really is a kind of being, a way of being. When we bring what has not already been said into language, we are certainly winning a victory. In itself, the act creates something and opens up new possibilities. It is the prelude to unexpected creations, and may even be seen to constitute the essence of what is traditionally called philosophy. When praxis permits an important sector to pass into language, or when its problems demand it, it is an important day for knowledge. And yet, How can there ever be an absolute victory without something being lost? What we are putting into words and what we have put into words is there now, facing us. Earlier it was something happening silently, spontaneously, joyfully, even harmoniously, or maybe something painful and muffled which is not happening at all. Once something has been spoken, it will never be spontaneous again. We must think about it, and in the case of a requirement, a function, we need to focus it patiently by trial and error until we can consciously carry it into effect. The spoken is now abstract, presented on the plane of abstraction, on the level of language and the sign. As well as spontaneity and innocence, a little bit more nature or being is lost. We all know that we must be prepared to risk losing everything if we want to win everything. But whatever the circumstances, risking and losing will always be risking and losing. Thus the system of signs, of language and discourse, resembles a system of signals, but because the one is incomparably broader and more flexible than the other, the analogy will not help us to understand it. It is an open system, controlled by a coherence which is almost logical. This almost is supremely important. Formally, the non-signifying element in language, example the sound, the syllable or the phoneme, is apparent, but is not recognized as such. Actually, however, in practical, social utterance, it is an important and conscious element, acting as interjection and exclamation, oh, ah, etc. In this use of the non-signifier, which dogmatic structuralism finds rather difficult to deal with, expression is more important than signification. Now when it is actually spoken, and taken in its complete context, gestures, mimicry, grimaces, discourse is expressive. Inflections of the voice give constant support to the formal relations between the terms of discourse. In this way and in this way alone does it enter into the everyday, not as its loom, but as threads woven into its fabric. For the symbol, this has certain of the qualities or properties of the signal or the sign, but it differs from both. The symbol includes and excludes, by bringing the members of one particular group closer together, while excluding other individuals and groups. It makes orders or prohibitions, but in complex ways which are dramatically involving and which sometimes imply a conception of the world and of life. It reveals and conceals membership of a group, the reasons for its membership and the reasons of the group itself. It enters into a form, but this form develops concretely around the symbol in rituals and ceremonies. The symbol initiates and it inhibits. The symbol differs from the sign and even more so from the signal in that it appears inexhaustible. Effectively, it is. The signal takes place entirely within its own functioning, and is exhausted there. The sign, the word, is only valid insofar as it belongs in the series of signs and in their mutual interaction. Both as a fact and as a value without limits, even when it is not religious and sacred, the symbol is unassailable. It presents itself, it is a presence, it is present, rich with meaning, and as such is somewhat more than representation. Does it express as much or more than it signifies? When Christians make the sign of the cross, the evocation of the cross itself is more important than the formal gesture. The believer traces the instrument of redemptive suffering on his own body, he sanctifies himself by deliberately identifying with the crucified God. If he is signing himself and signifying himself externally with a gesture which proves his membership and makes it manifest, he is also carrying out an internal act of faith and, more importantly, of participation. He is linking himself with the absolute word, the logos become flesh and put to death for him. When we examine it from outside, this gesture reveals a multiplicity of significations, but viewed from within, it is inexhaustible. Thus the gesture in itself has less reality and value than its symbolic content. It is much more of a symbol than a sign in the precise meaning of the term. It expresses, and this expressivity has primacy over what it signifies externally. When the sign is enough in itself, the form and the letter are more important than the spirit. Sociologists and ethnographers have observed the oppositional and complementary properties of symbols, disjunction and inclusion in social practice, in factual terms. It has been left to philosophers to shed light on how symbols differ from discourse and representation. Discourse and representation distinguish between things and clarify them, whereas symbols are inexhaustible, they offer some kind of obscure and magical participation. Notably, in his Aesthetics, Hegel gives an analysis of the difference between symbolism, allegory, simile, metaphor, and analogy. If I call someone a sly old fox, I am attributing the qualities of a fox, as I see them, to him. Obviously, I know that no human being is a fox, and I also know that there is no Platonic idea of slyness which would apply to foxes in the animal kingdom and to certain human individuals. However, these representations are too clear, and their very clearness betrays their logical incoherence. On an affective level, which takes me back to my childhood, stories and fables, to archaic times, myths, and also to the realm of the imagination, fantastic tales, I am saying that this man actually does share something in common with a fox, so much so that when I am with him I behave as though he really were a crafty, carnivorous animal, a danger to me and to my possessions, and I advise other people strongly, the people I talk to do the same. The symbol confers an effective, real, and practical communality on two beings who are different both in appearance and in reality, but more so in the former than in the latter. It makes these two beings partly identical. It points to their mutual participation. When it refers to one, it evokes the other, and vice versa. Conversely, a simile would leave them mutually external and only brings them together by using comparatives such as like or as. As for analogy, which is elaborated as a kind of reasoning, it highlights differences. Or else it is subsumed by a symbolism, and directed by it. Is it possible to list these symbols? Perhaps. Can we count them, or in other words, are they limited in number? Probably. Obviously, they include the sun, the stars, and the signs of the zodiac, as well as the sea and the mountains, the elements, water, fire, earth, air, spatial directions, the father, the mother, etc. Taken in isolation, each one has its particular effectiveness and prestige. It immediately triggers off emotions, and even sensations. Surrounded by its own effective and imaginary retinue, it bursts its way into discourse like an exclamation, the earth, the sun, the night. However, symbols do not exist in isolation. Could we say that they constitute systems? The term is only valid for representations which have been elaborated, and thus verbalized and formalized. Symbols come in groups. We will say that they constitute configurations or constellations, cosmic symbolisms, tragic symbolisms, religious symbolisms, etc. As well as being configurations, they can be elaborated into symbolic systems. For example, astrology, as we know it nowadays in the press, daily, weekly, or monthly, and above all in the women's press, has become an elaborate system for the psychological interpretation of everyday life, with fairly well-defined themes. This system has been superimposed upon some extremely ancient cosmic symbolisms, which have never lost their emotional effectiveness. Where do symbols originate? From the depths of a collective or individual unconsciousness. From mysterious archetypes, hidden emotional or existential matrices. From the pristine discoveries of childhood or from the despair of old age and mortality. From archaic magic or from involuntary and spontaneous poetry. From flights of inspiration or from failures. From the world or from mankind, or from the primitive and obscure relation between them. From power over nature or from powerlessness. From the first steps towards power? For the time being, all this is of little importance. What is important as far as this project is concerned is that we emphasize the specificity of the symbol, its inexhaustibility for the mind which wishes to explore it, and its direct emotional, effectiveness. 5. The image. Unlike the symbol, the image is an individual work, but is communicable. Unlike the sign, it does not belong in abstractness, any more than it does in sensuousness. Like the symbol, it appeals to affectivity, it is born in and emerges from a level of reality other than that occupied by signs and their connections. On one hand, it has certain of the powers of the symbol, arousing affective complicities and pacts directly, without using representations as such. It makes itself understood by setting emotion into movement, and by arousing it. It exerts an influence, and includes those who understand it within a group which is characterized by a certain tonality. And so to a certain extent it shares the selective and discriminatory power of signs. It is a form of consciousness, or a level, or a modality if you like, but not the emergence of an unconsciousness which might resemble a storehouse of images. However, it is multiple, it appeals to all the senses, and it arouses obscure emotions by traveling back to ancient seasons and bygone ages of the individual, the group and the species. Thus it activates and actualizes a link between the present and the past, something the sign cannot do. In this respect it is an aspect of expressivity. Communicated and communicating, it is original and unique, it carries the hallmark of inventiveness, of spontaneous or cultivated poetry. It needs signs, today's words and graphic or typographic signs, to communicate, but it overloads these signs with its emotional, expressive, content, the origins of which are lost in the mists of time, together with symbolisms. Although it is alien to the logical and formal structure of discourse, it intervenes in discourse by propelling it forward and coloring it with its own emotional tonality. The threshold to this emotive content is always vague and hard to delimit. It works by insinuation and suggestion rather than by imposing itself, which is why it requires complicity and pacts, and yet it overcomes obstacles and barriers which hinder precise signification. It creates misunderstandings and dissensions, but it can also resolve them. Thanks to the image and the content which makes up a part of its influence, opaqueness becomes somewhat more transparent. Distances vanish as if by magic. Could this content be limitless? Possibly, although it may be an illusion inherent to imagination. If we speak of limitlessness, it is in the context of harmonics, where resonance goes on indefinitely, perceptible only to the sharpest of ears, although all perception is limited in such matters. Therefore the image is the opposite of the signal and the sign. Whereas these address action and the present, the image turns towards the past, like the symbol. It rescues the past from darkness, from unconsciousness, to use another terminology, and dispersion, bringing it into the light of the present day. However, unlike the symbol, the image also goes towards the future. It strives to attain something not yet present and to presentify or present it. So it is a prospector in the distant territory of what is possible and what is impossible. It prepares choices and indicates them. It arouses emotions, feelings, and desires, in other words virtual actions, and compels imagination to wager on a future it foretells and anticipates, and which it helps to determine, through projects of choice. Thus imagination could be seen as the function of what is possible, insofar as we can talk about function in this context, troublesome but useful, demanding but free, this function is something we could well do without. From the point of view of reflective thought, there is a kind of incompatibility between retrospection and perspection. They are opposite attitudes or intentions. As for imagination, it knows how to use the past in order to invent the future. It projects what it has acquired through experience towards the future, and frequently starts from something extremely archaic to represent the farthest realms of the impossible/possible. This is not simply a reference to science fiction. We also have the brilliant Fourier in mind, whose vision of everyday life in future society was based upon archaic communal life, but enriched with everything that human development can offer, as Marx put it, and Marx owes much more to Fourier than is generally admitted. The image is an act. In this respect it implies the will to be effective, sometimes to help make what is possible real or to represent the impossible, sometimes to prepare a project of choice, sometimes to captivate and touch another human being. In so far as it is a social act, the image is the image of an action which it deliberately projects towards the subject, the human being it is addressing and whom it wants to influence. Touched and moved, this person responds to the effects of the image and projects it back towards its initiator. This double projection produces a result which is no longer a projection but a mutual presence, and even an emotional sameness. All communication involves images, and the deepest communication of all is achieved through images. The image is only active when it is expressive. It arouses what it expresses, and provokes it. The image has an inherently provocative character. When we use an image to provoke an emotion, we ourselves do not need to be moved. However, we cannot invent an image without having previously felt an emotion. As the concept of expressivity becomes more precise, it is turned on its head. On the level of the image, expression is active in its effect, as much and more than in its condition or cause. Whoever experiences this effect locates it in the image, which he qualifies as expressive, while for whoever employs it, its expressivity may well be far away in the past. The result is a permanent lag between the invention of images and their use, and between the situation of whoever employs them and whoever is influenced by their action. Thus mutual presence does not rule out misunderstandings and dramas, quite the reverse, it encompasses their possibility. Although it is not up to us to give a theory of imagination, or of language for that matter, since it has been formulated elsewhere, we will summarize it. The study of archaic magic and its repercussions demonstrates the emotional effectiveness of practices such as gestures, ceremonies, and ritualized expressions, etc. The magician evokes people who have disappeared, who are absent, he evokes obscure powers, he resurrects the dead, and achieves the repetition or the renewal of the past. He can challenge what has been accomplished and act as though what is not. He can influence the future by bringing it into the present. He changes his personality by identifying it with a wide variety of beings, demons and gods, kings and genies, in a participation. Now imagination and magic share the same categories. More precisely, the modalities of magic have become the modalities of imagination, to evoke, to resurrect, to identify. So we may maintain that, historically and sociologically, imagination is an extension of magic. However, a profound discontinuity divides them. The magician used his procedures, such as spells and dances, on his patient to produce emotional states which were both entirely illusory and entirely real, lived. The purpose of magic procedures was to create real states in a real collectivity, groups of initiates. When it is aimed at individuals, individual imagination produces images, not states of trance. The illusory character of the image is almost always perceived as such, although in the final analysis participation becomes complete again, and imagination joins forces with magic once more. 6. On several confusions. In order to locate the elements or formants of the semantic field as precisely as possible, we have made clear distinctions between them. We have emphasized their specificities. However, rather than distinguishing between them, people tend to confuse them. Critical analysis reveals that several of today's most widespread theories are responsible for this. There is absolutely no question of denying the importance of the work of the Pavlovian school, from Sechenov to Smolensky and Bykov. Some of the criticisms leveled against the scientific results of their research are unacceptable. It is irrefutable that Pavlov's work proved a total activity of the cortex in higher animals and in man, higher nervous activity, and not simply the existence of isolated reflexes. In any case, we can hardly expect physiologists to be sociologists and psychologists as well. However, what we can expect of them is not to refute the existence of other areas and levels of reality and analysis. Refusal to accept this may be partially and subjectively justified by the effort required to extrapolate all the consequences from an important discovery, but finally it will result in the dogmatism and subjectivism characteristic of schools, scientific clans, and their members run the risk of endlessly following up a line of research which will finally become exhausted. The Pavlovians simply forget that the relation of the human brain with the outside world cannot be reduced to the connections between the cortex and stimuli or signals. The human world is made up of objects, products, and human works, not of things. It is also made up of other human beings and of the language which links them together. It comprises repetition and non-repetition, and the relations between the two are problematic. To a certain extent, this human world which is given to the individual, who intervenes in it and can only assimilate it by being active within it, is the work of praxis. How odd it is that Pavlovism should have been adopted in the name of Marxist materialism, when it disregards the idea of praxis, which is the very foundation of Marxism. The conditioning of the human infant in its relations with his father and mother, which are much too private, narrow, and unmediated in the family of today and above all in the praxis of bourgeois society, has some specific and original features. It cannot be reduced to the acquisition of complicated reflex actions and a second system of signaling, the verbal system. All the while it is learning, the child's relations with its parents are doubly ambiguous. They result from the powers of parents to teach and their powers to oppress. The father is not given to the child as a simple, unmediated presence, good or bad, or simultaneously good and bad. The father is not merely unmediated strength and authority, he is social authority, society as a whole, law, hierarchy, the state. Thus the father is both reality and symbolism. God is known as our Father, or Eternal Father. The same applies to the mother, although what she symbolizes is something more archaic and cosmic. Pavlovian theory eliminates the specificities of the symbol, insofar as it is directed towards creating and shaping basic affectivity. By conceiving of it purely as a second system of signaling, it also eliminates the specificity of the sign, which the structuralist school and the theory of double articulation have reinstated. It equates the symbol and the sign with the signal, which it thinks of in terms of physiology rather than sociology. If the Pavlovian school proceeds by confusing and reducing specificities in a materialist way, the procedures of the bourgeois and non-socialist structuralist school are exactly analogous. It gives a privileged status to signification, which has the advantage of appearing to be socially real and yet at the same time immaterial and in the mind. Signification can only be apparent to and for a mind, a subject. Once this has been accepted, an inextricable confusion ensues. The significations perceived, in phenomenological terms, made explicit, by the reflective, thinking subject, the philosopher, the linguist, the sociologist, merge with the significations which are effectively and practically, socially, carried by signs. How are we to distinguish between them? There are no criteria. This has been a marvelous godsend to philosophical thinkers. What they had long since discovered elsewhere they can now observe in the facts, they make it explicit and separate it from signs, and receive it from significations like a kind of gift. Now the signal and the symbol have significations, but these are irreducible to the significations of simple signs, and they impose themselves upon their subjects without the latter having to explain them. The privileged status these thinkers accord to signification simplifies reality. It suppresses the specificity of levels, of existence and analysis, just as much as when the signal is privileged. Their conception of a unitary field of significations, which ipso facto cannot be a genuine field, reveals what their attitude really is. By wishing to avoid the excessive realism and the reification inherent to processes, they go beyond the mental things which are so familiar to psychologists and sociologists. At the same time the diversity of the real escapes them, and they feel no need to consider the processes and the differences between things, works, objects and products, symbolic works or works laden with symbols which are aimed at emotiveness, or products which act like signals, etc. More than 30 years ago, in his Critique de fondements de la psychologie, Georges Politzer introduced the concept of signification, in place of the concept of the unconscious, while at the same time protesting against the postulates of conventional signification in psychology. Taking the same stance, but developing it further, we would criticize the subjectivist philosophy which accepts the postulate that signification should have a privileged status, we reject the mixture of conventional signification and real signification which philosophers use as a phenomenological brandtub for whatever is convenient for them. The idea of a symbolic function perpetuates this confusion. It enables them to sidestep the difference between the symbol, objective content, emotional effectiveness, archaic origins, and the sign, intellectual effectiveness, formal, synchronic and non-dialectical reality. To say that the symbolic function intervenes every time a representation is substituted for a thing is to bring the signal, the sign, and the symbol so close together that they become indistinguishable. It is also to forget that symbolism is not separate from the thing, the father, the mother, the son, the plane, etc., but is joined to it in a mutual participation. On the other hand, when a signal functions, signification is at one and the same time entirely arbitrary and separate from the thing, and entirely identical to the thing. Therefore there is no univocal symbolic function which would be applicable to all three cases. Point 3. Signification is impoverished. Fixed, attached to the sign, established, repeated, codified, it is and is active because it is fixed, stable and stabilized. Taken by itself it becomes disembodied, it is the desert of essence, Hegel, attached to words, to discourse, to logos. Expression is far more creative, and creates in a different way. It lives in the voice, we would say, and in gestures, and in the face. Let us reinstate the living, dialectical, unity which structuralist analysis has shattered. This analysis has a threefold aim: to distinguish between levels and between form ants, to reveal structures, and to rediscover a higher unity. Expression is speech. Signification is language as form. Speech carries words along in the flow and rhythms of the sentence, it is concealed beneath what in terms of form appears to be word frequency. When emotion and images intervene in living speech, they do not disturb the pure form of discourse, they bring it to life. Expressivity is a thing of flesh and blood, mobile, unexpected, it is forever breaking through the barriers of signification, informing, communicating by means of acquired significations. When the individual expresses himself, through intonation or mime, he says much more than he puts into words. His activity is almost like a work of creativity, dramatized action, a theater of mime. Thus a dialectical movement becomes apparent in dialogue, expression/signification, i.e., a conflict between these two terms. Expression struggles to bear the dead weight and inertia of signification and to make use of it as a fulcrum. Signification fixes expression by immobilizing and reducing it, conventional, intentional, stereotyped, it deadens expression, which in turn forever reconstructs itself, breathing new life into signification. From this conflict comes sense, the movement, orientation, and direction of dialogue, and its ultimate goal. It is a term which is not immune from the generalized confusion we are at present living through. At times it refers to a direction, at others to a set, a system, of significations. While not eliminating the latter interpretation of the term, we would emphasize the former. Surely the sense of an act lies in its direction and orientation, the future which it is traveling towards, blindly or lucidly, in other words, what is possible. Expression is an act, and it takes on a sense in its oneness with established significations and its conflict with them. Every social action which involves a generalized dialogue, of the self, with another person nearby or far away, also has a sense. In the expression/signification dialectical movement, in which sense intervenes as a constantly renewed third term to resolve the first two, expression is forever striving to get the better of signification, to become unmediated, direct, and directly, emotionally, transmitted. It is not always successful, even when it overloads discourse with exclamations, images, and rhetoric. Signification goes on playing its stabilizing role of an inert weight, which expression must bear on its shoulders but without which it would dissolve and disappear into the void. On the other hand, signification is forever striving to kill expression and to kill itself with the banality and maximal frequency of trivial terminology. It can never succeed, success would mean its instant demise. In some respects there is probably a sense in the overvaluing of signification. Maybe it corresponds to a profound deterioration of expressivity and of the image per se, in terms of the imaginary as opposed to the brute force of the audiovisual. Expressivity is already fragile and weakened, and maybe this overvaluing points to a tendency to compromise it further by making it totally trivialized. We will come up against these problems again when we examine communications theory, the communications model. We will use these analyses to draw up a critical description of conversation, discussions and dialogues, in the everyday. 7. The properties of the semantic field. Meanwhile, let us specify the properties of the semantic field, which is indissolubly constituted, and precisely by means of their differences, by symbols, images, signs, and signals. While being careful not to take the analogy beyond certain limits, which need to be determined, we notice that the semantic field really does have the characteristics of a field. It presents a continuity, and within this continuity, it has distinct and discontinuous elements, specific values, and nucleuses. We can single out discrete units, but we can never completely separate them from the unit as a whole. Continuity and discontinuity are in a state of mutual relativity. At every point we observe a force, a vector. Once activated, these points become polarized, determining tensions, static states, momentary balances, and a temporary sharing out of the forces. At every point potentialities reveal themselves, and in doing so, they disappear. This produces stabilities, which, like the discontinuities, are relative against their background tension. The dual properties, expression and signification, emotivity and representativity, polarize the semantic field, maintaining the tensions and invigorating them. Generated by these tensions between the extreme polarities of symbols and signs, waves and vibrations run across it like electrical charges. However, the semantic field is more animated and more complex than physical realities, and the levels, of existence or reality, it presents are more varied and more discontinuous, with differences in level, gaps, and perhaps even holes. Were we to reduce this complexity to a single one of its formants, such as the signal, the sign, the symbol, or the image, it would slip through our fingers. What we would be faced with would be a simplified complexity, the field of significations, for example. Taken in its totality, the semantic field as we understand it has a structure, but this structure cannot be reduced to the structure of discourse, any more than it can to the formal connection between signs or to the relation between the sign, the signified and the signifier. It is a much more complex structure, which includes a limited number of variations, disturbances, instabilities, and propagations. Although we have no wish to contest the importance of structural linguistics, we cannot use it as a model for structure. On the contrary, we want to carry the ideas of structure and stability beyond language, and to give them back their place in the process of becoming. Nor will we use the theories of gravity, electricity, or magnetism as our model. In our opinion, the theory we will use, and which we will considerably transpose, is broader and more comprehensive. It is the model of harmonics. Thus defined, the entire semantic field is open. We cannot circumscribe or close it, any more than we can the horizon, even though every horizon is determined. 8. Consciousness and the semantic field. Can we say that, social and individual, consciousness is consciousness of the semantic field as a whole, or that it reflects it? No. It is not external to the semantic field. Could we say that it is active on the semantic field? Yes, but that is not enough. What we can say is that consciousness is the semantic field, but only providing we purge the little word is of all substantialist content, and especially of all contamination by brute things. Thus consciousness is not this and not that, but this and that taken as a whole. It is in a specific manner, not a thing among things, nor the ideal or mental double of those things, reflected or not. Things and objects are given to consciousness together with their connections and their significations, as an inextricable part of the semantic field as a whole. Consciousness is receptiveness on a particular, affective, level of the symbolic nucleuses. It is put into the service of signs and of their formal connections. It is receptiveness on a particular level of signals, the level of unmediated practical action. Finally, it is the lived on the semantic field, it is constantly opening out to it, the semantic field is its basis, it coincides with it. However, this description is only entirely valid for social consciousness. Although individual consciousness is included and implied within social consciousness, it only occupies a portion of it. So alongside levels of reality, of existence, we need to determine levels of experience and levels of analysis. In the first place, the most solid aspect of the everyday, and the point of departure of individual consciousness and its sphere of activity, is only a portion of the semantic field, discourse, or even triviality in discourse, commonplaces, redundancy, intelligibility through familiarity. Symbols from everyday life intervene, but isolated, one at a time, and are rarely perceived as such. They are perceived as being within things, and not as a double of those things, and as something external to them which has come to reinforce them emotionally. The symbol is an integral part of familiarity. In the everyday, the Father as creative power, authority, and law, the symbolic Father, merges with the Father who is directly perceived and emotionally submitted to, a man with a particular voice, a particular face and particular behavior patterns. Signals per se have much more importance in everyday life than symbols per se. This does not stop symbolisms from having a powerful influence, but this is unconscious. The specific structure and dynamism of the semantic field produce the following imbalance, which is specific to the everyday. On one hand, it is determined by symbolisms which it fails to recognize as such, and which it lives as though they were realities. On the other, it is orientated by signalings which it takes to be the essential elements which determine it. The everyday takes its consciousness from signals and relegates symbolisms to unconsciousness, despite the fact that they are linked to the most profound vital rhythms such as day and night, the presence of the mother and the father, hunger and sexuality. Riven in two, this consciousness will always be superficial, the equivalent of a lack of consciousness. As for reflective consciousness, it distances itself from the semantic field in an attempt to control it. In the effort to see it in all its breadth, it loses contact with it. The danger is that it will select a fragment of it to use as a means of defining it. This is what theory does when it does not go hand in hand with permanent auto-critique and does not consciously aim for the open totality of the field. It selects a fragment, a symbol or symbolism in general, discourse, signification, formal structure, or even the signal, and elevates it to the absolute. Generally, the dialectical movements which are active on the semantic field as a whole, and which give it life, escape reflective consciousness. It observes them from afar, often as though they were anomalies, whereas in fact they are what characterizes the semantic field. Insofar as it animates this mobile and diversified field, dialectical movement encompasses it and envelopes it. There is no specific spot or place on the semantic field where it can be fixed. For this reason it is greater than the reflective and purely rigorous, logical, consciousness which attempts to articulate the diverse signs and their less than rigorous connections which are given in logos and in discourse. And so we come back once more to what we have previously proposed, but in a different light. Discourse is, and is nothing more than, a level of experience on the semantic field as a whole. Composed of quasi-static states, it is particularly strong and stable. It opens itself comprehensively to this field, whether it be in the sphere of symbols and images or at the polarity of signals. As a level it is both a center and an intermediary, a mediation. As for the semantic field itself, it opens onto every sphere of praxis, with creative contradictions, repetition, and inventiveness. Discourse and even the semantic field are made up of correlations, oppositions, and contrasts. Dialectical movements encompass these terms and prevent them from succumbing to immobility. They breathe life into them, and for this reason, cannot be contained within them. The first result of this is that the semantic field as a whole, or a totality, is a concept based on an experience or even on a level of experience which itself encompasses a diverse range of levels. This concept is not given per se in experience. There is no description, no phenomenology of the lived which could grasp it. It is a theoretical concept, and thus forms part of a theory. A phenomenological description of it would take experience parties extra parties, it would shed light on small areas of it, appropriating them for its own devices and transforming them into private plots of land, rather than grasping the landscape and the horizon as an ensemble. A further result is that any consciousness which has established itself firmly on the semantic field, or which thinks it has, cannot really be trusted. Just like an individual, society does not see itself as it is. When we want to consult social consciousness, more often than not we come up against individual and private groupings. Individual consciousness and even social consciousness can speak only of the parts of the semantic field on which they have set up home. They cannot bring total knowledge of it, but they do offer material for that knowledge. In particular, the contradictions of a society normally elude consciousness, discourse, and especially the everyday, except at moments of revolutionary crisis, or when revealed by in-depth critique. If we are to grasp these contradictions, we will need a theoretical knowledge which takes the semantic field into account but which understands it per se, and which consequently will grasp the praxis of which it is merely a level. Also, we still need to mount an assault on the structures of discourse, in spite of the efforts of dialecticians from Heraclitus to Hegel and our contemporaries, in order to seize dialectical movements and bring them into language. We must succeed in grasping whatever tries to slip through our fingers, not as essence, as unknowable, or as nature, irrational or ontological truth, but as it is, precisely because that is what must be seized and what will reveal the process of becoming of knowledge and of the real. And if that is inexhaustible, we will nevertheless succeed in grasping it if we persist in trying. Thus dialectical thought will be necessary if we are to conceive of the semantic field, both as an entity, with its limits and its openings, and as a set of diverse elements. However, dialectical thought per se does not appear in or on the semantic field. And this is precisely how it conceives of it, from the vantage point of a higher level of reality, existence, and knowledge. If dialectical thought was available on the semantic field, there would be no more specificity, and differences would become blurred. The formal and the logical would be absorbed into dialectical movements, and would lose their own specific levels. Logos would be spontaneously and completely dialectical, which it is not. And so we must think of the total semantic field using dialectical reason, rather than thinking of dialectical reason as something within that field. Dialectical contradiction is hidden from view, disguised between oppositions, contrasts of the field, diversities, and tensions. The semantic field is a level of experience and knowledge, but also comprises appearances, apparitions, and manifestations of something deeper. Being. Perhaps. But first of all praxis, and history. From within, the contradictions of the semantic field are sensed as powerful movements, producing the instabilities which run through it. From outside, relatively, they can be grasped and conceived of necessity, and we cannot stress this hard enough, the same applies to each separate society and to society as a whole. Since the semantic field is located somewhere in between praxis and knowledge, and since it takes an enormous effort to raise consciousness to the conceptual level, only by painstaking analysis, or at a moment of intense crisis, will a society's contradictions be made fully apparent. Without these stipulations, one, i.e., social consciousness, will only be aware of certain partial and everyday effects of these contradictions, uneasiness, dissatisfactions, misunderstandings, disturbances. We can say for certain that socialist critique understands the contradictions of capitalism incomparably better than do the people who live them and try to describe them from the inside. But the opposite may probably be true. 9. The laws of the semantic field. The signal was born with industrialization. Sociological analysis sheds light on this proposition by dispelling some serious confusions, and in particular the confusion between the signal and physiological stimuli or signs in general. Before the advent of modern industry, a battle signal, a war cry or a raised banner was more of a symbol than a sign, expressive rather than signifying. The same would have been true of a distress signal, a beacon, a warning cry or an alarm bell. During the development of what is sometimes referred to in a rather confused way as industrial society or technological society, there were more and more signals. At first they were limited to factories and railways, but soon they invaded everyday life in the form of traffic signals, and innumerable signals to permit or to prohibit. In industrial society, urban life becomes peopled by innumerable signalings. Each one programs a routine, exactly like a calculator, regulating patterns of conduct and behavior. We may well ask ourselves whether one day the entire set of signals will not constitute a sort of gigantic machine which will not need to be built, but which cyberneticists will simply formulate and put into action using existing connections and signalings. This colossal mechanism will already have regulated society and its everyday life. Perhaps it will give the men trapped within the prison of its machine a splendid impression of spontaneity and harmony. And this is what it will be, kindly towards the average socially adapted, balanced, individual, pitiless towards the deviant. Not only are signals ever more numerous, not only are they becoming more dense, but bit by bit they are dismantling the semantic field. As the signaling pole becomes more and more intense, the magnetic power of signals is increased. They corrode symbols and lessen the tension between the poles of expression and signification to the advantage of the latter. The semantic field becomes simplified and unified, and dialectic is, superficially, replaced by logic. Hence the law of displacement, in and because of modern industry in industrial and technological society, the field in its entirety is displaced towards the pole of the signal. This law has a general significance, and we will try to explain it. To do this, we will come back to the symbol. The most profound symbols, the effective ones which we perceive directly in beings and which seem to us to be inexhaustibly creative because they impose themselves upon us, have distant origins. We imagine that they are archaic, and indeed they are. On numerous occasions we have pointed out that the old sociological concept of survivals is inadequate. Symbolisms duplicate the existence of beings or of things by reinforcing their immediate and fundamental presence. The father represents robust affection, but he is also the law, be it divine or human. The son is life and vitality per se. However, have these beings and these things always possessed a symbolic character? When the practical experience of human groups was constituted in an unmediated way, it was not duplicated by a symbolism, it imposed itself as a fact. Before the Father could appear as the incarnation of God or the state, of authority and law, religion and the state had to be constituted. The resonances and harmonics which reinforce fundamental reality make their appearance during the course of history. Symbolisms have no extra-temporal or extra-historical value. They too are established, formed, and formulated. They are the result of an initial displacement, an initial broadening of the semantic field. For us, they are still linked to the fundamental rhythms and effective nucleuses which make up the immediacy of everyday life, night and day, private relations, etc. In all likelihood there were periods when symbolisms existed in a certain equilibrium with signs, such as written language and visual numbers. Would it not be true to say that these periods were particularly great and powerful aesthetically, and that they were the great periods of expressivity? Doubtless our present-day aesthetic perception of a whole range of archaic and ancient creative works is nothing more than a weakened version of symbolic perception as it was initially. We can also apply this proposition to medieval works of art. What does a cathedral mean to us? We may admire its elements and proportions, but what has that got to do with the way a 13th-century man would have grasped it as a set of cosmic, religious, political, and human symbols? For us there are still symbols in our everyday life, but at the same time they are no longer there. Everyday life immerses itself in them, but they elude it, because they elude us. We know them in diluted versions as allegories and metaphors, the stereotypes of good luck and bad luck, or petty superstitions. We have demonstrated how these symbols conceal dialectical movements which they keep to themselves. They are ambiguous. They suggest and they inhibit, they exclude and they include, they beckon and they reject, they reveal and they conceal, they act, they structure and they disappear, they express and they dissimulate. What exactly? The life of a group, and its relation with nature and with other groups, what is or wants to be, what is not and does not want to be, a part of its secret. In so far as we can know anything about them, the societies which were controlled by symbolisms were peasant societies solidly cemented by their cosmic rhythms and their human rhythms, and by their traditions, i.e., precisely by symbolisms. These appeared in stories of the kind we now call mythical tales, which specified in a very simple way the significance and the relations of the various symbols accepted by each particular society. What we must surely find paradoxical is that in societies such as these everyday life was not separate from symbolisms, and yet it did not merge with them. Our primitive man knew perfectly well when he was dealing with a spring or a mountain as sacred powers, and when he was dealing with them as part of secular and practical life. The sacred and the secular, the everyday and the symbolic were not duplicates, but nor were they entangled together. Hence the astonishment of ethnographers, and of their readers, when confronted with such a mentality, and with the fact that primitive man makes excellent, practical use of objects which at the same time he endows with more or less occult properties. What transpired when signs became more and more in evidence, and when men became aware of the use of signs as implements in their society? This took place not only with the invention and use of writing, but also with the advent of urban life, aesthetic and political life, and with the conscious use of discourse. The awakening of Greek thought and its history affords a wonderful example of this. It is here that Logos becomes aware of itself, i.e., that men, some of them specialists, grammarians and readers, others non-specialists, such as philosophers, become aware of Logos per se, and gain knowledge of it. It all becomes enormously confusing. Symbols and mythical tales are turned into discursive themes which have been liberated from their ancient constraints. The use of discourse comes in tandem with a marked skepticism about discourse. Alongside the philosophers of Logos we find the sophists with their insoluble riddles. The signs which begin to proliferate, writing, written numbers, etc., do not coexist peacefully with symbols, nor do they superimpose themselves upon them. The consequence is a twofold movement, a reorganization of symbolisms, which in their diluted version have been turned into objects for art and knowledge, and an appeal to symbolisms, as ethical or political models, as a means of orientation through all this great confusion. And so now, signs masquerade as symbolisms, modifying and corroding them. A vast displacement of the whole semantic field takes place which both enriches it and overthrows it. We could suppose that henceforth the inner coherence of social consciousness, i.e., of the whole semantic field, and perhaps of society itself becomes a work. It is no longer accomplished with the rhythmic spontaneity of blissful unawareness. How does Greek thought re-establish a certain equilibrium in all this confusion? By the philosophy of Logos, of Plato or Aristotle. By tragedy. By an appeal to the sacred, in reaction against the dissolution of symbolisms and against the separation of the sacred and the secular, the everyday and the divine, which was already taking shape, and doubtless with great apprehension, in the irony of Socrates. Indeed, did the Greeks find a way out? Was not this great upheaval the harbinger of a very serious crisis in Greek society? This is neither the time nor the place to answer these questions. The fact that we use a historical example does not oblige us to theorize on the example per se. All we need is to be able to refer to history, i.e., to diachrony, in order to demonstrate the formation of a synchronic structure, namely the semantic field. What is more, reference to Greek thought may be extremely informative, but it has its limits. In our era, it is the signal, not the sign, which has the ascendancy. For obvious reasons, the Greeks never knew this child of technology. With the period when signs come to prevail, symbols are hidden below signs masquerading as symbols. Modified, but still present and effective, they henceforth constitute a level. Whereas signs intervene on the level of representations, symbols are active on another level of existence and consciousness, affectivity, spontaneity, if there is any left, and emotivity. We could talk about a social unconscious inherent in everyday life, if the term did not bring with it a succession of dubious representations. Misconscious is the term we prefer. There is misconsciousness of what constitutes the individual's affective nucleuses in his social group, and this misconsciousness is part of an uneasiness and an opaqueness which seem to be a prerequisite if those nucleuses are to be effective. The broader the semantic field, the more acute its inner tensions, the manifestations of dialectical movements. Levels cannot be quietly juxtaposed or superimposed, but neither can one level masquerade as another, or encompass it, without being disruptive. Dimly perceived as such, or not perceived at all, archaic symbolism is constantly intervening, creating confusions and tearing through the fabric of signs and of coherent discourse. It bursts forth dramatically, in cries, interjections and exclamations, in slips of the tongue, in short, in expressivity. Therefore there are literally holes and craters in the tumultuous volcanic landscape of the semantic field. Or else, chastened, modified, rationalized, in other words subjected to discourse and to the system of signs, symbolism slips into discourse through proverbs, sayings, fables, the old wisdom or the promise of a new wisdom. We will demonstrate how everyday communications presuppose all these elements. Up until now we have concentrated on the most obscure and the most profound symbols and symbolisms, those which are linked to cosmic and vital rhythms and which are perpetuated, in liaison with these rhythms, in the profound affectivity of children and in the emotivity of adults. Religious symbolisms would seem to derive from a slow metamorphosis of primary or primitive symbolisms, a metamorphosis which maintains them during the growing predominance of signs, modifying and adapting them, more or less well, to dominant representations, i.e., to historical periods and social forces. Religion has managed to use these continual transformations and displacements of the semantic field to good advantage, or at least until now. However, the laws of continuity which regulate it are not the only ones. Diachronically, historically, there are also discontinuities. Every revolution destroys a set of symbols. Or else, in attempting to destroy them, it destroys itself. It cannot but try to destroy them, because, as we now know, such symbols play a structural or structuring role which is all the more effective for being hidden. As a consequence, every revolution makes enormous efforts to replace the old symbols it has destroyed with new ones, which are almost inevitably political. We can use these propositions not so much to define revolutionary activity as to characterize it, together with its successes, its failures, and its limits. We know how violently the French Revolution desecrated space, putting stipulations made by previous scientific knowledge about praxis and social consciousness into effect. It was in this naked, empty social space stripped bare of symbols that the everyday life of the bourgeoisie was to set up home. The same revolution would not withstand the pressures of time and the rhythms of cosmic and social time, which it was unable to rescue from the ancient symbolisms resurrected by religion, seasonal festivals, sacred numbers, cyclic organizations. Political symbols, such as the flag, etc., could not replace and eliminate cosmic symbols. Henceforth, the symbolisms associated with lived, affective and emotional, time persisted, so to speak, beneath a social space which had been occupied first by signs, and then by signals. This confirmed the general tendency of the semantic field to structure itself in levels, with differences between levels, gaps, tensions, and imbalances. The everyday life of bourgeois society was never to become established in a tranquil manner, although tranquility was precisely what it was aiming for. Not only would it be forever shaken by insecurity, crises, and wars, but the field upon which it was built was shifting, agitated, apparently stable on the surface, but undermined by forces from below. Given an everyday life such as this, it was useless trying to relegate symbolisms to the status of small gestures, goodbyes, farewells, handshakes, etc., minor superstitions, touching wood, etc., or dreams and folklore. Pointless. The bourgeois world, this world made bourgeois, of signs, significations, and formalisms, was to find itself caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, it was inevitable that there would be a resurgence of symbolisms, and that poets and philosophers would try to use them as a bulwark against the triviality of the world of bourgeois significations. On the other, the signal was to attack and threaten the world of signs and significations, in the name of industrial technology. Furthermore, there were entire sectors of social practice which continued to be governed by symbolisms, although these were not without their conflicts. For example, symbols of femininity would conflict violently with the practical claims of women. And there was one thing in bourgeois life which would never cease, the yearning for the impossible event, a marvelous, omnipotent word, which would at last subordinate space to time, metamorphosing it and transmuting the real into a limitless, immortal, and magical timelessness. For the time being we will put these contradictions to one side, along with the way they developed in modernity together with their many aspects, romanticisms, utopianisms, philosophies of the unconscious, imagination and dreams, the victory of abstract art and threats to aesthetics in general, etc. Displacement now appears to be a general law. But it also becomes more complicated, because there are some genuine transfers, such as the reorganization of one level by another, and phenomena of rupture. Finally, displacements provoke or reveal inverse phenomena, resurgences, returns, recollections. 10. The social text. For the time being we will present this idea without developing its content. In effect, its significance will only become apparent in the communications model. However, it also has a place in the theory of the semantic field. To be accurate, the social text is an aspect of the semantic field, and nothing more. It is how we each perceive the semantic field in everyday life, in a non-conceptual or preconceptual, affective and perceptive, manner. It is the result of the combination of the above-mentioned formants, but in proportions which are infinitely varied, signals, which teach us nothing, and make imperative commands using repetitions which are always identical, symbols, which are hidden but which show through from the depths of the social spectacle, transforming it into something other than a spectacle. They bring influence to bear, because they demand participation or challenge it, because they are always a source of surprise, and because their reappearances are always unforeseen. Finally, signs, which only afford moderate surprises and diversities, since to a certain extent they are predictable. We all find ourselves constantly, on a daily basis, faced with a social text. We leaf through it, we read it. It is via this text and our reading of it that we communicate with the other, be it society as a whole, or nature. At the same time, we are all part of a social text. We are not only readers, we are also read, deciphered, and explained, or not. We are all there indissolubly as object and subject, object primarily, since the social text encompasses us and we must see ourselves thus encompassed, then subject, since we see ourselves within the text and decipher and read it from inside, and never completely from outside. Referring to information theory, we would say that signals constitute redundancy in the modern social text, banality and clarity, triviality and intelligibility. Signs bring information. Symbols can be compared to the noises which interfere with the information which pours forth according to a known, codified and conventional, repertoire, surrounding it from all sides, background noises, empty sounds. Still, with reference to information theory, we would say that at some times a social text is more legible than it is at others. When it is overloaded with symbolisms and overflowing with information, too rich or too rambling, it loses its legibility. When it is reduced to signals, it collapses into perfect banality. It is clear, understandable, and boring, and repeats itself ad nauseam. It is the triumph of redundancy. A good social text which is legible and informative will surprise its subjects, but will not exceed their abilities. It will always teach them a great deal, but it will never overwhelm them. It is easily comprehensible, but never trivial. So we can measure the richness of the social text by the extent to which it can vary while remaining accessible, by the richness of newness and possibilities it offers to individuals. Armed with these concepts, let us analyze a few forms of the social text as it is available to us all on a daily basis. The day-to-day reader is not aware of things which only analysis can reveal. The well-informed reader, however, realizes that he is looking at a part of structures, one level of existence and reality, bearing in mind that no one level can exhaust reality as a whole. In the village everything remains symbolic and reveals the truth of symbolisms, archaic and powerful, attached to things, and equally attached to rhythms. The house, the field, the tree, the sky, the mountain, or the sea are not simply what they are. Cosmic and vital rhythms envelop them, subtle resonances accompany them, everything is part of a song. Space and the land symbolize the community, and the church with its cemetery defines time and the world, life and death. Poignantly archaic, everyday life offers itself with complete simplicity. It is entirely humdrum and yet inseparable from its deeper resonances. Every gesture relates to something fundamental, a need, a possession, an object, a presence or an absence, and has a symbolic meaning: picking up bread, cutting it, opening or closing the door of the dwelling, crossing the courtyard and the garden, going out into the countryside. In the village, everything is vigorously alive with the life of actions which are made all the stronger by the symbols they embody. And everything is outdated, old-fashioned, far away. The landscape also offers a social text which is generally legible and often admirably composed, and in which mankind and nature come face to face, the symbols of the former, the signs of the latter. If we look at the city, we will quickly notice how difficult it is to understand this masterly work created by social groups and by society as a whole. It bears the traces of struggles which stimulated the force of creativity, and yet this force tends to obliterate such traces. In the city, symbols have lost the ubiquity they have retained in the village. They become localized and condensed. This does not mean that their role is somehow diminished. Quite the contrary. Everything which has prestige and influence, or aspires to having it, everything which organizes and controls this enormous mass of humanity, tends to link up with ancient symbolism so as to exploit their age-old authority, or else to present new symbolisms in an attempt at self-justification. Symbolisms are condensed into monuments, churches, cathedrals, palaces. Large public and private buildings are laden with symbols which merge with their decorations and aesthetic style. Monuments are the works which give a city its face and its rhythm of life. They are its memory and the representation of its past, the effective and active nucleuses of its present everyday life and the prefiguration of its future. We will call them suprafunctional or transfunctional, but this is to say not that they have no function or that they transcend function, but rather that their functions are so diverse that no functionality can characterize them or exhaust their social function. On the other hand, in working-class neighborhoods, in the districts near factories and in factories themselves, there are few monuments, if any. Symbols have disappeared, which means that everything symbolizes power and oppression, and in a hideous way. Nature has disappeared and culture is invisible. Here everything becomes a signal, the signal to start work and the gestures while working and the gestures which maintain the workforce. Alongside its monuments and proletarian neighborhoods, the city offers its informative text, rich in signs and significations. Here any analytic description should specify cities and typify them: the city of antiquity, majestically organizing movements which are still close to the old vital rhythms around a few monuments, the stadium, the temple, the agora, the forum, the theater, the medieval city, with its prodigious vitality, where all elements intercommunicate, city and countryside, house and street, productive craft, labor and barter. Let us make do with a quick word about the street, that phenomenon which epitomizes the modern city. It is in its streets that the life of the large industrial city is at its most original and authentic. It is the street which offers those possibilities and choices which are incomparably more numerous in the city than in the village or small town. We say they attract or tempt us, we call them bargains or fancies, whether we are talking about objects or people, encounters or enticements and adventures. As soon as the street loses this attraction, because it is empty or because the weight of traffic makes it unbearable, the city becomes transformed into a lunar landscape. What this tells us is that in the society we are observing, the society we are reading, and of which we are a part, intermediaries have special privileges which are frequently excessive and detrimental to things which have or could have more reality. This proposition could be based on an economic analysis, the role of commodities and money, these intermediaries which are becoming increasingly powerful, these things which are becoming fetishes, these mediations which take on a determining role by dissimulating and overwhelming whatever they are linking together. We could read this proposition directly, here in the social text. We will find it on the level of good sense and everyday observation, and yet, there is something paradoxical about it. It means that all around us, the places through which we pass and where we meet, the street, the cafe or the station, are more important and truly more interesting than our homes and our houses, the places which they link. It is a living paradox, and if everyday familiarity makes us admit it, it does not allow us to see how absurd it is. In times gone by, in the city of antiquity or of medieval times, things were different. Traffic, people, commodities, vehicles, did not dominate. The means and the ends of communication, and indeed of everything, were subordinated to human beings. In this day and age, there is a situation which we are tempted to accept de facto, and even to emphasize: when the street stops being interesting, so does everyday life. Now the city is full to bursting with cars. It has been reduced to systems of signals. What will become of it? Busy, active, its only link with nature the sky and the clouds or a few trees and flowers, the street represents the everyday in our social life. It embodies it almost completely, like a digest which is interesting because it is so condensed. And this is despite being external to individual and social existence, or because of it. A place of passage, of interaction, of movement and communication, it becomes, via an astonishing volte-face, the reflection of the things it links together, something with more life in it than those things themselves. It becomes the microcosm of modern life. If anything is hidden, it tears it out from its darkness. It makes it public. It robs it of its privacy and drags it onto the stage of a spontaneous theater, where the actors improvise a play which has no script. The street takes whatever is happening somewhere else, in secret, and makes it public. It changes its shape, and inserts it into the social text. Like the everyday, the street is constantly changing and always repeats itself. In the unceasing shifts of times of day, people, objects, and light, it repeats itself, tirelessly. The street is a spectacle, almost nothing but a spectacle, but not completely a spectacle, because we are in it, walking, stopping and participating. If you hurry you will not see the spectacle, even if you are part of it. Almost an absolute spectacle, but not completely, it is an open book, or rather a newspaper. It has news, banalities, surprises, advertisements. Analogous and homologous, the street and the newspaper join forces in our everyday life. Simultaneously, they make it and they represent it. Changing but always identical, the street only offers a limited number of surprises. If anything sensational, really sensational, extravagant, absurd, offensive, or sublime happens, it only vaguely interrupts the diversified monotony of the absolute quasi-spectacle. Symbols stroll by unnoticed. In this day and age, who takes the symbolisms of cathedrals with their devils and divine figures seriously, or sees any drama in them? The street confronts us with a social text which is generally good, dense, and legible. All kinds of people mingle in it, becoming almost interchangeable. In times gone by, when class differences were less clear-cut than nowadays, when there were estates and castes rather than classes, these differences were expressed loudly and clearly. The street was expressive. Nowadays, these ostentatious differences have disappeared. They would make the crowds which throng the Champs-Élysées or the Grands Boulevards unbearably gaudy. However, social differences are still visible, signified by a number of indexes and signs noticeable only to the trained eye. This is to say that the street encompasses a multitude of semiologies. Do faces express anything? A little, but not much. Clothes and body language signify. So the spectacle of the street stimulates our desire to see things and forms our way of seeing them. How many women there are who have unknowingly become part of subtle systems of signs, entering them from within, and using them to classify other women with one simple glance at their shoes, their stockings, their hair, their hands and fingernails, their jewelry and their general appearance. A detailed analysis of the social text would reveal these partial systems of signs and significations which interweave or crisscross like the items in a newspaper. Point 4. The world of objects as they appear in the street is like a large, front-page news item, and yet it constitutes one of the most subtle and least defined systems of signs. In the street, commodities are on offer, but their commercial essence is concealed. They want to be nothing but loveliness, enchantment, pleasure, and serenity. Point 5. In the large modern city, the street postulates and confirms the harmony between needs, desires, and goods. Paradise Lost is rediscovered in the form of a parody. At every step original unity is restored in caricature. Goods, things, and objects are on display. They are offered to our gaze in order to attract and stir up our desires, proclaiming their principle with no apparent irony. To each object its desire, to each of us our desires, to each desire its goods and its pleasures. There are goods and desires for everyone, democratically, even for children, even for people who are not very rich, but there are a lot more, all of them, for people who are infinitely near, because they correspond to a desire which is both genuine and phony, and yet frighteningly inaccessible. Like superbly presented women up for sale, objects lead their sovereign life behind the shop windows. The street is an intermediary between human lives, and its commodities are exchange values elevated to sovereign heights. Raised to its zenith, fetishism attains a kind of splendor, and, in an astonishing subterfuge, things, goods, and objects join forces with symbolism again to become the symbols of wealth and pleasure without limits and without end. Certain streets have the same beauty as museums, weary and lifeless. It is a closed circuit in which products, commodities, are changed into desirable and desired goods. Here, in this involuntary work, the street, the specific beauty of our society is accomplished. Through the interplay of objects offered and refused, the street becomes a place of dreams and imagination, but also of reality at its most implacable. In the street men and women, particularly women, pay fool's court to things. Queen things, fairy things, holding court behind the transparent windows which parody the transparency of human relations. They have the magic power to transform their male and female courtiers into things. Window shopping has its magic and its religion, the perfected, all-powerful commodity. Sanctified, goods coincide with the spectacle which they and their advertisements offer. Consumption gleams in all its hallowed splendor. Through all the possible and impossible physical delights, all the dreams, all the frustrations, money claims its kingdom, its empire, its pontificate. Far away, in the factories, the ones which produce these wonderful objects, or those which produce the means for their production, everything is functional or is intended as such, everything is a signal, the repetitive gestures of labor and its technical organization. Far away, on the working class estates, everything is functional, everything is a signal, the repetitive gestures by which the labor force keeps on going in its everyday life. 11. Dialogue, discussion, conversation. We will understand the use and misuse of discourse by analogy with the social text. Most semanticists, linguists, and language theorists do the opposite. they use discourse to understand other forms of communication and other texts and contexts. First and foremost, the language of conversation uses banalities. We talk about neutral things, i.e., really about things and about people seen as things, the weather, the neighbors, friends, the high cost of living and the vagaries of politics, pecking order and wages, who's sleeping with whom and who's cheating on whom. In this discourse bulging with redundancies and commonplaces, dreary word follows dreary word. It is clear, understandable, repetitive. However, this apparently useless exchange of trivia signifies something. It bears witness to a generalized need. Shy, awkward, sometimes coarse, and sometimes discreet, it is the need to communicate and to exchange something other than mere things. What is more, through the banality which ravages this level of discourse like an unchecked epidemic, stereotypes of everyday life are visible, with the result that trivial discussions and banal conversations, with the family, in the cafe or elsewhere, can undergo a sudden shift of perspective, to become highly interesting and full of meaning. For example, conversations about cars, traffic, and road accidents between upper-class or comfortably off men, conversations about technical matters, discussions between women about fashion, etc. In triviality, it is the dominant representations which are signified, along with their stereotypes. Sometimes an unexpected impulse shifts the direction of the discussion. We find ourselves talking about our own lives in terms which go beyond banality, not too far, except in the case of those innocent fools who confide in people without suspecting that inevitably the day will come when these confidences will be used against them. Nevertheless, we talk about ourselves up to a point, using keywords, such as love and hate, father and mother, childhood and old age, home and away, family, the world. Then come the long words and the important theories, metaphors, and values, usually brought in unawares, by implication, which play in discourse the role played by monuments in the city, proverbs rich in wisdom, usually of the resigned variety, proper nouns affording sudden revelations, dramatizations, and absolute principles, truths about life, folklore, sometimes domestic, sometimes social, which often comes from the depths of times long past. At this point, the dialogue becomes overloaded, it grinds painfully to a halt. It becomes a dialogue of the deaf, just as dialogues do when they are extremely trivial, but in this case because it is too rich, and has trespassed beyond the zone of average communication. To go any farther it would have to cross over into poetry or spontaneous lyricism. And it is usually on the threshold of truth, at the instant when communication is at its deepest, that dialogue stops. Sooner or later dialogue will start using symbols in order to guarantee mutual comprehension, and what are symbols if not deteriorated, shattered, or buried nucleuses of sensibility, emotion or affectivity? On the lowest level, opaqueness provides a fulcrum, and we are as happy as sandboys among our ambiguities and misunderstandings. On the highest level, it is the emptiness of luminous and transparent space, reminding us of earth and its charnel house of dead symbols, or of an even emptier heaven with its population of inaccessible representations. Only poetry has the wings to soar there. Communication shifts between the silence below and the silence above. It sets all the levels into motion, and challenges them. It implies and supposes them all, the coherence of discourse and the banality of coherent discourse, words acting like signals which trigger predictable responses, emotivity which introduces images and transmits unexpected impulses into discourse, the emergence of symbols, the emptiness and inadequacy of intended meanings, the gaps, the absences. 5. The theory of accumulative and non-accumulative processes. 1. Critique of the idea of progress. Philosophical and sociological critique of this idea has become rudimentary and banal, since it is dictated by the most obvious and the most easily provable facts. An entirely optimistic idea that progress could spread simultaneously through every area, an idea which was linked to a simplistic evolutionism, has quite literally collapsed during the course of the 20th century. After Hegel and Marx, the general theory of dialectical movement had stipulated that the process of becoming in all sectors, nature, history, knowledge, would surely be more checkered, discontinuous, conflictual, riven by partial or general regressions, than time as the naive evolutionist pattern represents it. Events have fully vindicated the pattern presented by dialectical thought, and more than anyone could have imagined. 2. Uneven development. We have already stressed the extreme theoretical generality of this concept, which was introduced into Hegelian and Marxist dialectical thought by Lenin. The idea of uneven development makes the general critique of the continuist, evolutionist, pattern of the process of becoming more precise, specific, and particularized. In our opinion, the implications and consequences of the idea of uneven development and the law derived from it have not yet been exhausted, particularly as regards everyday life. We have already suggested the hypothesis of a period not only where the hoe or the swing plow would coexist alongside interplanetary rockets, and where small farmers would continue to work the land by hand and go hungry while an elite of technicians and managers would be exploring outer space, but also where a backward everyday life would coexist with a highly developed technology, in a way which would be difficult to bear. The situation of everyday life strikes us, unfortunately, as being a prime example of the law of uneven development. But the proposition can be reversed. The law of uneven development points to the possibility of an almost limitless range of human, social, situations at the very heart of economic and technological development, from the rearguard to the front line of action, to use a military metaphor. We know that the underdeveloped sectors do not remain quietly held back like a troop of soldiers dragging their heels far from the front line. The sectors which are destined to suffer uneven development, be it temporary or long-lasting, soon realize that they are being occupied and brutally exploited. They must regain their freedom or win it back by combat. They remain subjected. Critique of everyday life generalizes this experience of the backward or underdeveloped nations and extends it to the everyday in the highly developed industrial countries. It lays down the principle that the great upheaval which calls on the consciousness of those nations engaged in the drama of uneven development to emancipate themselves should reverberate through modernity via an upheaval of everyday life and a general upheaval in the name of everyday life, given that it is a backward sector which is exploited and oppressed by so-called modern society. We insist that this is not simply a metaphor, an allegory, or a mere simile or superficial analogy, but that the problem is fundamentally the same. The link between the situation of the everyday and that of the proletariat goes to the heart of the problem, the transformation of the world, i.e., of the everyday life of today, in modern society, given its history and its structures. It is a deplorable situation, which we have barely begun to describe, and which we must try to explain. But how did it come about? 3. Non-accumulative societies. Among the many debts the sciences of society owe to Marx, one extremely important discovery stands out, although he himself did not develop its consequences fully, far from it. There is a distinction between two major types of society, one is based economically on simple reproduction, the other on reproduction on an extended scale. To put it even more precisely, the analysis of capitalist society reveals it to contain a double process, one called simple reproduction, and the other, reproduction on an extended scale. The second supposes the first, and the first continues a process within capitalism which was inherent in pre-capitalist societies. A society should not only produce and reproduce the quantity of goods which allows its population to survive, to reproduce itself biologically, to bring up children and to maintain, more or less adequately, its non-productive members. This strictly economic interpretation of the patterns presented in Capital, Volume 3, Part 7, does not go deep enough. Society must also reproduce the social relations between its members. Thus praxis as Marx describes it cannot be content merely to reconstitute a basis for consumption. It maintains production relations and the social division of labor. Social relations retain a relative stability while the members of a society are constantly changing, they are born and they die, and pass from one group to another, through marriage, notably, while maintaining their relations. The praxis described in this way on the economic level is therefore not repetition in the same sense as industrial activity is. It repeats itself in cycles. Marx describes and analyzes the process of simple reproduction as a cyclic process. The patterns of simple reproduction express the distribution of human activities in a society based on a weak level of productive forces, but endowed with an inner cohesion, a structure. Societies built on a, relatively, stable but stagnant base are destined to be balanced in a static way. In this very stagnation they demonstrate an extraordinary ability to resist and to persist. The cohesion of primitive communities removes them from the historicity which could shatter them from without, and from the incidental history which would destroy them from within. They can be conquered and subjected, but as long as the conqueror does not annihilate them, they carry on. Structure persists by recreating itself indefinitely, in a circular way. This pattern seems valid for all pre-capitalist societies based on agriculture and handicrafts. Marx did little more than outline this kind of generalization, but it is based on the theoretical and methodological propositions intrinsic to capital and to his contribution to the critique of political economy. According to Marx, the study of capitalism sheds light on what preceded it and not vice versa, which is what evolutionism and the simplified theory of progress believed. It is self-evident that the members of a particular society are not aware of the circular process and the internal self-regulation which make them tend towards a static equilibrium. However, we should not think they are somehow unaware or falsely aware of their own praxis. The study of agrarian systems and the distribution of tasks in peasant communities reveals great practical wisdom, although this wisdom was never able to express and transmit itself conceptually. It is also self-evident that the stability of these societies was constantly being threatened by aberrant phenomena such as excesses, defects, or disturbances, the hubris of Greek thought. Governed by their wise men, the assemblies and councils of elders, and by priests, warlords and political chiefs, these societies employed various means to eliminate such perturbations along with their causes. Similarly, they eliminated any threat of surplus population. On this point, Marx was happy merely to present a pattern of simple reproduction and to make a few general observations which we will return to shortly. He made no attempt to determine in what way the structures of these societies were analogous or differing, nor to grasp the underlying reasons for their stability on the base as we have just described it. Here as elsewhere, this economic base allows us to know the skeleton of this society, but not how it really functioned, its physiology. It offers us conditions for possibilities, and general conditions for societies which differ greatly from each other to construct themselves. In any case, this was not the task Marx had set himself in Capital. He left the job of studying pre-capitalist societies to others, notably to ethnographers. Everyone knows that in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Engels tried to fill this gap using the work of the first modern ethnographers. There is one important idea which enables us to understand the real structures of pre-capitalist societies and the reasons for the stability which has helped them to survive into our own era. We have met it before. In archaic societies, the fundamental processes are cyclic, and these cycles remain very close to cosmic cycles and the rhythms which come from nature. The economic process of simple reproduction, which, as Marx demonstrated, is cyclic in character, is an almost unnoticeable component of the cycles and rhythms which predominate as an organizing factor in these agrarian societies, hours and days, seasons and years, generations, youth and old age. We find these societies surprising. They organize themselves in time and according to time more than in space, while significantly they have no historical time or temporality comparable to our own society but, instead, a time scale made up of intertwined cycles. We have linked these social rhythms to the most ancient of symbolisms, and we have had no problem in demonstrating their continuation. We deliberately do not say their survivals, in our present-day villages, as shattered, buried or deteriorated nucleuses. Could it be that these archaic, peasant and craft-based societies, but with embryonic commercial activity, had no history? To believe so would be a naive mistake and an absurdity. These societies have a history, a double one, but in their own particular manner which is different from our own historicity. On the one hand, and from the outside, conquerors established vast political entities, empires, on a multitude of peasant communities, and often by the use of embryonic commercial activities, such as barter, exchanges, or the possibility of exacting tributes and taxes. In this political framework, states and dominant classes which foreshadowed feudalism or the bourgeoisie began to take shape. Immobile and almost immovable on their static and stagnating base, these empires lasted until such time as a weak tremor might lead to their sudden collapse. Empires like this have lasted until the present day, the Turkish Empire, for example. Notable among this type of political formation are the pre-Columbian American empires, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire and the great Asiatic empires, each with its own specific characteristics within the general context we have defined above. On the other hand, the archaic societies in question also had a complex internal history, precisely in so far as there were differences between them. By his pattern of simple reproduction, Marx drew attention to an important fact. These archaic societies had a political economy, although the economic side of it was not predominant and determinant stricto sensu. Their political economy functioned blindly, spontaneously, almost automatically as the practice of economy in the precise sense of the term when we say that someone is economical, a distribution of tasks and products which is spontaneous to begin with, but which becomes increasingly conscious, in poor societies controlled by governing groups which demand abstinence from the other groups, and sometimes from themselves. Marx criticized political economy and law as the knowledge and practice of non-abundance. Be that as it may, scarcity is a completely relative idea which cannot be taken to the absolute or be of any use as an explicative principle. A society without surplus product, in which labor allows for nothing more than the survival of its workers, will quickly disappear. In the archaic societies we are talking about, dominant groups, which were not yet classes in the exact, contemporary meaning of the term, were thus able to gain control of a certain surplus labor and surplus product. It is obvious that slavery and subsequently serfdom made it possible to increase surplus labor and to extort part of the surplus product all the more easily. These dominant groups seized the surplus social product and appropriated it to their needs and works. What is remarkable is that in most of these societies the masters transformed the wealth they had levied into works, as if they felt they had to justify that levy to the people and account for it to the community, which had not yet been completely burst asunder. We use the term works in its broadest sense, monuments, festivals, permanent or transitory works of art. As yet these masters justified their existence and their predominance not by using representations and ideologies, but by symbols, which they embodied physically in a multiplicity of works. Only in this way can we understand how diverse these ancient societies were: violence and equilibrium, vitality and stability, poverty and splendor, shabbiness and beauty. In retrospect they offer us a diptych, on one panel, a realm of brutality and despotism, on the other, extraordinary creations in art, lifestyle, wisdom, culture, and even philosophy, although the latter only emerges with conceptual thought and the awareness of discourse per se, which bring ancient wisdom to a close. Marxist thought contains the indications which enable us to approach the study of archaic or ancient societies in all their manifold aspects. Point 1. However, there is one particularly profound and well-known question raised by Marx, and which he himself did not resolve: how is it that the bourgeois and socialist cultures of today can be interested in works from distant periods, created in conditions which were very different from our own by groups, castes, embryonic classes, which established themselves using unbridled and limitless violence, and which used the meager surplus social product to create all this sumptuousness? What can explain the lasting character of these works, these superstructures of defunct societies? At this stage we will hazard a few conceptual elements for a theory. At the heart of archaic and ancient societies, everyday life was not separate from what was highest and greatest in culture and ideas. This is something we have already pointed out. Primitive man, the archaic peasant and probably the citizen of ancient cities all knew full well how to distinguish between the sacred and the secular, the everyday and the sublime, while for us these two elements of their lives seem inextricably merged. This man may have believed that a given familiar object was possessed of an obscure power for good or for evil, but he still knew perfectly well how to put it to practical use, and he knew perfectly well when he was addressing that power and when he was not. Why? How? Because of the very nature of symbolism and of symbols, which enter the lived and duplicate or reduplicate reality without becoming separate from it. Just as every object in these societies could easily become a work of art, all that was needed was a little effort and, far from being the exception, this effort was the rule. Absence of any art was the exception, and a sign of degeneracy, so everyday life could easily become a lifestyle. Every change in the men who commanded these societies and in the symbols which they used would have an influence on style in the everyday. It would be grandiose, sublime, sensual, sensuous, erotic, or violent, according to the men and to the circumstances. From the very first peasant societies which saw the birth of meditation to the great empires and even to the Greek city-states, almost every possible stylistic hypothesis was attempted. Now if the analysis we are attempting here is at all correct, our own everyday life has a double character. On one hand, it has no style, in the context of a history which is moving ever farther away from the everyday, and of a globalized society which holds sway over it from the empyrean realms of the state. The utilitarian and the functional constitute not a style, but its opposite, the absence of style. On the other hand, there are some very ancient symbolisms which alone are able to restore some strength to gestures and actions which have been robbed of all meaning. Although they have deteriorated and shattered, they still form effective nucleuses which, however destructive or inadequate, are still active. How could we not grasp the works of the past? They interest us, they fascinate us, and we call upon them desperately to give us a sense and a style. In the name of the vast emptiness which is everyday life, our everyday life, we look towards everything which could point to or perpetuate a plenitude. Any age, it does not matter which. It is not aesthetic sensibility or ideology which acts as mediator, but everyday life point to. However, our interest in the objects and ideas of distant societies labors under one serious misconception. We perceive them as art objects, whereas in fact this art was not something external to the everyday or, as is supposed, high above it and trying in vain to enter it, but a style of life. What we perceive as theories and philosophies were in fact ways of everyday living. This is why the more we return to these objects and ideas, the more they disturb us. We are well aware that we do not understand them. We look for their historic context, when there was no history analogous to ours, their social context, when there was no society analogous to ours, or their ideological context, when abstract ideological representations had not yet appeared, and concretely lived cosmic symbols and rhythms close to cosmic rhythms predominated. For the concept of the process of accumulation. Simple reproduction is and remains a necessary condition for all social life. From a certain date onwards, at the end of the Middle Ages in the European West, it gives way to another process, that of accumulation on an extended scale. Marx studied it schematically, restricting it to the economic point of view, and knowing full well that this level of reality does not encompass reality as a whole. In Capital he determines the reciprocal proportions of the different sectors of production which are essential for the effective development of reproduction on an extended scale, i.e., the accumulation of capital. 3 Marx did not specify the historical conditions and diverse conjunctures which allow or allowed for the insertion of the process of accumulation into stable structures governed by the previous type of process. The process of accumulation profoundly modifies and overturns the previous process. It does not abolish it. It encompasses it, and introduces the fundamental contradiction between the social character of productive labor and the private ownership of the means of production. Despite this fundamental contradiction, which will develop into the polarized and antagonistic bourgeoisie/proletariat class contradiction, society must remain coherent and internally cohesive. Antagonisms can lead to breaks, Contradictions do not stop society from constituting a whole, a totality. Self-regulating mechanisms change, but they do not disappear. Point 4. And so cyclic movements are not abolished. A process resembling a rising spiral segmented by numerous accidents encompasses the circular process, which from then on maintains a periodicity. Society as a whole continues to reproduce its relations and conditions of existence, but the socio-economic proportions inherent to simple reproduction are modified by the proportions necessary for accumulation on an extended scale. On analysis we find that they are still present, as conditions for a dynamic equilibrium, rather as we find ancient mechanistic physics present within modern physics. If the society of economic growth did not go on reproducing its social relations, it would crumble away. But this would only happen gradually, and on a limited level, the level of the fragmented division of labor and of the conscious relations between separate individuals, and of the separation between private and public, and between the everyday and the world as a whole. On the level of society as a whole, on the level of property and production relations, of class relations, social cohesion continues to grow ever more strong. The economic mechanisms of self-regulation in themselves are not enough to guarantee it, and as they only come into play on a certain level, the cohesion of the whole is guaranteed in another way, on the level of a certain consciousness, by representations, ideologies, models, values, and also by new works, and finally, by the use and misuse of ancient symbolisms. This process of accumulation involves society as a whole, and the men who compose it, in a historicity, in history in the accepted sense of the term, and which Marx characterizes as natural history or the prehistory of man as a true human being. As we understand it, this history differs quite profoundly from the history affecting archaic societies. It has its specific characteristics, the process of accumulation controls it and determines its conjunctures. Unlike in ancient societies, although it was certainly important, the economic sphere becomes predominant and determining. This history is made by individuals and groups, but blindly. Trapped as they are in a deep and many-sided alienation, it is something they must endure. And so the accumulative economic process comes in tandem with a political and ideological history which is particularly linked to uneven economic development. The historical, political and social experience of recent times makes it necessary for us to continue to develop Marxist theory beyond the point Marx himself left it. To begin with, let us present several propositions. A. Marx conceived of socialism both as the end to the process of accumulation, and as its aim. Once this process had reached a high degree of productive investments, of productivity and production, in the highly industrialized countries, the revolutionary proletariat would take over its administration. It would not bring accumulation to an end, but would immediately orientate it towards the conscious transformation of the world. Our reinstatement of the Marxist project has already shown that Marx was concerned not so much with transforming the outside world as with metamorphosing everyday life. The alienation of the everyday as a residual deposit and a product of all the partial alienations would disappear. This prediction has not been borne out. However, from the historical moment when growth and accumulation, the level of the productive forces, made what Marx predicted possible, there was a qualitative change. This was the moment we entered into modernity and into the permanent crisis of modernity which is now permeating every sphere. B. The socialism achieved as the result of a proletarian revolution in a poorly industrialized country seems to differ somewhat from the Marxist program, but let us be prudent and optimistic, it is different until further notice. Socialism appears to be a social and political means for accelerating the process of accumulation in backward and underdeveloped countries. It corresponds to the globalization of the process, and not to the end of it. It consists not of enjoyment of what has been accomplished, but of an intensification of the accomplishment itself. The destructive character of the process, which determined European history for centuries, is becoming modified. In certain aspects it is becoming weaker, and in others more accentuated. It is remarkably obvious that the process of accumulation is speeding up. The factors of saturation and rupture which threatened it for centuries in Europe have been eliminated, but the ideological, cultural, political, and human consequences of this activity entirely devoted to accumulation remain with us in a permanent state of challenge and extraordinary tension. It is to this worldwide situation, which Marx did not predict, that we owe the intensification of old forms of ideological and political alienation, and the invention of new forms of alienation, technological alienation, and total alienation of the everyday. C. The process of accumulation appears as the central axis or backbone of modern history. It is in relation to this process that historical situations are characterized and become specific. Let us indicate several of its types: when the process develops spontaneously, antedating the formation of the state, example England, the United States, and France, in part, when the state accompanies and stimulates the process, example France, in part, Germany, Italy, and Tsarist Russia, when the state organizes and accelerates the process, example the socialist states, and when the state antedates the process of accumulation, example the underdeveloped countries which have recently won their independence. As a consequence, there are remarkable historical differences in the role these states play, in how they are structured and in the way they function. This does not take other considerations into account, such as legal modalities and property relations within the state. 5. Generalization of the concept. This is not the place to study the patterns, in capital, of how reproduction on an extended scale functioned, or to give a close analysis of the historicity and diversity of the historical situations during this process, or to describe the changing historical conditions of accumulation. We know that Marx did not present these conditions in their totality and diversity. He restricted himself to England and English capitalism, as a type or an extreme case, a spontaneous process which antedated the formation of the state and subsequently minimized its role. This initial gap has never been adequately filled, and has led to some serious misunderstandings. Some people in the Marxist movement have been too exclusive in attributing the simple requirements of industrialization to the ferocity of the bourgeoisie. We now know that no nation and no country can escape these torments, although the modalities and the nature of the devastation may differ. We will restrict ourselves to a few comments which will allow us to present the concept of accumulative process, or growth by accumulation, on its most extended scale. As soon as the economic historian examines the conditions of primitive accumulation in Western Europe, he will observe that there was an increase in discoveries and technical progress during the Middle Ages. This was pointed out by Marx, who did not share the opinion of evolutionist and liberal historians about the Dark Ages. Subsequently, the work of technologists and historians has extended our knowledge on this subject. When we examine this early capitalization of techniques, we discover the complexity of the historical conditions, the renewal of urban life, the recovery in commercial exchanges, the rediscovery of Greek science. The recovery of commercial exchanges was the result of improvements in agricultural techniques attributable to the arrival from the east of peoples who had hitherto been nomadic, progress in the use of horses, harnesses, plows, crop rotation, etc. Technical progress in the Middle Ages was due to the fusion of several contributions, as much as it was to any special inventive capability. What did these contributions have in common? How can we explain the renewal of this inventive capability? It was a moment when thought was rediscovering the ability to be conceptual and abstract. Now only logic can determine a level of experience and of reflective thought which will enable concepts, abstract, mathematical, physical, and biological, knowledge and techniques to be accumulated effectively and transmitted more skillfully than with using examples or day-to-day discourse. Only logic defines a coherence on a level which is above and beyond nature, empiricism and spontaneous sociability. Using the rediscovery of Greek culture, and on an analogous economic base, commodity production, urban life, increased communications and exchanges, but without an unmediated or mechanical link between this base and the acquisitions it facilitated, the Middle Ages were able to redefine the form which the process of accumulation would take. Then, after having been interrupted and slowed down for many centuries, the process gained impetus, producing a veritable discontinuity in the 16th century, which is inaccurately called the Renaissance. And so our idea of the process of accumulation is now much broader. Knowledge is an accumulative process, and so is technology. Taken together they presuppose the elaboration of a form and are part of the conditions of a specific process, the accumulation of capital, i.e., of the means of production, which begins deep within the capitalist mode of production. At first we saw the process of accumulation as something uniform, but now we are beginning to see that it is composed of several related processes. It is a sheaf, of facies. Once we have distinguished between them, its components themselves appear to be accumulative processes. Rationality, for example, has an accumulative character. Among these activities, which are partial processes within a comprehensive process, we may include knowledge, technology, production, and productivity, i.e., economics, culture in the accepted sense of the word, linked to rationality and knowledge, and maybe political action, insofar as it operates from established legal and bureaucratic superstructures, which also snowball. Every process of accumulation can be represented schematically by an exponential curve, AX or X, at the fastest growth. Here this is a temporal function, at or et. This exponential growth can only be a tendency, or rather it is generally only a tendency. When of necessity the process involves factors which slow it down, more or less deep and lasting saturation, the exponential curve takes on a much more complicated form, called a logistic curve. 5 In point of fact, we know that historical events and conjunctures can interrupt or break any process of an accumulative kind. We can use this observation to draw up a schematic of history over the last 5 centuries or so. It is doubly determined by the economic process of accumulation, which is its axis, and the conjunctures and events which propel, slow down or interrupt it. The process constitutes the determination of a historical necessity. The historical situations which appear around this central axis introduce chance, contingency, and initiatives by individuals and groups. We could even use it to extrapolate a general periodization of history which would redefine their place and their role in political economy, sociology, and history, as follows. First period, non-accumulative societies. Predominance of agricultural production, localized crafts. Barter or commerce in the pores of this society. Complete or almost excess consumption of production in terms of immediate needs. Slow or zero demographic growth, interrupted by regressions, plagues, famines, wars. Transformations by the governing groups of living wealth, abstractly capable of being invested, into dead wealth, treasure, monuments, works of art. Knowledge of a frequently remarkable kind, but not accumulated, the preserve of groups of initiates, and disappearing almost completely whenever the groups themselves disappeared. High standard of art. Authentic lifestyles. Marked contrasts between splendor and brutality. Predominance of cyclic forms of social processes and time scales. Predominance of custom, which held the community together. Second period, accumulative societies, or to be more poetic, Promethean societies. Initially poorly defined appearance of the process of accumulation, its various conditions come into being independently. Transitions. Silent, bitter struggle between this process, and the men driving it forward, and the grandiose, venerable, and vulnerable world of the past. Ideological delusions introduced by this struggle, the Renaissance. Unleashing of the process in an increasingly violent way. Revolutionary surges. Worldwide extension. Substitution of cyclic time with linear time. Industrial production taking over from agriculture. Predominance of law rather than custom. Socialization of society. A third period which would begin with the transformation of everyday life, following a deliberate and conscious policy, after a long and difficult transition. Do we need to add that modernity represents this transition precisely, and that we are part of it? The term we have just used, i.e., the socialization of society, requires an explanation. In the pattern we have presented, the economic and the historical spheres match each other relatively easily. With the process of accumulation, history does not simply change direction. When it loses its cyclic character, it takes on a new sense, direction, and meaning. This is not to say that it loses its violent and bloody character, but rather that something new appears. The economic sphere per se becomes the base and the axis of society and of its history. What is more, the constitutive links of the old society, links of consanguinity, links with the earth, become blurred or disappear within a vaster society. The process of accumulation shatters and subordinates whatever resists it, the limits of groupings, unmediated relations, pre-existing social structures. It does not entirely suppress them, since the family persists, and within the process nationhood comes into being. By submitting to the process of accumulation, groups originally formed by consanguinity and territory become its means, its implements and its context. Society as a whole continues to consolidate and to form itself into a solid totality, or tries to. As a totality, its influence on its elements and members becomes increasingly profound, through the policies and effectiveness of state institutions, through culture, through ideology. In this way it submits them to the requirements of accumulation, acted out, of course, according to the aims, interests, and perspectives of the dominant class. But at the same time we witness the appearance and consolidation of the individual and of private life, and of individualism as ideology. During the first historical period, the individual, in so far as we can talk of individuality, was always taken care of by a community. It protected him, but also it did not hesitate to sacrifice him ruthlessly. Then, during the period of accumulation, the individual acquires a certain practical and theoretical autonomy. He exists. But then society abandons him. Either he participates in accumulation, or he is on his own. He is on his own insofar as he exists as a private person. Socially and legally, he has rights according to the law, and first and foremost the essential right to own property. This leads to a fundamental conflict between concrete reality and, legal and political, fictions, between theory and practice, between living and the law, between the hidden truth and the social appearance on display, represented. Officially, society respects the individual, a respect which representations sanctify, but it is just as ready as it was in the past to turn against him. On the level of national society as a whole, the power of the state has all the necessary means at its disposal. In principle, in civilized society, the society of the process of accumulation, there is no more torture and there are no more massacres. Each individual can contribute to accumulation, of knowledge, of implements, of social capital, etc. And yet needs must, and the requirements of accumulation outweigh all else. This colossal and colossally contradictory process has a third aspect: it differentiates between groups and segregates them. From the 17th and 18th centuries onwards, across society as a whole, we see the emergence of subgroups which hitherto had been ill-defined and merged in what subsisted of the old community: children, young people, women, intellectuals, etc. Henceforth these large groups are seen as having their particularities, aspirations, and claims. Differences such as these precede, announce, and accompany the great polarization into classes: bourgeoisie, proletariat, middle classes. They make phenomena more complicated and are part of the socialization of society, with all its various aspects. The more effective accumulative society becomes as an integrating force, the more it loses control over its own elements. This society keeps its own inner contradictions alive and, surprisingly, it segregates as much as it unifies and individualizes. It emphasizes the particularities of these groups, and acts as mediator between the two aspects of singularity, the individual, and generality, unity and totality on the scale of society as a whole. Social segregation is based on the division of labor, but can be reduced to it, since it implies the intervention of analytic intelligence, which shatters, separates and dichotomizes. It is also not the same as reason, which is a function of accumulation, but reason makes use of it. Analytic intelligence probably reached its crisis with the advent of the bourgeoisie and of rationalist ideology, but it was not solely their preserve, since on the theoretical and ideological level it is an element of all accumulation and of the division of labor. Analytic intelligence applied itself actively and effectively, and the present-day social and human world is to a large extent its handiwork. From then on, analysis split up everything which could be split, until it almost ruined and, apparently, atomized the social totality. In our present-day society, everything which could be set apart, separated and autonomized has been done so: aspects of labor, social functions, specialized activities, technology, the arts, the sciences, age groups, the sexes, classes, categories of urban inhabitants, and of course, everyday life in relation to whatever is not everyday life. So the socialization of society conceals a dialectical movement, totality, or more exactly, totalization, individualization, or personalization, which had its abortive beginnings with individualism, and particularization, which becomes segregation at the hands of an extremely effective functional analysis of groupings and activities. This threefold movement encompasses a multitude of contradictions. It takes shape and emerges with the process of economic growth which conditions it, which makes it possible. On one hand it depends upon accumulation, and on the other on representations, superstructures, and a socially and practically justified function. Analytic intelligence. 6 What we have said so far only begins to explain and explore the consequences and implications of the concept of the process of accumulation. We will now draw a line under it, or otherwise it will deflect us from the task in hand. But we could take it further. For example, we could ask ourselves whether the process of accumulation, with all its elements, which are themselves partial processes, bursts forth into the world and nature like some sort of human miracle, a miracle laden with hopes and fears. Could it be born of a chance encounter between elements and factors which are mutually exclusive and with no connection other than this conjectural convergence, at a given moment in history? Or could it be the continuation of a deeper necessity? We may suppose that, biologically and physiologically, life contains a tendency towards being accumulative which is immediately slowed and inhibited by opposing factors, such as saturations or obstacles. The growth of animal life is a prime example of this. Every species would flourish indefinitely if this expansion did not contain its own limits, its negation, within itself. In point of fact, every species is prey to other species. What is more, as it grows, every species modifies its own environment and destroys the species it in turn preys upon. 7. As this process develops, the human brain, or rather the cortex, also seems to be an organ capable of capitalizing experiences. It perpetuates and heightens the ability to which living substance owes both its strength and its vulnerability, the ability to retain traces of the past while struggling to maintain itself within its environment at the heart of the present moment. The work of the Pavlovian school helps us to study the accumulative function of the brain and also to understand what hinders it. Men forget as much as they remember. The functioning of the cortex produces internal inhibitions and decelerations. The cortex is quickly saturated, emotions disturb its accumulative but incomplete functioning. Self-regulations are never perfect and never allow for the complete capitalization of what has been acquired. The same may be said of so-called psychological functions, memory, perception, intelligence. And so it is as though a deeply rooted tendency within the process of accumulation, which in nature is frustrated by antagonistic factors, were emerging in man, in society, in history, and in economy. Should we believe that in nature, cyclic rhythms originate in an embryonic accumulative process which returns to its point of departure? Should we go right back to the physical processes, the growth of which is expressible by geometric progressions and logarithms? Such hypotheses go far beyond our aims and our competence. 6. Non-accumulative processes. The generalization we have just made of the concept of the accumulative process leads us to accept the existence of non-accumulative processes, not for the first time, but in a clearer light. They exist, as causes, effects, foundations or results. Taken as a whole, the cortex, subcortical formations, the neurovegetative system, the human brain does not seem to function unilaterally, as one block. It comprises levels, differences in level, imbalances, and conflicts. And much more than this, pathology seems inherent to human perfectibility, i.e., to its imperfections. Gaps, memory lapses and mistakes are part of how it functions. Men can make mistakes without going off track, and can then correct them. They can go astray, get lost, and then find themselves again. They can become alienated, and then disalienated. In the future there may be highly advanced machines which will duplicate logical, discursive, and reflective thought. They may even surpass it in breadth and precision. Doubtless they will never have the power to forget. Forgetting is beneficial, in that it allows us to start again, but it is also harmful, in that it involves mechanical repetitions and gaps in accumulated experience. Will these machines duplicate affectivity and its disturbances, passion, laughter, boredom, fear of dying, alienation, and disalienation? This is doubtful, unless we agree with the metaphysics of science fiction, which explores what is possible by using myths from the past. Surely we must see accumulative functions in the activities of the brain, disjunctions which work on distinctions and differences, and capitalize them, as well as non-accumulative ones. This idea could lead us to reconsider Pavlovian representations, which link a number of facts together, but then transform them into a system by a way of thinking which ignores dialectical method. 8 This hypothesis leads us to scrutinize nervous activity for levels, imbalances, differences, and conflicts, while not breaking its incontestable unity. Let us now move from the biological and physiological level to the psychological level in the total field we are hypothetically exploring. There is no justification for rejecting the thesis, which was robustly maintained by Marx and Engels, of a modification of human, sensory, perceptive, active, organs during the course of history and of the education of individuals. Surely it is impossible that labor should not have modified the eyes, the ears, the hands, and the forms of sensory perception, all of which have their origins in nature. However, to what extent has it modified them? All we need is to look at the Lascaux and Altamira frescoes to realize the naivete of the evolutionism which tries to assimilate the development of the body and its organs via labor with transformations of consciousness and reflective thought via abstraction and conceptualization. These age-old works of art reveal a sensory acuteness, a perceptive vivacity and a creative power of action and gesture which 20th-century man finds astonishing. He is amazed, and wonders if Picasso's greatness is not due to his having rediscovered something of the freshness of our origins through the world of abstraction. Could we go so far as to maintain that the appropriation of external nature by the senses and the body is more active at the beginning of social and individual life, with primitive hunters, and with children? We certainly can. What does labor bring to this initial layer of perceptions? A great deal, first of all, abstractions and signs, and then signals. And yet, do not these great acquisitions come with partial regressions? When the abstraction of signs, and above all of signals, is superimposed on sensory perceptions, it constitutes a world which is both external and abstract, the world of modernity which conditions individual gestures. Does this world inhibit the freshness and vivacity of the senses? It certainly does, especially if it is true that in the modern world, with the perceptively efficient technology they represent, signals are characteristically accumulative. Hence, by contrast, the prestige of archaic objects, primitive arts, symbols, and the astonishment they provoke in men of the industrial era. What we are suggesting about sensory perception can also apply to emotions and affectivity. They do not appear to be accumulative, which explains the way they crystallize around paradoxically durable symbols. As we already know, most of these symbols, if not all of them, come from the distant past of agrarian and craft-based societies. Their subsequent elaboration by philosophers, dramatists, and poets helped to revive them, but without modifying them to any profound degree. With their origins deep within the direct and unmediated relations between men and nature, and between men themselves, they live on in islands of unmediated private life which withstand the rising tide of relations mediated by commodities, money, and technology. These symbols have become nucleuses of emotion and affectivity. When they are not used, exploited, consumed, and devoured, they are attacked and concealed. When they crystallize, as the father, the mother, woman, virginity, love, the sun, the house, water, earth, air, fire, hearth, and home, they degenerate, break up and scatter. They remain well outside the processes of accumulation. 9. According to this criterion, we will classify human activities into two major types of process, accumulative and non-accumulative. Within this classification, we may discern genres or species, processes of accumulation which have been decelerated, saturated, liberated, or accelerated, circular processes which have stabilized, and nucleuses which have degenerated or broken up, etc. This provides us with a starting point for an analysis of praxis and a representation of the process of human becoming. We have already drawn up a list of accumulative activities. Among non-accumulative activities we would include sensory perception, sensibility, sensuality, spontaneity, art in general, morality, subjective or deriving from custom, as distinct from objective morality which depends upon law and the state, and finally civilization in the broadest sense, as opposed to culture. The non-accumulative is also the non-rational. We use the term in its essentially relative sense, since there is no question of us positing an absolute, ontological, irrationality. We can also say that the accumulative would be related to space, while the non-accumulative would be related to time. However, there is no question of separating space from time. Nor is there any question of separating the two types of process. They are permanently interactive, so that when we describe and analyze that interaction, we perceive various gaps, imbalances, differences, and conflicts between levels. If our experience of modernity is of a deep-rooted and ever-increasing malaise, our concepts will enable us to discover some of its causes and aspects, and perhaps to reveal the problem in its totality. The problem in question is the problem of everyday life. Everyday life lies at the ill-defined, cutting edge where the accumulative and the non-accumulative intersect. On one hand, it must submit to the demands of accumulation, and suffer its effects and consequences. It exists on the level of the most pressing conditions and effects of the process of accumulation, cohesion, logic, language and, last but not least, signals. On the other hand, it sees itself increasingly distanced by the process, which becomes dissociated in the giddy heights of specializations and technology. In itself, it remains linked to rhythms, to cyclic time scales and to symbols. This is merely putting what we have already said in another way. The everyday is situated at the boundary between the controlled sector, i.e., the sector controlled by knowledge, and the uncontrolled sector. This is ill-defined and dangerous border territory, particularly because its symbols give the illusory impression of controlling spontaneous nature, while the techniques which really do control it are increasingly hidden from view. The malaise comes primarily from the extraordinary imbalance between the symbolic nucleuses and the acquisitions of abstract knowledge and technology, i.e., from the conflictual relation between the two processes. This imbalance itself has various aspects and various senses. The effective nucleuses are survivals, in inverted commas, there can be no survivals without a base or foundation. From a certain point of view, they seem more beautiful, more precious, and more immediate than all the accumulations of experience and knowledge put together. From another rigorously equivalent and equally well-founded point of view, they are old-fashioned, ridiculous, and backward. Similarly, from yet another point of view, the accumulative is the only truth over and above the real. It alone is important, great, and creative, while the everyday knows itself to be negligible, superficial and non-essential. But another equally acceptable point of view would be that the everyday is the only thing which matters to mankind. In themselves, symbols are only maintained by means of metaphorical language, words, or the use of rather unusual words, literary or historical recollections, objects infused with meaning, and works of art. Their only bases are their uncertain and private social relations with nature, with the other and with the self. The vast tide of modernity is sweeping these supports away. Economic backwardness and underdevelopment, villages, the mountains, the sea, picturesque tourist attractions, barren regions, etc., feed these survivals and maintain these nucleuses without breathing any new life into them. It is as though cyclic time scales have been ripped asunder by the linear time of the process of accumulation and have been left to hang in tatters within us and around us. And yet symbolisms, cyclic rhythms, and the shattered or degenerate nucleuses continue to organize the everyday. They represent its stable center and maintain the illusion of a preordained harmony, if indeed we can still use that word. The result is an incessant tension, and thus the possibility of sterile conflicts and pathological deviations, both in individual consciousness and in social consciousness. Reduced to silence amid all the verbiage and verbalisms, relegated to an obscurity which prompts us to speak of unconsciousness, private everyday life is built up around symbols which are constantly discredited by public life, economic and political praxis, signs, signals, and significations. All that personal life has at its disposal to make itself into a conscious creative endeavor, and to give itself a conscious history, are these nucleuses buried within the deep secrecy of individual psychophysiological life, tastes and desires, amorous, erotic, affective, alimentary, etc., or rather, the absence of tastes and desires. This is how public life, overtly subjected to accumulative processes, overwhelms private life, condemning it to powerlessness, unconsciousness, and dissatisfaction. When it tries to become reconciled with private life, things are even worse, it invades it and absorbs it, cf. the mass media. In every case, everyday life is forsaken territory, an island of tears and tedium where man as the norm is normally cast away. The frontier between the controlled sector, controlled by knowledge and technology, and therefore by and in accumulation, and the uncontrolled sector is a no-man's land where everyone lives more or less on the level of deteriorated and shattered spontaneity. The more people speak of adaptation, balance, and harmony, the less real harmony, balance, and adaptation there is. And what do obsessions mean if not that even these conflicts are no longer creative? Within the individual, and at the heart of his consciousness and his ill-appropriated life, two processes are apparent, the rational and the irrational, the relatively conscious and the relatively unconscious. On one hand, if he cannot accumulate money, he accumulates experiences, and if he cannot accumulate capital, he accumulates knowledge. Even if they are fragmented, experience and knowledge join together to form a memory. On the other hand, there is something inside him which is ever more distant, ever more vulnerable, something he is consciously seeking, the childhood and the spontaneity which are as much a part of symbolisms as they are of memory. Is this not one of the secrets of the disturbed drama of modern life, this uneasy, private consciousness which is increasingly penetrated by the general process and is forced to conform to it, and yet which is becoming increasingly private and trapped within the everyday? In fact, as soon as radical critique unmasks the situation in which consciousness and life are trapped, it seems intolerable, and we ask ourselves why the devastation is not even more destructive than it is. 7. The pedagogic and culturalist illusion. We must find a way out of this situation. How? By revolutionary praxis reconstructed in its totality. But what else? By following technology to its bitter end in order to reinvest it in an everyday life which has been metamorphosed, instead of merely observing the terrifying discrepancy between the two. By discovering new representations of time and imposing them, by persuasion, on time as we usually live it. By raising the